right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful day. It is July 14th, 2026, and once again, we are waking up to drama. Even though oil is up and you got a couple of war headlines, that's not what it is about. It is the bank earnings and then the pre-announcement. So really, the big story is IBM. They came in with a pre-announcement on earnings, and it was terrible. They guided lower on revenue, EPS, and then they pretty much said companies are opting to buy hardware instead of some of their software, and that even killed IGV and a bunch of software names. There was two other pre-announcements, so think about what we've been talking about with guidance, and again, the record amount of pre-announcements and how it's been having an effect. This is what caused the big reaction. The earnings for the banks were all good, but the reactions were a little small, and even like Citi, they did good, but a lot of people were nitpicky about where they didn't do good, and then, yeah, here we are. So we got an exciting day ahead. 30 minutes here after the bell, we are going to get Kevin Warsh. The CPI came in actually very good. Your first negative headline print drama, even though oil is up. And yeah, so that got us moving up here. The question now, the Mag 7, how that's going to hold. And then really, you're going to have a lot of chips, momentum, and energy. They're back up today as software suffers from this IBM guide. But we'll see how it all settles by the end of the day. But my friends, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, here at the Cult, before we begin, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, all the active service, past service, anybody who has served this country. For real, God bless you and thank you. Thank you for your sacrifice and your contribution to all of our collective freedom. I hope you get a long-term, man. I hope all of this stuff could help in any way that we can, but at the very least, we do owe you our honor, and that's what I'm telling y'all, man. I don't know for the rest of you, whether you served or not. I'm not trying to make you support a war, be a warmonger or none of that, but what I am saying is that you could never take away the honor from somebody who has decided to give up so much for their fellow man they've never met in their country. So veterans, that's you, baby. God bless every single one of you, and thank you to your families as well. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senators! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia. Harder. Oh, my goodness. Happy Tuesday, Chad. Happy earnings. It's your first, real post-earnings. Oh, and the pre-guides and the guidance and the early announcements. Oh, my goodness, Chatadonia. Woo! So I hope you're ready. If you're not ready, just go back to bed, dude. I'm telling you, you got Kevin Warsh in 30 minutes. Just go back to bed, dude. I'm telling you right now, if you ain't feeling it, man, you could wait. And by the end of the day, we'll see where chips and software are anyways. But yeah, so get ready for all of it. I'm going to be watching a couple of things. I am watching Cyber. So they got hit with the software, but I actually think they're going to outperform. I don't think software is getting hit on the budget. Then watch JP Morgan, Citi, Bank of America. I'm going to keep my eye out for the post because like I'm telling you, all of these bank earnings were good. They just didn't respond. Bank of America started waking up a little bit there. And then Virtue, that was a pre-announcement as well. So see how that one plays. IBM's taken all of the attention. And then FCell, Energy, a lot of upgrades, a lot of momentum there. And then Shaz. I don't really like Shaz, but they're saying NVIDIA rumor here ahead of that IPO. But we only got 10 seconds, Chatadonia. So call out any plays. Don't pump on the homies. Let's have a good time. You have any good questions, you let me know. And then get ready. 30 minutes after the bell, we will be hearing from Kevin Warsh. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. And we're off. Alrighty. Oh, and I had another idea. So yeah, Shaz starting off low. Let's see IGV, and then even IBM too. So again, IBM down 20%. Do you guys realize this is the biggest drop since literally 1987? So yeah, they got murdered. Surprisingly, some of those puts are not that bad. Oh, I'm very confused. Okay. Oh, no. That was it? Fuck, I hesitated on it. There was extremely cheap puts on the IBMs. I wasn't actually thinking about puts. All right, well, those already went. But yeah, I want to see that even for the upside, actually. And then IGV down 1.9. Where's chips? And then SPY. Chips are up 3.3, so actually not bad rotation-wise. We have seen worse. Yeah, they had some really cheap ones on there, but they're still far at the money. I think we'll wait, let that settle, and then maybe we could get a call, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that thing is going to bounce today. It all depends. Yeah, Cyber's already going up, dude. Boom. Because that's the one. Which one's moving more? IBM shares biggest drop since 1987. Dell and ANET drilling. That's surprising. Again, some of those should be doing a little better as long as they don't have software, really. Then SpaceX, City starting to go too. I have IBM. IBM's going lower. Then the Bank of America. SPY's still low. I got to turn on the VWAP here in a second. But please hold. Bank of America, JP Morgan. Again, F-Cell in those energy plays. That's what I'm saying. That was the other part of it. Oh, and then who else was there? TSEM. So this is the one that got into photonic. SPY near the low, though. Unfortunately. No, they're hoeing me. Come on. All right, I got one. Okay, IGV's all off of IBM. So I made one. So not a recommendation. I'd like one with better time, but I'm starting with the shitty one. But yeah, that's just in case there. So like I'm telling you, I do think I think Cyber got hit with all the software concerns, and although even if IBM insinuates that people are cutting budgets, I think the opportunity is they're not cutting cybersecurity budgets. Ta-da! And then some of them, they're already up though, unfortunately. So like I was telling you, I said that in the morning, but Cyber's already green. So Cyber was down 1%, but the cash open 5 minutes. Cyber is already just eating all of that up already. Oh, there's no way. Goldman extends rise 5.2. Oh, the beach! You're kidding me! Oh, no! I smell opportunity. I was hunting the option chains. And then I look over to my left. I felt something. Oh, it's Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Ladies and gentlemen, what more could you ask for in this world? Your peach has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, good morning. Oh, Bradley, Peach Nation. How you feeling, baby? How you feeling? Woo! Market open peach. That's very bullish, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Man, they already ran those. So, again, some of the cybers are already fucking running. Boo. Who else is there? Sentinel still in the red. FCX, Snow. Oh, that's the other one. So, yeah, Snow's starting to go. Oh, my goodness. Damn, those are expensive. So much expense, brother. Warsh? I don't know. It just depends what he says. I mean, a lot of people are even saying, like, Warsh, they're trying to read between the lines. They're saying, like, even what he doesn't say will kind of constitute an answer to a certain degree. CTSAs. I can't believe we had Bradley that early. Screw Kevin Warsh. Well, Kevin comes on in 20 minutes, but Bradley beat him, and because Bradley's more important. That's what I believe for now. We'll see. We'll see if unless this guy's task force changes the world. I think Bradley Frizzle is more world changing, to be honest. And then Meta's on the high now. Not a recommendation. So again, more cyber. That's it. That's just all we're starting with here. Again, I'm not going too crazy on some of these. I hope you are aware of that. I think that first one already popped too. And then Apple 10B. Oh yeah, you already got 200% on those. Okay, make the, what's it called? You can make the crowd free. It's literally up 200% on the bid. 300% on the bid. GitLab, FLNC. There's app again. All of your, all of your shit just took off. Again, Spy and Mag 7. Yeah, again, Cyber, dude, Cyber already gapped up, so I think it's there. Again, if you got the crowd there in the morning, you're able to make it free. We got a little bit more exposure, but that sucks. I thought that was going to take longer, but do you guys see what I was talking about? So, like I was saying in the morning here, even though today was all bad for software, and I think IGV came up a little bit, but you've already recovered half, but the general idea was like, yes, even if you acknowledge that IBM was bad for software, and they're saying people are spending less, the general idea is they're not going to cut these cyber budgets at this point with where AI and cybersecurity's at. So, but yeah, I think the algos in Wall Street ate that up. It's only been 10 minutes, dude. So yeah, they I guess everybody figured that one out pretty quick. And here we are. Where did that other one go? Neutrala S, and now Meta. So again, it's cyber, but unfortunately, again, these cyber plays are up 3-4% already. So cyber itself is actually, cyber's up 1.3. So it's moved 2.5% in 10 minutes here. So yeah, those have already gone, unfortunately. Now just see where the chips go. Chips gave it up. But for now, it's still kind of inverse. I mean, chips up 1, or chips down 1, software up 1. Again, the back and forth there. Morgan Stanley now. You got banks starting to go. Again, Goldman's the leader at 5. But yeah, all the banks are continuing, even though it was just still kind of chill. Oh, fuck, net. We should have grabbed net. That could have been your good discount here in the morning. Boo. Yeah, Okta, JP Morgan, even SpaceX. They're fine. They're not at the IPO yet, huh? So remember, yesterday was the first day below the IPO price. Oh yeah, they got a long way to go. Okay, now Rubrik, another cyber. Okta as well. Oh, where is IBM? Let's see. Goldman even moved. Goldman, JP Morgan, you even had Pinterest. Pinterest, I think, had a upgrade or downgrade today. But yeah, again, I CRM now, a little bit of software, but keep in mind those banks. Those are going. Yeah, now Palantir, NTSK. Again, Meta. Meta's in the green now. Google is in the green. Actually, I think you have Amazon down, Microsoft, and Apple, but even Microsoft's trying to go. But yeah, Meta is helping you out right now. And then SAP, and then Intuit. A lot of software, a lot of cyber. And then where are chips? Chips are still near the low. BB on the high. Kramer did have positive comments on IBM. You can't make this shit up. I know. It's terrible. It's terrible. Those crowds are ripping. So the bid's low, or the bid's 300%, but the ask is crazy. I guess maybe we just hold those. Let's see DG. Where's the other chips? Now ServiceNow. Remember, ServiceNow did great yesterday and then just got mollywopped because of IBM. IGV is recovered, you guys. IGV is only down by 0.3. Sadly, I think a lot of it's cyber. Again, cyber, that's a 4% turnaround almost, top to bottom in 10 minutes. That's actually pretty insane. XLV is mollywopped. XLP is down. So even your staples, again, it's mostly momentum and chips today. But yeah, chips it's been straight up cash open, been up on software and cyber, and then down on chips. But they're still both holding the same. One's green, one's red. Chips are still doing pretty good. Again, SpaceX is climbing. Qualcomm on the low now. Hot dog. So Qualcomm just flipped red. Dell is up. Yeah, that crowd. I don't know why it went that quick, bro. But yeah, straight up, it's up a lot right now. You could rip a couple more if you'd like. Or you might be able to ghetto spread it. Or you just hold it and maybe you get lucky. Pretty much you're 10% away. If crowd moves 10%, you'll be the luckiest man in all of the land. Archite. City coming up. Oracle. Oh, Oracle. It says Oracle hit 127 pre-market. And now Palantir, Wayfair, again, Kenvue. Where's Kimberly? Oh, Kimberly. You know, Kimberly got an estimate raise yesterday, believe it or not. So their guidance, the low end of Kimberly's guidance went up, even though they had that bad news yesterday. Zeta, they had a headline in the morning as well. Where are we? SPY's up by 0.3, NASDAQ 0.9, Russell 0.7, Dow 0.2. So, I mean, again, at this point yesterday, everything was green. Or everything was red. Add the study. How you add the study, brother? There, add it. VWAP. Okay, thank you. Edit the study. Upper band, no upper band, no lower band. Thank you. All right. So again, cyber just used this as a squeeze opportunity. So again, even that's the highest Sentinel's been all week, and that's after we freaked out a little bit here. Bonds will help a little bit of real estate, yeah, for now. But like, I mean, someone asked me this morning, and I don't want to expose you guys to bad ideas, but what I will tell you is this, is just like, especially if with rates, data, the Fed, even with whatever happens with Kevin Warsh, if you're like really interested in it, just keep in mind that it's, what's the word I'm looking for? The 2-year. It's not TLT at the very least. So without even, giving you any other bad idea, just remember that the bonds, like broadly speaking, yes, lower yields will help out real estate. But for now, a day like today moved the 2-year bond. It moved the short end of the curve. The whole rate hike odds and what I'm talking about, that's in reference to the short end of the curve. Crowd is running. Yeah, dude, that one's killing. Those are 600%, you guys. So we might get lucky. But yeah, I already made those free. But like, I don't even give a fuck about the play. I want you guys to understand the idea. Do you guys get that? Do you see how, like I'm telling you, from an hour ago, 30 minutes ago in the morning, I'm telling you why. That's understanding how this news played out. That's the thing I really want you to get out of it. It's not only rotation, that was interpretation of the headline. So like I'm saying, where is it? Does it tell me when? So yeah, last updated 5:42 or 5:14 a.m. So like I'm saying, I think the high risk winner is cybersecurity. Why? Because like I'm telling you, the way the IBM thing came out today, it sounded really bad for software. And like I'm saying, even if you accepted the conclusion as true that these companies are going to move their spend from software to hardware, the assumption that I was going to make is that, yes, even if that's true, they're not going to remove their budget from cybersecurity. And that's the whole idea, is that they might be wanting to cut other software. And even then, cybersecurity got hit this morning because it's software, but that's not what's getting a budget cut. I could almost guarantee it. And that's why, again, all of these, it just sucks because they were already up. I played crowd when it was up 2. It just moved another 5. That's the shitty part. Oh, wait. I think that sucks. It didn't fill me. I would have had 1,000. It should have filled me at 4 cents on one of them, but it didn't. But yeah, I should have a non-gap 1,000% right now. Sky has options? No way. SKHY. SpaceX came down. Those premiums from yesterday popped up a little bit. And Cyber, Sentinel, UPS. I think UPS had something. Has hit the best inflation report we've seen in 6 years. It was the first month-over-month decline on headline. So even after Russia-Ukraine, you didn't even have that. Which is kind of crazy. Zscaler. Okay, so a couple are coming back up. Again, Okta. These are the other ones. The Oktas and the other cybersecurities of the world. Okay. Let those chill. WBD again. I think they were, dude. I think there was a headline on WBD. I think they're gonna try to renegotiate, dude, and get more money. I like Checkpoint, but it's the lagger. It's not, it moved up today a little bit, but I mean, it's gonna move less than all of them. But yeah, that's the whole idea, is if cybersecurity. So please understand these plays, man, because and that's why I noticed what I did today. So this morning, I think we had like an unnecessary gap down on cyber. Notice I went for the big ones. I went for the big cyber leaders like Crowd, Snowflake, Palo Alto. That's the first area I looked to take advantage of some of the shorter term ones. But the idea with Checkpoint is that this is a lagging Cyber. So if Cyber keeps going up, the whole idea is that the money keeps getting spent in Cyber, all the other names do good, this brings up the lagger. But just this is where I think a lot of people missed it from the Zillow Palantir, or even Palantir. Just remember, if what we're trying to find the lagger on doesn't move anymore, we're fucked. That's the simple way to put it. So yeah, it's just like if Cyber doesn't keep ripping, these checkpoints are going to die. But if Cyber keeps ripping, I am assuming that unless Checkpoint individually does bad like a IBM, I think it will. UBXG. If that's, yo, what the hell is this? 82%? This looks tweaky. I mean, it was literally just at $8 a second ago. UBXG. Warsh to be live soon. You got Kevin Hassett comments. Yeah, Warsh in 8 minutes. And then more Goldman and Morgan Stanley. Oracle, this is level number 1. So it's either going to, or like 127. 127 to 123, or like 121 really. And then anything, I don't know if it'll break 120. Because if it goes 120, it'll hit like 117. But then if that's the case, if it does a little flush, it might pop up quicker than not. Yeah, I don't see that Meta headline. CRM is on the high. I'm pulling up the Kevin's. They have the live video started for the House Services Committee. It's the House Financial Committee. There it is. All right, well, he'll come on. Again, his pre-written statements are already out. Keep that in mind. So the first part, we already kind of know what he's going to say. Is that SKYX? SKHY? Yeah, SK Hynix is up 12. Qualcomm on the low, SPY at VWAP. I mean, let me get a checkup. I haven't looked. We have been here just under 30 minutes now. Let's see. Dow Jones. 16 green, 14 in the red. Dow is up by 0.14 right now. NASDAQ is up by 0.9. You have 54 green, 46 in the red. And then SPY, 269 green, 231 in the red, or 230 something. And then SPY's up 0.3, and Russell's up by 0.5. So it's still a 50-50, man. Half and half on the day. Sentinel. Varonis is going. Again, you took, what's it called? You did some stop and go on the Cyber. They chilled there while some other ones are going up. So remember, there's just a bunch of them, dude. There is a bunch of these Cyber names, unfortunately. Badump. Uber is aiming to reach an agreement, as said by this week, in regards to what? Yo, something on Uber. I don't have the follow-up. They said Uber to make an agreement, and then Uber's dropping, but I don't have the full headline. Check that. Uber. Uber everywhere, brother. Uber everywhere. They jacked up all those premiums. They aren't dailies. They're weeklies, but still. Very, very big spreads. But yeah, Uber dropping. I don't know what the full headline is. Oh, Uber is said to be in advanced talks on Delivery Hero. Got it. Yeah, it says planning to bid well above recent delivery price. Aiming, so they're going to overpay for a company. There's the follow-up. MasterCard, again, Uber's on the low. Yeah, Palantir went green, so that's software. I don't know if you call it cyber, like we've discussed many times. But yeah, that one actually found a way. I think software might even go... software's only down by 0.1, dude. That was down 1.9. It sucks, though, just like yesterday. Remember, all it takes is end of the day sell-off, and then, yeah, what looks like decent strength you just quickly... You're back into the gap down zone. Could be the drone. There's been a lot of drone headlines and the contracts. You had yesterday VA, and then I think today was Kratos. They got 400 million, and then there was one more contract. And then Uber's down 2.5 on that. Now NTAP. Again, Oracle, Microsoft. Palantir was lagging big, but they came up. Again, even CRM is doing good, so kind of interesting. Crowd, Snow, they're all still up, dude. So thank you, Cyber, and now even a Palantir. Wow. Spoil right above a VWAP. Was CMG into Mexico, not international? No, international. It was one of the reasons, I think, for growth. But yeah, because I'd like Chipotle, but the thing that's crazy about Chipotle is only in America. So they had like a couple in Dubai, and they're trying to take it to Europe and stuff. But yeah, that was one of the... I wouldn't say it's the only reason we bought it, but it was one of the reasons. All right, Microsoft now. More tech, more cyber... I mean, shit. Where's the chips, dude? Those chips are now what's happening right here. Last 5 minutes, chips stopped going down. In the morning, they sold off chips. They bought up the cyber and the software. But now at this point here, this is allowing you to still rip the chips, rip the cyber, software without the chips going down. SoFi on the high? No. U.S. Hassett asked on 20% cargo ship. This is one idea. Kevin, where are you, Kevin? We need Kevin. So yeah, Kevin Warsh is also going to begin here any second now. In 2 minutes. Ain't IBM selling less due to competition? So you missed the whole entire morning, and now you're here. So yeah, you're gonna have to go back to it. You missed an awesome one. Hassett, we respect the independence of the Fed. So Paris CMG. I haven't even looked at Amazon. Remember, Meta was doing decent. Okay. GitLab, that's more direct software, I'd say. That's what I'm saying. Some of them that are still in the red more than others, but anything software or cyber that's red, it's already gone green. Vivian. Is he on? I have the... Here, I'll just watch your speakers, you guys. I have the thing live. So just whenever he comes out, you'll start hearing it. And Snow again. Rubric now. Software. Let me put up SMH. Because that's what you want to see too. If they both could all go up, that'd be great. Okta now. Again, you could chase more cyber if you want. But unfortunately, I think we had that little window in the morning. And now the rest of them are riding. Workday, SAP. Remember, SAP got killed more. So SAP is more like the, what's it called? SAP is more like the type of IBM software. But they don't have the same, again, they're not catching the cybersecurity back end. Kevin Warsh expected to start shortly. So remember, the first couple minutes are going to kind of be pointless, as it will be his pre-written statement, which is already out. DeepSeek said to prepare for IPO filing as soon as this year. All right, well, watch chips now. I mean, see what happens. Who would that affect? I don't even know who's direct because again, you have OpenAI. I mean, I don't know. Because DeepSeek, technically, would that affect CoreWeave? I don't know how. I don't know where DeepSeek fits into the sympathy ecosystem for now. Oh, checkpoint starting to go up. So again, another lagger. Turn it up. Crown. Oh, where is IBM? Banks on the high and biotechs. So SPY's going down again. DeepSeek filing. That's an interesting one. And now Morgan Stanley 52-week high. Intel selling off. So again, a couple more chips. See again whatever happens here with this software chip dynamic. Because like I was telling you, that last like 10 minutes here with chips kind of staying, that was nice, but we are starting to move. And again, high and low ticker are pretty active. SanDisk on the low now. Banks on the high, more cybersecurity, and then a couple of non-cyber software plays are moving. On the oil, I feel like we haven't had an oil headline in a minute. Where's Kevin? Kevin! So Kevin is supposed to be live 2 minutes ago. There's no sign of Kevin. Kevin. DeepSeek IPO before Sam is funny. I know, isn't that sad? He's like, I don't even want an IPO. Yes, you do. No, I don't. Yes, you do. Stop lying. I don't even need the money. Yes, you do. So I don't know. I don't know why he's. I don't know what Sam's trying to pull, man. All right. Well, SPY's slightly below the opening candle. Mattel with volume. It's into the high. Hasn't triggered, and then Citi. So again, another round. Financials are killing it. 1.1. Healthcare is destroyed. Staples are destroyed. I mean, chips are up, but it came at the cost of all the other rotations. But at least now you have chips and software up. But yeah, we got to see where this is all going to end by the end of the day. There's Varonis. So Varonis, 10B, Sentinel, Qualys. All of this should sound, all of these are the same cyber names, you guys. So yeah, those are the ones that have been moving literally since the cash open. Again, now Fig, that's a weird one in software land. Okay, now Sentinel. XLF 52-week high, and then is that K-Web moving? Meta turned red. The Mag 7 was pretty weird today. Again, Apple was decent and Google. No, Apple's still down one. Who was it? I think it was Meta. But yeah, if those not there, that's not good. Now DataKelb. That's part of the cyber. DataKelb, Fastly, Net. Remember, they play their own little role in that as well, too. Ah!
Will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. Today's hearing is entitled the Federal Reserve Semi-Annual Monetary Policy Report. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. I now recognize myself for a 4-minute opening statement. First, we welcome to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized first appearance before Congress as our new chairman of the Federal Reserve. Annual inflation is still running above the Fed's 2% target. One only need to recall the bitter experience of double-dip inflation from the 1970s and early 1980s and the actions of then-Chairman Paul Volcker was forced to take to defeat it, to know why this second surge needs to be stopped. There's no more punishing tax on American industry or on the hard-working, innovative citizens of our nation than inflation. In its first statement under your leadership, Mr. Chairman, the FOMC said that it, quote, will deliver price stability, close quote. Congress expects the Fed to remain focused on that mission and keep it until price stability is achieved. Today, we face the consequences of some of the Fed's former choices. In August 2020, the Federal Reserve adopted a flexible average inflation targeting framework in which it decided to allow inflation to run, open quote, moderately above 2% for some time, close quote, after periods in which it had been running persistently below 2%. This framework, combined with the irresponsible fiscal policy and a slow response to inflation that began in March 2021, led to an inflationary surge, the likes of which had not been seen since.
I got rid of another crowd at 1,000%.
1980s.
We did it, Joe.
In 2025,
I got one
the Fed
filled at 6
wisely
cents, so I got one out at 60.
flexible
I
average
still have a
inflation
couple. I have a
targeting
bunch more.
framework.
So, yeah.
Going back further,
Do whatever
today,
you
we'll
want, though. That was a banger,
also
dude.
review the
1,000% in
consequences of the
37
Fed's
minutes.
experiments with large
So do whatever you like. Either push those for the next couple days or take them, but yeah, my job is done.
Better known as quantitative easing, or
The
QE.
streak continues.
Though perhaps justified in its
Ooh.
first round during the immediate onset of the 2008 global financial crisis, long past that crisis, the Fed repeatedly expanded QE, with the cost of each successive round of QE higher and benefits lower. And while the emergency facilities in QE were resurrected in early 2020 in response to the unknown economic and social ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic,
Baba late pop
yet
on the
with a
news.
clear V-shaped recovery
that
well
actually makes
underway,
sense.
those facilities and
Remember, you just have
policies
the
were not
DeepSeek
ended
stuff.
and promptly phased out. The result of these decisions was a Fed that held a quarter of the federal debt in 2022.
And Bobo and
Though
Clove.
that share has
Healthcare.
decreased, it still creates
Boeing and
incentives
then,
for fiscal
healthcare names are
policymakers
right. Yeah, Boeing,
to
2
avoid
candles.
the tough decisions on debt and
Bradley!
deficits today and leave
You
the
had some
consequences
Dubai
to
news
our
the other
kids
day. It
and
was only like
grandkids.
7 planes, though.
You've said
But yeah,
recently
Boeing,
that
the one big
inflation
candle.
is a choice. I want to echo this and say that debt and deficits are also a choice. For years, the Congress chooses unrestrained deficits and out-of-control debt and has repeatedly drafted the Fed into being an enabler. Both, in my view, have to stop. Turning to the Fed's regulatory and supervisory policy in the
Chips are
recent
going
past,
lower.
the Fed is engaged in mission creep, resulting from political capture by certain partisan actors attempting to accomplish policies through the Fed on which they cannot build a consensus and pass through the Congress.
Yeah, I don't know why app. That was the one that got
From
murdered
crusades
yesterday.
against digital assets to trying to make the Fed a climate regulator, these decisions took the Fed far beyond the boundaries that Congress has authorized in statute. It's not the Fed's role to make decisions for the American people on major questions of political or economic significance. That's Congress's responsibility. The Fed needs to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past and reform itself to guard long-term monetary policy independence and restore the reputation of the Fed in an apolitical
So remember,
agent.
this is
carrying
the
out
intro.
Congress's statutory
Kevin
directive.
Warsh is going to talk,
I
but
look
that's even
forward
going
to
to
your
be that's not
testimony
going to
today,
be
Mr.
fresh
Chairman,
either.
and I yield back.
So yeah, unfortunately,
And I want to recognize
no
our
activity.
distinguished
Netflix.
ranking member of the committee, Mrs. Waters, for 4 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Chairman Warsh, you are taking the helm of the Federal Reserve at an important moment. Congress designed the Fed to stand apart from politics so that it can support stable prices, maximum employment, financial stability, and the long-term interests of the American people, and not the personal interests of a president. Today, working families are being crushed by the rising cost of living. They pay more at the grocery store, more at the gas pump, and more for housing than they did a year ago. Just today, the Bipartisan Joint Economic Committee reported
Boeing
that
still.
Americans have paid a total of
The news crowd was just
$56.4
it was just taking
billion
advantage of the IBM
more in gas
stuff this
since
morning.
Trump
We took a couple
began
of cyber
his
plays.
endless war with Iran.
I'll go over it again since some of you missed it, but
I
think that one was fire.
America.
Not
In
only
fact,
the play,
the Federal
but
Reserve's
that one
own
was just
research
all about
shows
understanding
that 1 in 10
how
Americans
stocks were getting
skips
driven this
meals
morning off of that
because they simply
BS
cannot
headline,
afford
really.
it. Workers are also worried about what artificial intelligence means for their jobs and their financial security. The one common thread of all of this is Trump, whose policies and actions made the economy and the concerns of American people so much worse. His tariffs have driven up costs for consumers
again,
and
a couple of
businesses.
healthcares
His
are-
attacks
remember, healthcare is
on
really beaten
independent
down today.
financial regulators have undermined confidence in the mission of institutions that have protected the public. His war in the Middle East, which has no end, continues to hurt gas and grocery
LEDs,
prices.
LEDs,
Despite
50%
this
in
pain
two
being
candles?
felt by American
Yo,
families,
LEDs.
there is one family making fistful of money, the first family. The Trump family has earned more than
They had
$2
they had
billion
earnings this morning.
since Trump returned to office, primarily from new crypto ventures that Trump's administration is supposed to oversee. Yet instead of addressing these growing conflicts of interest, Republicans are legitimatizing all of them. They blocked all efforts to stop this profiteering when they passed the stablecoin and crypto legislation. Chair Warsh, I understand you have committed to divesting all of your financial assets to avoid conflicts of interest. That should also be the case for the President of the United States of America. Turning to the Federal Reserve, Trump has repeatedly attacked your predecessor,
just wait until
Chairman
we
Jerome
re-explain
Powell,
it, but
because he refused to
today
kiss
with
the
that
ring and
software
bend monetary
cyber today was
policy
just
to
special,
the
but
president's demand.
yeah, you just have to be
His
paying attention.
administration
And it was
continues to
not
try
only
to
like being
remove
here, but like
your
that. Like I said, I
colleague,
did the work
Governor
for you,
Lisa
but
Cook.
it was just
I hope we hear
simply
from you today
like
how
really
exactly you
interpreting
will
the headline
defend
at face
your
value.
colleagues and the
It had an
Federal
error
Reserve.
in it, and the
You should
error
also
was
take no
bad for
comfort
everybody,
in
good
the
for
Supreme
cyber.
Court's
essentially.
shielding the Fed when it overturned Humphrey's executor. The court vastly expanded presidential authority
Trading halted on
over
LEDs. Yeah, I didn't see a
independent
headline. They had
agencies,
earnings in the
and
morning,
it is likely
surprisingly.
to still come for other functions of the Fed,
Palantir
like
and then
bank
IoT.
supervision next. Committee Democrats will continue fighting
Good morning,
to
Mr.
protect
Rao.
the independence of the Fed and other agencies, strengthen consumer protections, and build on an economy that prioritizes working families, not the president, the wealthy or the well-connected. So I look forward to your testimony today. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. I now recognize the chair of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity, Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, for a 1-minute opening statement.
So is this
Thank
guy
you,
on the
Mr.
task
Chairman,
force?
And welcome, Chairman Warsh, to your first hearing as
Which
chairman.
task force are we
and
talking about?
Congratulations on your confirmation. We look forward to your testimony today on the Monetary Policy Report. In your first meeting, you announced a
whispering?
number of welcome reforms, including establishing 5 task forces that many members are eager to get your thoughts on. For example, former Chair Powell had committed to review some of the Fed's communication tools. And although we expected that to be completed last August, alongside the review of the consensus statement, it is yet to happen. A review of the Fed's communication tools is long overdue, and we look forward to your focus on completing that project through the task force. We also spent time this Congress examining the composition and the size of the Fed's balance sheet, an effort that you are now undertaking at the Fed. It is vital that the Fed get this right. We welcome continued collaboration on that front. And I have a lot to talk about today. I
more
look forward to your
financials.
testimony and our
Watch
discussion.
healthcare if
and I yield
healthcare
back,
ticks
Mr.
up.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. I recognize the ranking member of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity, Mr. Vargas of California, for a 1-minute opening statement.
Okay, see if Nivda
Thank you,
comes
Mr.
up,
Chairman, and Ranking Member Waters for calling this hearing. Further, thank you, Chairman Warsh, for coming before this committee,
Again,
especially
Morgan
so
Stanley,
early
Goldman,
on
both
after being
52-week
confirmed.
highs.
Public service is
JP
a
Morgan
noble
right behind.
undertaking,
Again,
as
those
you know,
both
so
started
thank you once
negative,
again
you
for
guys.
taking it on.
So kind of
We
even like
appreciate it.
software,
I
but the
enjoyed our
banks did nothing,
conversation
and then they just started
last week,
they
and as
started
ranking
running
member
up.
of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury
then
Market
Qs are on the high,
Resilience,
SQQ, you're
and
going
economic
lower.
prosperity, I will remain vigilant of the actions you take as chairman. The independence of the Federal Reserve is my top concern. No influence from the president
that's why
or
you guys
others
should
to raise
hike
or
rates
lower
ahead of the
interest
midterm.
rates whenever they want to. That independence is one of the essential pieces that maintained the strength and reliability of the U.S. monetary policy. I encourage you and the entire Federal Reserve to keep that independence for the betterment of all of us, not just a few. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Today, we welcome the testimony of the Honorable Kevin Warsh, Chairman of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors.
Honorable.
Chairman Warsh, we thank you for taking time to be with us today. You'll be recognized for 5 minutes to give an
we're
oral
above one
presentation
level
of your
on
written
Sentinel.
testimony. Without objection, your testimony will be made part
have
of the
20 to
record. I
21.50.
now recognize you for 5
Yalla,
minutes.
Habibi. Inshallah.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Waters.
I hate
other
his
members
voice,
of the committee,
dude.
good morning.
Fuck me.
It's
I
a real
forgot.
privilege to join you.
Okay, SPY going lower, new
At
low
my
today.
very first
What
appearance
time is
here
it?
before this
7:16,
panel,
less than an hour.
I'm particularly honored to represent my superb colleagues from the Federal Reserve System. In submitting the monetary policy report, as is our obligation and our duty, I think of a long line of central bank
Remember,
chiefs
he's
that
on
have
Coupang
appeared in
and
this very
FedEx
room
too.
before Congress in
UPS.
keeping with the Federal Reserve Act.
Again, SQQ,
One of
SPY
the
dropping.
largest
It's not like he
figures
said
in Federal
anything.
Reserve history is Alan
Like I told
Greenspan.
you guys, the sad
Passed
part
away
about
a
this,
month ago after a
this has
century of
already
life.
been released.
We at the Fed
So what he
recall
is
the
saying,
chairman's
he has already
strong
put
and
out in a
steady
pre-written
leadership,
statement at 5 a.m.
strong hand in a
Just
period
keep that
of
in
rapid
mind. So this SPY's
economic
moving
change.
off of
And
just
today we
movement.
honor
It's
his
not
memory.
moving off of Kevin.
As a country, we just marked our 250th
I think this is probably the Mag 7.
And when Americans count our blessings, we include an economy predicated on the brilliance of our constitutional design and a system of ordered liberty. An economy without equal in all it's done for human flourishing. Some forms of Fed communications, which I've spoken about previously,
are discretionary, but not this one.
but not this one,
And for good reason.
and for good reason.
It is a prudent and
It's a
wisely
prudent
conceived
and wisely
obligation
conceived obligation
designed to keep the Fed
designed to
accountable,
keep the Fed accountable,
responsible and faithful for their congressional
responsible
mandate and full employment and
and
price stability. These
faithful
obligations are a
to
piece
its
of the Fed's right of
congressional
independence and
mandate
conduct of monetary
full
policy.
employment and price stability. These obligations are of a piece with the Fed's rightful independence.
Today, we're going to be at a hinge
in
point
the
in history.
conduct
It's
of
up to us to
monetary
meet the
policy.
moment, the task of the generation policymakers.
Stepping back, I would say today as we sit here, Mr. Chairman,
See, he's adding a
we're
couple
at a
fillers.
hinge point in history. It's
So
up to
that's
all
what I'm saying.
of us
Just
to
don't
meet
get
this
fooled.
moment.
The market's not moving on this.
Task for this
It's
generation of
moving
policy
because of this fucked up rotation in the morning.
and of individuals and households in the private sector is to ensure that the American economy excels far into the future.
Fed's number one
Now, at
objective.
The Fed, our number one objective is getting monetary policy right. That's our clear and constant aim, the star we steer by. And if we get policy right, and I can assure you we will, the inflation
Inta.
surge of the last 5 years will be a
Inta
thing
hilwa,
of the
Habibi.
past.
Shkorak.
Just a month ago, I chaired my very first meeting of the FOMC. My colleagues and I recognize that high inflation has been an undue burden on American households and
BST, you
businesses.
saw that one going yesterday. I think even with
And while
Talon.
monthly
Just watch
price
if those energy momentum plays
volatilities and
pick up. That and
variations are
healthcare.
inevitable.
Otherwise, financials
Especially in an
are doing
unsettled
great now,
world.
and then
Underlying
IGV
inflation
cyber,
over
but
longer
cyber's
time
IGV is coming
horizons
down now.
is determined largely by monetary policy. As the chairman said at the outset, inflation's a choice. The members of our committee have no tolerance for persistently elevated inflation, and we share a resolute commitment to ensure price stability. This was the focus of our June meeting, at which we decided to hold the target range in the Fed funds rate at 3.5 to 3.75%. Now, naturally, our work at the Fed demands a proper reading on economic conditions. As you see in our report, economic activity grew at a solid pace, showing remarkable resilience in the face of recent developments. Household consumption, moderate. Manufacturing output, it moved up steadily this past year. The housing sector, however, gives a somewhat different picture and continues to lag. I want to highlight the most striking feature of this economy right now, and it's business investment. The rapid pace, which appears to be accelerating, reflects in part the construction of data centers and other infrastructure, and the immense demand for AI-related equipment and software. Investment in equipment overall increased about 8% for the year in the first quarter. Within that category, high-tech spending logged an especially impressive growth rate of nearly 25%. At the Fed, we don't yet know fully the extent to which the economy will benefit from AI. Yet it seems inevitable that that which we're now calling AI investment will soon just be called investment. Even so, new opportunities for the economy introduce new challenges for central bankers. We at the Fed are monitoring the implications for employment and for inflation. That brings me briefly, I'll end here so I don't go afoul of the time commitment, to the supply side of the economy, which deserves equal measure of discussion. Productivity growth has been strong, predating gains from AI adoption. America's labor force appears stable. Job creation has in fact kept pace with the workforce. The unemployment rate is low and changed little over the last year. And we've seen relatively few layoffs. In closing, I will say this. I came to my new position as a believer in the very best of the Fed's traditions. I'm heartened by the welcome I've received and by the encouragement of my colleagues in considering how best to advance the conduct of monetary policy. We have a duty to point this institution forward, to take a fresh look at current practices, to make sure we're serving the objectives you gave us, and we're going about it systematically. I've appointed task forces that you've already referenced in 5 key areas to improve the broad conduct of monetary policy. 1, Fed communications. 2, our balance sheet policy. 3, our use of existing data sources. 4th, productivity and jobs in an era of remarkable transformation.
Well, I was looking
And
for something. I was
5,
trying to find
and not least
another
important,
error.
the Fed's
I couldn't
inflation
find it.
frameworks. The purpose of this initiative is to equip the Fed to make better decisions in monetary policy and put these years of high inflation behind us. We're starting a new chapter, Mr. Chairman, at the Federal Reserve. In this consequential time for our nation, I can report to you that we at the Fed intend to be fit for purpose and focused on the future. We are the Federal Reserve, Mr. Chairman, and we're determined as ever to fulfill the mission that Congress has given us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I welcome your questions.
Thank you,
MSTR
Mr.
again,
Warsh.
chips
We'll now
bounced.
turn to member questions. I
So
recognize
look, that
myself
brought down
for
software
5
a little
minutes.
bit, but they matched up.
As
And then
outlined
to
in
see if
your
you could get
statement,
Mag 7, you
inflation is
finally
the
have
result
one
of
playing
many
along.
factors.
Google.
Of these, the Fed has control only over one: monetary policy, as expressed through its interest rate and balance sheet policy. Today, a potential second surge of inflation is appearing due to factors outside the Fed's control. What the Fed can't control is how it reacts. Though upward pressure on prices may diminish on its own, it's not a sure thing. The Fed may be able to look through these inflationary pressures, but the Fed has believed that before and has been wrong. High inflation affects Americans in the here and now, not in some hypothetical future composed of long-term projections or of inflation expectations. Mr. Chairman, I was very encouraged to hear both in your testimony and your opening FOMC statement about restoring price stability as a top priority for you. When we think about that in the near term, though, how do you and your colleagues on the Open Market Committee plan to accomplish that given the policy tools at your disposal?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We want economic growth to be more broad-based, and we want the change in prices, the increase in inflation, to be more limited. There are a lot of things that are happening that are outside of our control, as you mentioned, conflicts overseas and the rest. We can't have and shouldn't have a direct control on that. But inflation's a choice. We monetary policymakers need to choose lower prices, and that's the commitment my colleagues have made. In direct answer to your question, I would say we're doing 3 things. 1, commitment, which you heard at our first FOMC meeting, and I hope you heard today, is we're committed to the Fed to deliver price stability. We're committed to the 2% inflation goal. And so for businesses or households or market participants who came into this saying, well, they said before they were committed, but they seem to have tolerated a higher level of inflation, that commitment is resolute. Second thing that we can do is take ownership. This isn't a time for us to pass the buck, to blame others. The Federal Reserve can and will deliver price stability. We have the tools that you mentioned, both interest rates and balance sheet policy, that can help us achieve that aim. And we have the tools to deliver that. So it's a function of commitment, responsibility, and tools, and we're 3 for 3 and we'll deliver.
Thank you. I referenced in my opening statement about the 2020 decision on tolerating higher inflation and that it's now been abandoned by the board. Clearly, I think that was a policy error. It was praised by some at the time in August of 2020, but I found it alarming at the time it took place. First of all, do you agree with the FOMC's decision to abandon that? And secondly, how do you consider this past 6 years of experience when you look at the task force work on the framework question for looking at inflation?
Yeah, so there's no secret that at the time that the framework in 2020 was announced, the new framework, which was intended to get inflation higher, that at the time and in subsequent years before finding my way into this job, I was very critical of it. That central bank wasn't the first central bank to ask for a little more inflation and end up with a lot more. It was a mistake. The framework did not succeed in its objectives, and I am pleased that before my arrival, that my predecessors took that and cast it aside. All central bankers are going to make some share of mistakes, but when they make a mistake, they've got to call it out. Had that mistake been called out sooner, I don't believe we would have been burdened with this undue tax over the last 5 years. It's nearly the same degree. That's why we are reform-oriented. That's why my colleagues and I are so driven by these task forces to think about them anew. And in final response, I'd just say one of the task forces you mentioned is to revisit the inflation frameworks that the Federal Reserve uses so that we can better understand what will cause inflation to rise and fall and what we can do about it.
Well, thank you. And you also referenced courage in your opening statement, and you've just outlined the toughness of the set of policy choices that you and your fellow governors have. So difficult that your longtime predecessor, Arthur Burns, described that mission as the anguish of central banking to try to cope with the different structures. So in the last seconds I have left, will your task force work review the issue of what you have control over versus what is in the control of the Congress and regulatory and executive branch authority?
Yeah, I'll be brief in my response given the time. There's no anguish in central banking here, Mr. Chairman. We have the commitment, the power, and the responsibility to deliver on the mandate that this committee gave us, and we will. We've got full ability to do it, so you will not hear me blaming anyone else.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired, and I recognize the ranking member, Mrs. Waters, for questions for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Walsh, Section 10 of the Federal Reserve Act states, and I quote, "No member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System shall be an officer or director of any bank, banking institution, trust company, or Federal Reserve Bank, or hold stock in any bank, banking institution, or trust company," quote unquote. This prohibition ensures there's no conflict of interest arising from your role in making decisions as a regulator that could lead to your personal profit. Yes or no? Do you think that's a sensible prohibition?
Check your mic, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, Ranking Member. It's the law you've written, and it's the law we will follow.
Let me keep going. Vice Chair Baumann and FDIC Chair Hill testified last year that this prohibition is good public policy as it ensures that bank regulators serve the public's best interest and not their own. Now, unfortunately, President Trump undermined the independence of financial regulators, mandating the White House must now review and approve regulatory rules put forward by banking regulators, including the Fed, except when it comes to monetary policy. And instead of focusing on the job Americans elected him to do, the president grossly profiting off of his position to the extent the The president and other executive branch officials now have a say in regulations in the Fed issues. Chair Warsh, should those officials be prohibited from owning any businesses where they have a role in regulating them, whether it is crypto company or bank or anything else? Yes or no?
So, Ranking Member Waters, I don't mean to disappoint you, but we're going to stay in our lane at the Federal Reserve. The more we stay in our lane, the more we stay out of politics. The rules and obligations for others outside the Federal Reserve are not something at which I feel it's appropriate for me to opine.
I have here President Trump's most recent financial disclosure, which shows that Trump made billions of dollars in the first year of his presidency, the bulk of which came from his family's crypto businesses,
into it
all
now.
while he is responsible for overseeing the agency.
Again, a lot of those China names just popped on that
This is an egregious
NVIDIA
conflict
headline,
of interest,
but then
and
they kind of
Congress
faded.
must put an end to it. Now, I want to just show you, in case you haven't had time to look yet, that this is the president's disclosure of his financial interests. This is, how many pages? 900. This is
I read it all.
900 pages.
We should go
of
over it too, so you
financial
guys can see
interests.
what he does for taxes.
When you
and
have
shit.
time, I want you to go
quite
through
interesting.
them so that you'll know and understand exactly what I'm talking about. So let me ask you, do you believe we must put an end to it?
Ranking Member, you've given us a big job. We've begun in 6 short weeks to tackle the big job, and I'm focused on that.
Well, let me just go further with the prediction markets.
She smile.
I'm deeply concerned
Unity,
by the potential for
Van Path,
regulators
and
to
Snow
profit
again.
from the use of material, non-public information
crowd is even at
on
the high
prediction
too,
markets.
but these cyber
There's a
names.
pattern of insiders
Again, you have Okta
appearing
and
to profit
Rubric
ahead
as well,
of
even
market
MDB.
moving.
I mean,
Trump
IGV hit another high.
administration
IGV is
decisions,
green
like when
by
officials
0.7.
with close ties
Again, chips
to
are
the
even up by
administration
1.7 now,
make
too. They're
trades
starting to climb.
prior to major tariff announcements. Chair Warsh, what oversight does the Fed conduct over its employees with regard to insider
Yeah,
trading?
NVIDIA got some
and
good
given
candles.
the rise
Again, they just
of
got headlines
prediction
on selling
markets,
China chips.
Is the Fed increasing
There's
its
also a headline on
oversight
it in the
for
morning,
its
too.
employees profiting from the use of material, nonprofit information?
Ranking Member, at the end of my very first week on the job, I sent a letter to the 23,000 employees of the Fed, reminding them the best of the Fed's traditions, which is our culture. And included in that culture is integrity. Included in that culture is ensuring that we abide by the law and the very highest standards. That's a commitment that we've made to each
Okay,
other
high
and we'll make to
tickers
you.
gassing a little harder. A couple of healthcare
Well,
on
thank
the
you.
low, Cigna,
Chair Warsh, in
and value. No,
2019,
they're
I
selling
posed
value,
a simple
dude.
question to former Chair
So look,
Powell.
Pepsi,
I
Staples,
asked, if you get a
Coca-Cola,
call from the
Procter,
president,
they're
and he
dumping
said, "I'm
XLP
firing
and they're
you,"
going to software.
pack up, and it's
For
time
now,
to
let's
go.
just see how
What
long
would
it
you
holds.
do?
But again,
Chair
today,
Powell said,
your
"Of course,
XLV,
I
except
would
for
not
XLF
do
with
that."
earnings, but even then, it's not
the
that
answer
good.
would be no.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I asked further. He does not want me to go any further. Do you think
He
the
don't want to
president
go
should
any
have-
He can
farther.
answer that answer. He can give you an answer in writing, and I'm sure he will do
I
that
want the
in a
public to
timely
hear.
way. Thank you so much.
Damn, he
The
said
chair
he
recognizes
dodged
the
the
chair of our
question
task
in
force
writing.
monetary policy, Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I
Apple
want to
now.
start off discussing these task forces you've created. Clearly, Chairman Hill's monetary
Okay,
policy.
your
task
crowds are
force
back to
idea is
1,000 on the
fire
bid.
As we see this go across the
So
landscape. What
listen,
do
if
you
you didn't get
anticipate
I don't
the
want to
result
hear
of
it.
the
If you
task
don't get
force
1,000%
to be?
this week,
Can we expect
there's been
public
one every
reports or
week.
other documents?
That one's on the
How
bid
do you
now.
envision presenting the results of these findings, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you very much. Right now, they're in discovery mode. I've given the 5 task forces a tall task to go back to first principles, see what we're doing, see what can be improved upon. They were starting with a blank sheet of paper, and you had a highly credible central bank running the most important monetary policy in the world. What would we do? Are there existing practices we could improve upon? Are there hard questions we could answer? The changes in the
Whoa,
economy
spy.
relevant to that.
Trump touts
In
U.S.
terms of
Japan
disclosure,
investment on Truth
we're going
Social.
to make sure that the external
No.
independent
This is
task
I don't think
forces,
it's Kevin.
which are staffed by
think
some
it's
superb
Donald.
Fed staffers, that they get to share their views first with the decision makers. There are going to be 19 of us around
He
the
just went
table
on a
that
fucking
are
Truth Social dump.
committed to listen to them with an open mind and make decisions. But there's going to be nothing held in secret here. This is a public discussion on these
Yeah,
five.
but you got to
and
pop
I'm
there.
happy to share
Again,
the
oil
results
down
and the
too, so
thinking,
that could also be war
periodically
related.
between now and the end of the year, at which point I hope we've got some real conclusions.
Of course, the committee task force is very sensitive on this thing. Let's move to the communications and balance sheet. A concern I raised with your predecessor is the potential for confusion on the purpose of
Meta and
adjustments to the
Bitcoin.
Fed's balance sheet, absent clear and frequent communication. For example, the trading desk announced yesterday it's continuing the $10 billion in bill purchases this period, presumably to maintain ample reserves. I understand not wanting to preempt the work of the communications task force, but can you share your thoughts on balance sheet policy communication? Will you make it clear to the markets when shrinking the balance sheet is intended to tighten monetary policy?
Again, you have
rather
something
than
on
a
Japan, you
deregulatory
got
effort to
Kevin, but
avoid
then
the market
oil just
distortions?
moved, and then Spy Pop.
You raise a couple of very good points. First, that some of the boundaries of these task forces will overlap. In some sense, each of the task forces are charged with obligations that are ultimately the FOMC and the Board of Governors. So the Communications Task Force and the Balance Sheet Task Force, there might be some overlap in their work. Let me cut to the chase. The balance sheet policies since the global financial crisis
Meta and
when I
Google are
last
your
served,
Max 7 leaders.
the balance sheet regime has changed quite significantly. The size and duration of assets the Fed's holding have changed massively. They changed first in a period of crisis. That was the design of this new balance sheet policy. I don't want to prejudge decisions that this task force makes, but it's no secret of my long-held views, and I'll just state them three ways. One is the balance sheet is part of monetary policy. Monetary policy is made both through interest rates and through the balance sheet policies. The balance sheet isn't merely about plumbing. So that's point one. Second, I want to assure you that if there were a change in balance sheet policy, that we would preview it, explain it, debate it, and no changes in balance sheet policy would happen without good advance notice to the likes of this committee and broadly financial markets. And three, as we think about balance sheet policy, we at the Federal Reserve have to do, I think, a strong and compelling job to stay clear of fiscal policy. We want to be out of the fiscal policy business, which is between you and the Treasury Secretary and the President, and focus on monetary policy. Those are among the big questions I've asked this group of three distinguished leaders to take on, and I look forward to hearing what they have to say about it.
The composition of Treasury purchases continues to trend towards more price-sensitive market participants. The MPR details this trend along with the strong demand and increased liquidity, though we know from experience conditions can worsen quickly in the crisis. How are you thinking about financial stability and the threat of fiscal dominance as Congress fails to get spending under control while the demand for our debt, including the Federal Reserve, continues to change?
So it's an excellent
Hey,
question.
Sprouts selling off.
As we sit here today, the average duration, that is the average
And now 10 billion crowd.
outstanding stock of assets that are held by the Fed and U.S. Treasuries is about 6.5 years. The Treasuries that held in the market are about 4.5 years. I understand in periods of crises, like the 2020 pandemic and the 2008 crisis, central banks by design needing to step into markets to create a fair price. But in more benign times, when our overall holdings are larger than the
Workday,
market,
Intuit,
that's something
there's
where
just a bunch on
monetary
the high.
policy is, in the language of former Chairman Volcker, on the edge of its authority. These are among the questions that this task force will look at.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member of the House Small Business Committee, Ms. Velasquez of New York, for 5 minutes.
Right here. Welcome to the committee. I would like to start with a straightforward, simple question. Do you work for Donald Trump? Yes or no?
If I'm
I'm
permitted
glad
to
he's
say,
smiling
we're an
like I am.
independent central bank. We're honored to
That
be
sounded like a
independent.
question my dad would ask.
Independence
That's like
came
when
from
my
you.
dad found,
Okay, that's enough.
when my parents
Thank you.
found how high
What
in my
steps
brother's room.
would you take
They're like,
if
"Look,
the president
they have a
or
DVD,
others in the
How to Get
administration
High."
target you or your fellow governors because he doesn't like how many of them are voting on interest rate policy?
So it's not my intuition to engage in hypotheticals, but I'll tell you this: the Supreme Court said
That's an easy way out.
The Supreme Court said that the Federal Reserve and the conduct of monetary policy is independent. the extent there were questions about it, the courts answered those questions.
So what would you do?
I would continue to do my job.
Okay, good. Chair Warsh, do you agree that current monetary policy exists in an extremely polarized and politicized environment?
Outside the four walls of the Federal Reserve, there's no doubt a lot of politics. But my goal inside the central bank is for there to be no politics. To the extent there's politics there, we're going to get rid of them.
Well, I, along with many on my side, will say that the attempted firings of a sitting Fed governor and Fed chair in the central bank's 111-year history is quite the politicization and polarization of the Fed. Chair Warsh, at your nomination hearing a few months ago, you said, and I state, I am committed to ensuring that the conduct of monetary policy remains
Sentinel.
strictly independent. You
Like
just
I was
said
telling you
that.
guys, 20 bucks
Are
is
you
the next
still
level.
committed to conducting
So it's
independent
like 20
monetary
flat
policy
and then
today?
2050 to
Absolutely.
2150.
Given the current
But yeah, very
mistrust
big level.
of government
I would just
and
like
the
a buyout
political
room right now.
environment surrounding your appointment,
Come on.
the decision to limit communications and offload Fed objectives to clandestine task forces with no clear transparency calls your motivations into question.
Clandestine.
Can you commit today to institute an explanatory framework that details the reasoning of the Fed's actions following policy changes?
I'm here today, Congressman, to do just that. And I think I've demonstrated in my first 6 or 7 weeks in office a commitment to independence and a commitment to reform. Those two are of common importance, and I'm going to deliver on both of them.
I'm glad to hear that.
Thank you.
Chair Warsh, at your first post-AOMC meeting as chair, you were asked how you intend to handle Fed communications going
Apple's
forward.
even trying to go.
You answered,
And that
and I
NVIDIA chilled
quote,
out.
"We made some changes today. I expect more changes to come, and some of those might well be worthy of a press conference." To me, that is not a very definitive standard. Can you commit today to creating a fixed public standard for which FOMC decisions and procedural changes trigger a press conference rather than deciding case by case which ones might be worth it? Yes or no?
So if I can be a slightly longer than yes or no, the last 63 months, maybe 64 months of high inflation above the Fed's objective suggests that it is immediately important to think about reforms, including in communications, and that's what we're going to do. I don't expect any of the changing communications to be about
said the
hiding
Fed
the
did
ball.
so bad in
Purpose
the
of
last
changing
5 years.
communications
Why
is
would you
do
want to keep
one
it the
thing
same?
right, which is to get monetary policy
I
right.
hear you, but are you instituting any standards that will
She said facts. I hear you,
qualify
but-
a press conference as a worth news for the public and hear us in Congress?
So in a word, yes, and we have a task force that's going to help us think about how to do that and do a better job of getting policy right and
So
making
can-
sure that you know what we're doing and why.
Can you give me a single objective or criteria right now on how you will determine whether or not a change at the Fed is significant enough for you to hold a press conference on it?
Mr. Chairman, I'd invite you to answer that question in writing, please, for the gentlewoman from New York. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas. Mr. Sessions, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, welcome. We're delighted that you're here. This is your first time here, but you'll get used to coming back. You'll be here twice a year, so your report to Congress is important, and we do count on the factual nature of that. I'd like to refer, if I can, to 3 questions and allow you to speak instead of myself most of the time. Number 1, housing interest rates, that would be on page 21 and 37. Then understanding better the agricultural stability of that marketplace. I represent a hugely agricultural district. And second, or lastly, the labor market outlook, that's page 16. I'll let the gentleman please move forward, and I'll prompt you now on the first one, housing interest rates. You would please talk to us, your view of that. It's higher than what I want, but you're the person that's in the seat today.
So as I mentioned in my opening statement, prepared remarks, the economy is solid. Financial markets look like they're in very good condition. But when we look at housing markets, the story is much more uneven. 30-year fixed rate mortgages, which is really the relevance of much of this discussion to a lot of hardworking Americans. It's higher than it's been, and in part, that's because of inflation that has been above the Fed's objectives.
Okay, and looking forward,
so we have
your goal. What can we look at you and say, what is our new chairman going to do about that?
So he's going to deliver price stability with his colleagues at the FOMC. And what we can do in making sure that people are confident that the change in prices is at such a level they don't have to think about it and they don't have to talk about it. That is consistent with long-term treasury yields being lower, and that's also consistent with mortgages being more affordable.
MPT.
Well, I agree with that, and I'll look forward to that. Agricultural outlook, as you know, farmers, the farm economy is going through some changes. Your viewpoint on that?
As you know, the Fed does not target particular sectors, but that doesn't mean these sectors aren't incredibly important. The housing economy matters to the economy, the overall economy, and so does the ag economy. It's the breadth and diversity of the U.S. economy that gives it its strength. It's the dynamism of what's happening in each of these sectors, including in agriculture, that gives us great comfort that economic growth can be materially higher than it is. We are not afraid of productivity-led growth, and that's not unique to AI. That's across all sectors of the economy. As I mentioned to Chairman Hill, we're looking for growth to be broader and the change in prices, the inflation in prices to be more limited. Agriculture is not immune to either of those developments.
Well, the Agriculture Secretary has been added to some of your important committees to make sure there's discussion. I hope that you will listen to her. It is important for you to understand that when people talk about the stock market or investment, farmers and ranchers look out in their backyard at the cost of their equipment, at the cost of their land, at the cost of things. They don't have a stock market.
FBI,
they have their own investment.
CrowdStrike,
and I think that the
trends in
Secretary
cyber, including how
can
AI
be there
is
to
reshaping
completely continue to remind you of that.
North Korea.
Labor market outlook really looks
Microsoft.
good. Page 16, sir.
Yo, even Corsair.
Yeah, so the labor market has been remarkably resilient. The increase in nominal wages has been solid. You might have heard in my comments at the beginning of this a bit more focus on the price stability part of the mandate. I want you to know, though, that there is no disfavored part of the legislative remit that you gave us. The dual mandate is your word to us that we're going to focus on price stability and on full employment. I intend to do just that, and if I could add one other thing, in my view, the two parts of the mandate are not in conflict. This is not an either-or proposition. The more we can do to deliver low and stable prices, the more we can get it such that people aren't worried about inflation, the more employers are going to want to hire more workers. So you gave us a remit. We take both parts of it seriously. As we look out the window now, the labor markets look to be in pretty good balance.
It's only $7.50.
We've got some work to do on the
I
inflation
kind of
front.
want to do push-ups.
Well,
already.
we in the
it's
one
early.
big beautiful bill encourage
Wesley
people to
on
go
the
back
low.
to work.
It's only $3 though.
And that is why we do not tax overtime pay and why we do not tax what would be tips. We need to get people back in the marketplace. We hope you helped us out, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to us,
Copper.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time.
Gentleman from Texas
Thank
yields
you,
back.
Mr.
Chair
Tom.
recognizes the ranking member of our Capital Markets Subcommittee, Mr. Sherman of California, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, first I want to commend you for looking to improve the data on which you base your monetary policy decisions. Up until now, we've relied on survey data as a substantial part of that, and increasingly Americans just don't voluntarily answer survey questions. I want to commend you for declaring your independence. We saw what happens in Argentina, Venezuela, and most notably Turkey when federal central bank independence is eroded. I would say ironically that had your predecessor caved to Trump and lowered interest rates below what economics would call for, we would have much higher inflation today, and that would have been bad for Americans. It would have been absolutely terrible for the Republican Party.
Fuck yeah, dude.
So the independent, your agency has saved Donald Trump from
rates
himself.
for the election.
And finally, I would say
Close one.
don't rely on this distinction between the Cook and the
U.S.
Slaughter
officials say
cases.
shipments of H-200 ships to
The
China
idea
have begun.
that every congressionally created independent agency isn't independent,
Then a couple of
except
China
yours.
names popped on that last one.
You don't
We've
want
heard
to
about it a
be
lot.
relying
Save
on
NVIDIA
that.
moves.
The distinctions the court makes between your agency and every other agency are rather weak historically. Our capital markets support our business expansion and our economy. Money market funds are an important part of that, buying short-term commercial paper from corporations. Our payment system is designed to meet the needs of honest Americans. That's why we have an anti-money laundering, know your customer rule that makes it a bad system for drug dealers, sanctions evaders, etc. There's a rival to these institutions, and that is a cryptocurrency, which literally means hidden money, and is designed to, and then we have in particularly stable coins, which are just like a money market fund, except you earn zero interest, and everything is hidden. Now, the Federal Reserve established liquidity facilities to support money market funds in the last crisis. Will the Federal Reserve support cryptocurrency or stable coins if they face a run-on from investors?
So, Congressman, thank you for mentioning many of those issues. We talked about a lot of them in your office, so I appreciate it. I still have the scars from the 2008 financial crisis.
We all
still
do.
have the scars from the extraordinary efforts that my colleagues and I, under Chairman Bernanke's leadership, had to do. That is not something we want to repeat.
Can you
The
assure
reforms
us
that we need are
that
to
you
try
will
to mitigate
not
that.
be bailing out stablecoin and cryptocurrency?
So I don't want to, I can be more broadly than that. We do not want to be in the bailout business, full stop.
But your predecessor did provide a liquidity function for money market funds. If, God forbid, we faced a similar circumstance in the crypto world, would you bail them out?
So I want to be very clear. We're going to do everything we can to mitigate those sorts of extraordinary risks. If and when they were to come in the next 4 years, we want to be in a position we're not bailing out anybody, including crypto.
You're not really answering the question. Obviously, everybody prefers our economy works well. And I'm certainly concerned with giving non-banks direct access to the payment system, and this Kraken filing with the Kansas City Fed is concerning, but I want to move on to Basel
NVIDIA's been very
III.
responsive to these China
Your
headlines.
predecessor
It's
said
been-
that
it's been like the same thing, like
the capital
reiterated a
requirements
couple
for
times
banks in
with little updates.
2019 were
Yeah,
about
watch
right.
those. And then again, the whole chip
The current
software dynamic today.
reproposal substantially raises those capital requirements. Were capital requirements about right in 2019, or should they be higher than that today?
So the good news is we have a proposed capital rule that's out for comment. I'm quite interested in getting the reports and the comments on that, and I look forward to reviewing those and making a judgment. I would say, as a first principle, strong capital ratios, strong liquidity ratios, strong supervision, and strong market discipline, they're all of a piece to ensure we don't find ourselves in a world where there's unsafe or unsound institutions.
We, of course, want strong limits. On the other hand, if you go overboard, you hurt economic growth and hurt the economy. I hope in that review process you'll look at low-income housing tax credits, where you've already moved from
Scale
400% to
per
100%. It should be closer to 20%.
IGV came back.
These are very stable assets.
Gentleman's time has
and
expired.
my time has expired.
Corsair. Well,
Appreciate
just,
you, Mr.
of course,
Chairman.
got
The
hit
chair
with the
recognizes the
momentum.
chair
I
of our
still like them.
Subcommittee
I
on
don't
Financial
even,
Institutions,
believe it
the
or not, I think this is
distinguished
doing
gentleman
very
from
well.
Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
This structure looks very, very nice. They still got
Thank you,
the
Mr.
setup.
Chairman, and
You're going to need earnings, but
Chairman
remember,
Warsh,
momentum had its
congratulations on your
biggest
confirmation and
sell-off in 5 years.
swearing in
So
as the
unfortunately,
17th
this was
Chairman
part
of the
it.
Federal Reserve. I am grateful for your commitment to reforming the Fed.
Thank you for Kevin.
And that
Thank you
appreciation
for
is
Warsh.
surpassed only by
Thank
our
you
shared
for
love
Rich.
for Kentucky
Thank you
thoroughbreds
for
and
Heights.
your love
It's
of
a
the great
beautiful
sport
day.
of horse racing.
Hey.
Let me just ask you, first of all, since you're swearing in over 7 weeks ago, things seem quite a bit
All of them,
different
10B,
over at
Palant.
the Fed. A few examples: elimination of forward guidance, abstaining from the dot plot, creation of these 5
that guidance,
specialized
son.
task forces, and maybe most impressively, taking accountability. Instead of blaming inflation on the pandemic or supply chain interruptions or tariffs or the Strait of
Okta,
Hormuz,
too, some more cyber.
you are
EWY,
saying
Korea,
that
SK
inflation
Hynix
is
as
always
well.
and every
Microsoft
time
and
the
software is
result
helping
of
us, but again, NVIDIA
the
as
Fed
well
supporting
too.
printing
It's just
too
you
much
got
money.
both of them playing along today.
Tell me, Mr.
After
Warsh,
starting off pretty shitty.
you
Where's
appear to be
IBM?
quite different from your predecessors. How are you different?
So
I'm different.
I've known
Yeah,
5
I'm
of my
different.
predecessors. I've learned particular lessons from each of them. I can only be my own man. I served before at the Fed for about 5.5 years under Chairman Bernanke, and I learned a lot of things then. But you're right. In 6 weeks, we have caused, I think, a sea change in new thinking. The beginning of a set of reforms that
You
are going
have,
to be put
brother.
in place
You have.
across at
I
least
didn't
5
think you were
dimensions in
serious about
monetary
it.
policy.
I look forward
And it's
to
a broader
next year.
discussion about reforms that will be forthcoming in everything we do, including supervision and regulation, where there's already
IBM's
been a
still near
good
the
start, in payments and the rest. We made a lot of progress in 6 weeks, but I think it's important to use this opportunity wisely. The 63 months of inflation above target has been an
SK
unfair
Hynix.
burden and has been a tax on the American people and businesses. We plan on getting rid of that tax. If that means we need a regime change in policy and we need new consideration of practices, some of which have been working, some of which haven't, that's what we aim to do, and we're just getting started.
Well, I appreciate your commitment to being different. Let's talk about overhauling Fed communications. This from a Wall Street Journal editorial on
only have
June
Google and
15th.
Meta up. That's the crazy part.
They write, few innovations since 2008 have been as counterproductive as the adoption of forward
ASTH,
guidance as a
couple
policy
candles.
tool. The constant yammering, long policy statements, press conferences after every FOMC meeting, nonstop speeches by Fed officials, and above all, the quarterly summary of economic projections has exposed how little the Fed understands about the economy and trapped officials in errant policies. Chairman Warsh, why is it important to do away with the dot plot and end once and for all
Very
forward
few
guidance?
NVIDIA chips have been shipped to China.
Well, Congressman,
Reuters.
I've made no
it's
secret
your first
probably over the last
negative
15
headline.
years of my views on communications. I think when central bankers speak like I am before you, it's either one under obligation or in this case under obligation and purpose, which is to share a set of new reforms so that American households and businesses might say to themselves, this is a regime change in policy. We're only beginning it. I'm keenly interested in the views of these 5 task forces, and ultimately these are decisions that are going to be made jointly. The best of the Fed's traditions are to work collegially, and I've really been quite impressed how open-minded my colleagues have been to take it up, specifically in communications. If we were to share with you our every passing thought, I worry not that there's anything wrong with us, but we're human. And if we were to give you my projection today about what we'll do when we meet in 2 weeks, what we'll do over the course of the year, that we'd then find ourselves sort of taking information that's consistent with our priors and rejecting information that's inconsistent. It's not the way we want to do things. We want to get policy right, and I think being somewhat more circumspect in our communications, at least for me, is a better way of calling balls and strikes.
Finally, thanks for your commitment on dealing with this mission creep. In recent years, the Fed has concerned itself with matters outside of its dual mandate, including diversity, equity, inclusion, climate change, and the like. That's why the Fed's joining the network of the greening of the financial system distracted the Fed from the very important job of price stability. How will you keep the Fed from rejoining the network for the greening of the financial system or veering into these peripheral and distracting matters that go beyond the statutory remit of the Fed?
By being very clear of our obligations. You told us that our job is full employment and price stability. You gave us plenty of other hard work to do. We'll have a series of reforms outside of monetary policy. Our plate is full. We will not be wandering into other areas, I can assure you, Congressman.
Thank you. I yield back. The gentleman from New York, the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And congratulations, Mr. Chairman. You just jump into this because in your testimony, you talked about the Federal Reserve's, and I quote, rightful independence in the conduct of monetary policy, which is good. Now, as the Chairman Hill has indicated, I also do some foreign affairs work. And I'm very concerned about what's taking place in the Strait of Hormuz and rising cost of gas, because we know that when those prices go up at the pump, it gives higher transportation and energy cost, and they work their way through the economy, generally making groceries higher and household goods, etc. So it depends upon handling it. So if the administration's handling of the conflict with Iran contributes to another inflationary shock, will you make the decision you believe is in the best interest of the American people and the American economy in that rightful independent stance?
Congressman, that is always our commitment, to make the best decision we can, consistent with the remit and our understanding of the world. And as I said to the chairman at the outset, we'll deliver price stability.
So, and that's, still based upon what we've seen from the president thus far. Now, I just want to be clear, make sure that, because I got to be clear on this, that if the president publicly pressures you to pursue a different course than the one you believe is in the economic data supports, will you follow the president's wishes or follow the data?
My commitment to you is to follow the law and follow the data, and follow our very best judgment.
And that's even if he publicly criticizes you for doing it. If you decide this is the way to go, this is what the data shows, and he publicly criticizes you and tells you how disappointed he's in you and all of that, will you still do what the data tells you to do?
I will, Congressman.
You ready for that?
I'm ready to follow the law, and I'm ready for the Fed to deliver on the expansive remit that you gave us. I'll make only one other note. We have a wide lens. We're interested in what's happening in the war. We're interested in what's happening in military conflicts around. We have to take that all in, but then we have to shut the door and make our very best decision. That's what we're going to do in a couple of weeks, and that's what we'll do in the remainder of my tenure.
Thank you. So now I want you to know that I support innovation, but I also believe that the Federal Reserve has a responsibility to protect the integrity of our payment system from political pressure and short-term enthusiasm. And I believe that the administration has made expanding access to fintech and digital asset firms a clear priority of his, but the Federal Reserve has long evaluated access to its payment infrastructure based on safety and soundness, operational resilience, and effective risk management, and the stability of the financial system. Not politics, not political priorities. So, can you, and what I should say this also, because what I'm concerned about is that there are firms that's connected to our nation's payment infrastructure that must have robust cybersecurity, fraud prevention, compliance, and operational controls, because failures can undermine public confidence in the financial system and leave consumers exposed to significant harm. So, my question is, can you commit that decisions about access to the Federal Reserve's payment rails will remain grounded solely in the Fed's independent assessment of systemic risk, safety, and soundness, and not political direction?
We're going to keep politics out of the Fed. We're going to stay focused on the responsibilities you've given us. And I think you highlight something very important. This new technology revolution, which is hitting the Federal Reserve and the economy, provides huge opportunities. The United States can lead in payments. our economy can be the strongest in the world and
then
improve
Avion
its
Capital
growth rate.
expects to deliver
But it's
Boeing
not
from
without
order
risks,
book to
and we at the
WestJet.
Fed are
Bigger
going
spy
to
pop.
strike the right balance between the challenges and the opportunities in
Yeah,
payments
bro,
and more
premiums
broadly.
are already
Please
up.
ask
Are you
this, I got
kidding
20
me?
seconds, but what
Yo, you're
objective
moving.
standards must any firm
They've already jacked
satisfy
up
before
premiums
you
almost
conclude that the
50%,
benefits of innovation outweigh the risk to consumers and the broader financial system?
I like the way you think. A benefit cost test is a
like
good
the
test
way
for
you
economists like us, and if the benefits exceed the cost, then that's the kind of policy,
Hey, the premiums
procedure,
came
and
down
objective
after
we
that.
want to pursue.
You had a moment to sell those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
Trump,
Chairman
Horm is
yields
open
back.
to
The chair
all.
recognizes the chair of our Capital
Replace
Markets Subcommittee,
20%
Ann Wagner
reimbursement
of
with
Missouri.
massive
You're recognized
trade
for
and
5 minutes.
investment deal from
Hi,
Gulf
thank you,
states.
Mr. Chairman.
Trump.
And
Oil
welcome,
is flowing
Chairman
like
Warsh,
never
and
before.
congratulations to you. My work on the Capital Markets
SB,
Subcommittee
safe
as chairman
bulkers.
has been focused
Is this a shipping
on
stock?
giving the American people and our small businesses more options and access to our markets, giving the everyday investor and the local employer better opportunities to grow their financial future.
Trump will have a full blockade, but
and,
only ships coming to and from
kind of on their
Iranian
own
ports.
terms, I'd
Replace
say.
the 20% reimbursement
Under the previous
with trade and
administration, we
investment
saw a
deals.
heavy-handed regulatory approach that aimed to strip risk out of our markets entirely. And time after
Gulf
time,
states
the
will make
Biden-Harris
investments in the
administration
US.
pushed policies that limited financial freedom and stifled growth. Our capital markets are, as we all know, the envy of the world, and that is because we allow Americans to weigh risk and reward for themselves and make the financial decisions that are
LRN
best
on the low.
for them
Whoa,
and their
LRN
families.
selling off.
Chairman Warsh, at a high level, how do you view
There's a
the
wide
Fed's
spread if you could
role
get something
relative
cheap on
to
there,
the
but, yeah, none of them are
financial
there. But
system,
LRN, that's
both
really selling off.
as a central bank and as a bank regulator?
Cyber
And I
ETF
guess what I mean is, should the
52-week
Fed
high,
try
so
to
that bubble's
engineer all
continuing.
risk out of our economic system, or should it act as a
wanted to see
prudent
something
observer that only intervenes when truly necessary? Dual part
Congressman, it's a leading question, which I can answer with we need to strike the right balance. We are not trying to take risks out of markets in normal times. The economic growth that I mentioned to your colleague just a moment ago comes about because of a certain dynamism in our financial markets, which comes from a dynamism in the
Staples
real
selling
economy.
off again. So watch,
that
that's
isn't
what happened
created
last
by
time.
the Federal
but
Reserve, but we can
IGV
be a
Cyber just hit a
foundation
high. Cyber's a
of clear,
52-week
steady
high.
policies,
See what chips do. They're kind of
delivering on
turning
the,
up. They're both in the
remit that
green.
you
But
gave us,
yeah, gold and
so that
silver
the,
up, and then you're just
American
selling off
spirit and American
staples in these
economic growth
rotations.
can
Even
continue to be
financials
the
chilled
envy of
out.
the world.
I mean, everything's good.
Something
NASDAQ
on the
1-1, Dow
top
barely green,
of
0.1, and then
mind,
SPY and Russell about 0.4,
for myself
0.5.
and certainly for my constituents in Missouri's
Again,
second
LRN, that thing's
congressional
down
district
5%.
is the state of the economy, including the cost
Then
of
he
living,
just had that one
job
bulk stock,
growth,
bulk shipping
and
stock.
interest rates. Though it is often characterized as being tasked with a dual mandate, the Fed, in fact, has multiple statutory mandates, including stable prices, maximum employment, moderate long-term interest rates, and financial stability. When the Fed leans into one of these goals, sir, it can create ripple effects on the others, forcing a balancing act between competing priorities. Chairman Warsh, how do you weigh
Yeah, silver, gold,
these
SK Hynix.
different
Gold is going
mandates
crazy, actually.
and the trade-offs
And then SK Hynix,
between
check
them?
EWY as well.
I'm a little different than some in the economics profession on that, Congressman. I do not think we have a cruel choice between stable prices and full employment. I think the mandate that you and Congress gave us are entirely consistent. If we can ensure stable prices, the American economy can thrive, businesses can hire more employees, and the dynamic economic engine we talked about can continue to be the
Yeah,
envy
oil
of the
is going
world.
red. That's selling
I
off
don't think
more.
we have to run
Again,
a balancing
Trump saying
test.
the new thing, and then
I
U.S.
don't think it's an
Israel,
either-or
Lebanon met for
proposition.
new round of
We're
mediated
in the business
talks.
of doing
New York
what we
Times.
can to ensure
That's coming
financial
out right now as
stability
well,
over
too.
a business cycle and financial cycle.
So the
and we're
reimbursement
always in
in
the
that.
business of ensuring stable prices and full employment. At different times, our focus, our lens has to turn to one of those priorities, but I think they're entirely consistent with each other.
Which leads to my next my next point here. There are some who believe, Chairman Warsh, that the Fed should be used as an everything regulator, where instead of acting as an observer of markets, the Fed attempts to actively manage them beyond its statutory responsibility. Chairman Warsh,
Tesla got
how
some
does this
candles.
mission creep
I mean, bro, I would take
affect the
any
Fed's
Mac 7
reputation?
going green right now.
And should the
You
Fed
literally
take
still only
actions
have Meta and
beyond
Google.
those specifically authorized in federal
Even
law?
Apple's trying to come up.
We should
Again,
follow the
NVIDIA's
law.
actually in there too. But yeah,
There
there's
is
Tesla
a
dominating the high
tendency,
ticker now.
when circumstances get tough for any regulatory agency, any agency to go to the edge of their authorities, but that's when politics enter the door. My objective, the objective of my colleagues, is to keep politics out, and the way we do that is we steer clear of things that we aren't authorized to do.
Thank
Gentlewoman's
you.
time has expired.
My time's expired, and I think that's the answer we're looking for. I yield back.
The chairman recognizes the ranking member of our Subcommittee on Digital Assets, Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Chairman Warsh. Good to see you. My congratulations. I was pleased to see that in your opening remarks you spoke to the issue of artificial intelligence. And as the ranking member on AI and crypto, I was just curious to tease some more of your thoughts out on that.
Tesla, that candle got bigger.
You know, not
And then SK
only
Hynix
in the financial
still-
services context,
Staples
but
still on the low.
AI in general. I mean, in the past, the Federal Reserve has been able to identify risks of impact to the financial system, but also in a wider context as well. And I wonder if you'd share some of your concerns about that. And I guess I'd like to know, under your leadership, what will be the Fed's approach on AI and how you
AMTM?
protect the system from some of the risks that may be attendant to the adoption of AI.
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. We talked about this a bit in your office, and I appreciate the time. This is perhaps the most significant change in our economy in my adult lifetime. I take the new investments in intelligence, in some sense, to be one where we have to recognize it's a huge opportunity, but it also comes with risks and challenges. It is not the job of the central bank to provide or be certain of what the consequences are over the next 12 or 24 months. But
Yeah, it's
we
a worst day for
recognize that the
IBM,
United States is
pretty much
likely
in its
to be
history.
a big winner. The
since
United States is at the
1987.
forefront of these technologies. Both the human capital and the capital provided from investors are happening here. So the efficient frontier of these technologies are happening in the United States. This is a benefit broadly to our economy. But I don't want to sound overly complacent about it. These
it's dire.
technologies also offer threats when they find their way into adversaries' hands. The infrastructure at the Federal Reserve, the infrastructure at our banks, large
Couple
and
software
small,
names chilled out on
they
that.
must feel new pressure as people are looking to use these
And IBM
technologies to
going
do
lower.
harm. So these technologies can be used for good and for harm. Over the long term, I think the U.S. is the winner. Over the long term, I think there is a material improvement in productivity, which should have a material improvement ultimately in wages and the strength of the economy. But the long term it can be quite
Long-term-
far out, and we've got to monitor things month by month, quarter by quarter as we get there.
Yeah, the thing that troubles me is every time we talk about AI, I hear about this race, and it's us against China, or it's us against South Korea, or countries in the EU. The problem with that thinking is that in this race, and we're seeing the velocity of change is enormous. It's exceeding obviously our ability to regulate AI. At the end of the day, I don't see the United States as the winner. I don't see China as the winner. I see
Oman Security says all 18
artificial
members of the oil
superintelligence
tanker, all
as the
via
winner.
targeted, evacuated,
That's where
3 remain missing.
we're rushing along this course, and at the end of the day, we're creating either us, and it doesn't matter whether the creator of artificial superintelligence is a good guy or a bad guy, or a good gal or a bad gal. That superintelligence itself will be the entity that we have to confront. And I just worry about the the broader impact of what's going on right now. There's tremendous resources, as you know, being poured into AI. I just hope that the course of regulation does not meet the same fate that the regulation of crypto did, where the crypto industry spent close to $250 million up here on Capitol Hill, and they got the bill they wanted. If that happens with AI, we are in serious existential trouble, not only in this country, but in this world. And I do believe that the Fed, in your position, has influence, has the ability to seek out those dangers that others may not identify. And I just ask you to please consider your role and the resources that you have, that maybe you can put a task force together to look at the broader implications of the adoption of AI. They can't even show us, they can't even explain some of the things that they're using right now. The explainability gap is enormous, but I welcome you. I wish you the best. I really do. I wish you the best for all of us.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, the Vice Chairman of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee. Mr. Loudermilk, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Warsh, welcome. Thank you for being here, and Godspeed with the position you now have, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
First, I want to talk about Operation Choke Point. As you are fully aware, Operation Choke Point 2.0 involved partisan actors at the Fed using, quote, reputation risk as a means to target and debank firms and individuals in the digital asset ecosystem. The energy industry, and really anyone that partisan actors at the Fed believed unworthy of a bank account or loan. This was especially egregious given the fact that the Fed does not have a statutory authority from Congress to supervise for reputation risk. While I'm happy that reputation risk has been wiped from the Fed's guidance to examiners, can you please tell us what steps the Fed can take to durably ensure that statutory silence is never again abused by partisan actors to attempt through the Fed what they cannot make through law in Congress, and also what actions that you may be taking?
So thank you, Congressman. Reputational risk has been removed from the dashboard that supervisors and regulators will have anything to do with. My view is that being a good supervisor and regulator is tough business, and we don't need to make it harder by bringing politics into it. Vice Chair Bowman has begun a series of reforms before I arrived in this, and I think you're going to find in the coming quarters and years we're going to continue to reform and refine our regulatory system so that we can have a safer and sounder financial system, and I'll add a more competitive one too.
All right, thank you for that, and we appreciate your work in that area. The Fed currently holds a considerable share of federal debt and has for almost 2 decades now. With a ready buyer and low interest rates, it's not surprising that Congress has been incentivized to run up large and growing deficits over the same time frame. You've spoken before about the Fed's role here and the threat of monetary dominance and fiscal dominance. How can the Fed get out of the business of underwriting Congress's fiscal irresponsibility?
One thing we can do is think hard about when we're going to be buying debt from the Treasury. This might not sound like perfect virtue, but when we have a crisis like in 2008 and 2020, my view is you created the central bank to take extraordinary actions. In more normal times, in a more normal business and financial cycle, fiscal policy needs to be a decision that you make with the administration. Fed should have nothing to do with it. I've set up a task force to focus on the balance sheet, to ask the question, first, what's the effect of the balance sheet on the conduct of monetary policy and ultimately inflation? Second, what are the pros and cons of different regimes? I'm not of the mistaken view we can go back to where we were when I arrived at the Fed in 2006, but I think there are several other sustainable equilibrium we can achieve. And the third question is equally important. It took us nearly 18 years to find our way into this balance sheet. We're holding a lot of long-term Treasury debt, long-term mortgage-backed securities. We won't be able to make changes overnight. Any changes that we make would be well deliberated, would be public, would be understood, and there'd be quite a bit of time before any of that was operationalized. I look forward to the recommendations of the task force, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues around the FOMC as we contemplate alternatives.
Well, thank you for that. And what are your greatest concerns with regard to the threat of monetary dominance?
Yeah, so you have a different job than we do. The independence that many of your colleagues have spoke about this morning is a political and economic decision to give us the pen on interest rates, to let us be the deciders of monetary policy. I've always taken that as part of a bargain. You're giving us independence in that, and my judgment is we should be staying out of fiscal policy. We shouldn't be weighing in, no matter how tempting it might be, either directly by buying assets that have some flavor of fiscal policy, or by opining on subjects that really isn't our business. We're going to try to stick in our lane at the Federal Reserve. We've been good at that for the last 6 weeks, but there's always a temptation to wander in other areas. I'm going to try to be reserved in my comments on fiscal policy with you and your colleagues. That's your job, it's not mine.
Well, thank you for those answers. They're very thorough and very refreshing to hear. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Houston, Texas, Mr. Green, who is a ranking member of our subcommittee on oversight and investigations. Mr. Green.
Over here, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member as well. And I welcome you to the committee, Mr. Chairman, but I would also say to you that I will pray for you. And I'll pray for you because many of the questions that have been predicated today hinge upon a belief that you will sanction the president's desires. It is thought among the general public that you're in the position you're in because the president could not
growth in investment
have the
banking,
influence that he
partially
wanted to
offset
have
by
with the
decline
prior
in corporate
chair,
lending,
and he believes
excluding
he can have it with
mark-to-market
you.
on loan hedges.
So I hope that you will stand firm and honor your commitments that you're making, though some of them are not firm commitments as I understood your language. You indicated that you're interested in war. I appreciate this, but I believe you should also be interested in speculative bubbles. My assumption is that you are. Are you interested in bubbles, speculative bubbles, Mr. Chairman?
We've got a wide lens. We spend a lot of time thinking about what's happening.
I'm going to take that as a yes.
Yeah.
Now,
are you
given that
interested
you're
in bubbles?
speculative
Yeah,
bubbles,
I
let's
am
just
muted,
talk
bro.
about
I
a
did
bubble
it, dude.
that
I was just
occurred.
cracking up at that.
President
Are you
Trump's
interested
meme
in
coin,
bubbles?
dollar sign Trump,
Am I interested in bubbles?
profited an average
I
of
was saying
$1.74
City's
million
earnings
per
call
day
is starting right now.
over his
And the
first
video
year.
is popping, but watch City. It's going to
$1.74
start
million
moving.
per day. This amounted to approximately $636 million
Do you
in
like
total
bubbles?
royalties
Are you
and
interested in bubbles?
licensing
Excuse
fees
me?
generated at its launch. While this was happening, during that same period of time, nearly 1 million investors lost a combined $3.8 billion. This is because that meme coin lost value, dropped precipitously in value.
Precipitously.
It was a bubble, by the way. It is nothing.
No. It was a
Anybody
pump. It was
who's
a pump
listening to
and
me,
dump.
if
Very,
you've invested
very
in a
big
meme
difference.
coin, you've invested in nothing.
No, yeah, it was a pump
Zero.
and dump, not a bubble.
In a
So
righteous
the circular
world,
financing is
it
more
would be
bubble-like, and
illegal.
paying $1
but
trillion
given the
for the
Secretary of the
space
Treasury
company.
that we have
But
currently,
no, what you're talking about is a pump
it
and
is
dump,
not.
Mr. Sir Green.
And that's very
Thank you.
unfortunate. SEC, the Secretary of
No, it's I'm just making sure.
SEC.
He's up to speed.
It is not. I think that we should concern ourselves with these speculative bubbles.
Okay.
And whether you like it or not, you have to concern yourself with it, because when you lower interest rates, you lower the rates such that there's more capital available for people to use for speculative reasons. So you have to be concerned about it whether you want to or not, because you don't want to see a speculative bubble. Can I have your assurance that you will be concerned about these speculative bubbles, Mr. Chairman?
So, Congressman, we want a resilient, strong, safe financial system, and we are looking at financial markets, and we're looking at the real economy to make sure we deliver on what we can. Some of these other subjects are really more in your purview and responsibility than
They're in my
mine.
purview, excuse me for interrupting, but I have to. They're in my purview, but only because I choose to have them in my purview, and I make an issue of them. I have to vote on them. But they're in your purview too, because you decide whether the rates go up or down. And if you lower them, then people can engage in these speculative bubbles, such as the Trump meme coin, and they can lose a lot of money. Losing billions of dollars while the president makes millions on a daily basis. This is the epitome of ridiculosity. At some point, we all have to take a stand, Mr. Chairman. This is going to be your opportunity. You're going to have to take a stand at some point, because this president
you guys
is
going to take a
interested
stand
in making
against
money.
Like, are you guys,
He
do you
puts
wanna-
money ahead of the people of this country. The people of the United States of America are secondary when it comes to the president. They may even be tertiary or quaternary, but they're not first. And at some point, you're going to have to make a tough decision as it relates to this president. Look, I'm not going to prejudge you. I'm going to assume.
So you don't have
that,
to. You could go
given
either direction. The
your
general
statements
idea
and the
is that during
latitude
this
that
call,
the
if they
Supreme
say
Court has
something
given
good,
you,
it rips
that
like the
you'll
other
make the
banks.
right
If they say
decision.
something bad,
But you're
they
going to
could
have
die.
to be concerned about a speculative
Boeing
bubble,
delivery
especially
numbers?
as it relates to crypto. This is something
And
that
then
we'll all
Nvidia's
have
at
to
the
address.
high.
I thank you very much.
SK Hynix
Gentleman yields
rubric
back.
still
Chair
going. The
recognizes the
cyber
Vice Chairman
chilled
of
for
our
a
full
second.
committee, Mr. Heisinger of Michigan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
How would rates
and
impact the
Chairman
dead meme
Warsh,
coin?
congratulations.
Listen, man, you just
joining
shut the fuck
me
up,
and my
okay? It's time to
colleagues
take a
in,
stand. Are you just gonna
seeing
sit there and
you
watch? I
there
don't
as
care.
a
You stop
very
with this. Your
positive
fucking
thing.
mumbo
In
jumbo
late
rates,
2021 and
economics,
2022,
fucking long duration. We don't want to hear it, okay?
by a few
Simple. Are
others,
you gonna
the
take a
Fed had
stand or not?
recognized inflation was not
Are you
transitory.
evil? Do you support this
reminded
evil?
Of actually a hearing we had
Dare you.
where we had
Dare you.
then Secretary Yellen, former Fed
Do you think
Chair
he knows
Yellen,
what
sitting
SK
next
Hynix
to,
is?
the then current
I wonder
Fed
if Mr.
chairman,
Green is aware of it.
And
I wonder
when
how
I
he
brought
feels
up
about Korea.
the question about whether it was transitory, they did not have the same answer. And it was interesting
Well,
seeing
SK
how
Hynix is
that
going
lag, and it sort of played into the fear that many of us had that there had been more to this foot dragging coming out of the Biden administration. The quick question is, while the appropriate speed of a response depends on what is driving inflation, I think you would certainly agree. I'm curious your view of how the Fed should make that judgment and act quickly once it does, because I think, as has been pointed out, there was a lag.
So, Congressman, I appreciate the question. We only look to the past for lessons learned. We're not trying to relitigate the decisions that are made of our predecessors, but the reforms that I've already announced in communications, the task forces that have been established, are an attempt to make the conduct of monetary policy better, swifter, more sound, so we can deliver price stability. Our number one objective is to get policy right, and my judgment, as I said to one of your colleagues before, is that demands an open mind. That means not pre-committing
Staples
to
again. Every
decisions
single
before
time we've hit the highs,
before
Staples
we
have
take
sold
it
off.
up inside the four walls of the Federal Reserve. And so you'll hear from me a lot less forward guidance and a lot of listening. Generally, as a practice, what we're going to try to do, especially at the beginning, is deeper, more serious discussions among us, fewer pronouncements.
So I appreciate you don't want to relitigate the past, but I do think, as we all know, we also learn from history. And during the previous administration, the Fed took some pretty major regulatory actions, some within its statutory authority, and in my view, maybe excessive, but others that were clearly beyond what Congress had really authorized. And everyone agrees a safe and sound banking system is essential to monetary policy, the economy, and the American people. But when the Fed exceeds its statutory authority, or reinterprets old laws to claim new powers, that to me is mission creep. Can you assure us that future bank regulatory proposals will respect the important procedural guardrails established by the Administrative Procedure Act? The APA has been in many ways trampled, I believe, which often received only nominal consideration under the previous administration. How are you going to handle this?
So we're going to follow the law just as you say.
NIVDA.
You've established a set of laws. There's a set of regulations by which changes in supervision and regulation, changes in guidance can be made. We intend to follow them with an objective, as you mentioned, of a safe, sound, and again, I'll add, competitive banking system. There's a huge strength for the United States, and our banking system is stronger and more resilient than most around the global economy.
Expound a little bit about your views of the importance of a banking system to the American people and the benefits to them of a Fed sticking to the authorities that Congress has given it, rather than going far afield.
Yeah, so we've got to keep politics out of the Fed. Politics can find their way into the Fed through any of the range of powers that you've given us. Our supervisors and regulators have a lot of authority over the thousands of banks that are regulated in the United States. Explicit authority and also authority when they knock on the door and they ask a series of questions. One of the great strengths of the U.S. economy is the diversity of institutions we have in the banking business. Most of the G20 counterparts we have, they have a handful of banks. They're implicitly backed by their government. One of the untold strengths of our economy is the diversity of our banking system. We've got regulators that need to ensure that the regulation and supervision are tailored to what happens
software, not
in
bad.
those
Oil's climbing up a
institutions.
little bit.
One size fits all
SPIA
might work for other
0.5,
countries.
NASI
It doesn't work in
1.5,
the
Dow is
US.
even green, 0.03.
And the vision I have, Congressman, is
A lot of the same
liquidity
setup
and
from the
credit
morning.
that
Nothing's
comes
flipped so
up
far.
from the real
even got
economy
Bitcoin
through the
on the high.
banks.
Thank you.
And gets aggregated, not top-down liquidity
Gentlemen's
provided by the Federal
time has
Reserve.
expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the ranking member of our subcommittee on housing and insurance, Mr. Cleaver. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first, before I ask any questions, express my personal appreciation for you and Ranking Member Waters for allowing and giving my partner, Mike Flood, and I the opportunity to go out and deal with this housing issue that, frankly, I think is going to add a whole new dimension to our ability as a federal government to increase this human need for housing.
No, city, I just took the wrong side.
I appreciate it.
That's it. It just moved 3%. So I took the
all
call,
of
but
the,
it went put. But go look at the puts. If you look at the puts on the other side, they all just doubled.
Thank you.
But yeah, they just that literally was a 2% move here.
Mr. Chairman,
Remember,
congratulations.
these banks don't move too much.
For
But yeah, the
your
call is.
new
I haven't
step
even seen the
and
headline yet.
Your
You got rid of the 10B 3,000%. Oh, that's disgusting.
and
Dude, if
for
any of you still have the
being here, I
Veronis too,
appreciate
those are
having
$4 in the
a
money.
good
I think that might be
conversation,
another
with you
4,000
prior to this
percenter.
hearing.
So GG's, baby. City is the
And
conference call. That's why I played it. I even
sure
said
that
you
you're
could go
not
with the put if you'd
surprised that
like. I
there's
just took the call.
a great deal
Just because
of
most of the banks today,
interest in
they were down and then they
independence,
kind of guided up and then
and,
would go up. But
in
yeah,
theology, said
City
there
got
are
walked.
4 endowments of the human species, and one of them
Explosion
is
in Keshem
independence.
Island and cause
We have an
unknown. FARS
independent
news
will.
agency.
And I'm interested in a declaration of independence, if you will. Wax eloquent on your view about the independence of the
Crowd
Federal
this
Reserve.
week was a beauty.
So the independence of the Federal Reserve is sacrosanct. Part of the reason for the
And crypto
Fed's
plays are starting
power
to move
comes
up,
not
so
just
is
from a
Bitcoin.
printing press, though it can be useful from time to time. It comes from our credibility to make the best choices we can, consistent with the law that you've written for us. And that credibility is bolstered if we are and are perceived to be independent. And so that's a commitment I can make to you, because that's the way we can best do our job.
Well, thank you very much. Independence is a big deal in the real world, and then certainly with the Federal Reserve. But I also have to say that there is a terror of the unknown as part of who we are. And the oldest and strongest of the human emotions is fear. It's almost the first thing we have. Even babies will jump because there's a fear of falling. Even they may not even realize they're in the world, but there's this fear. And I'm not sure what to call this, maybe AI anxiety, but I clearly have it. And it's only, my youngest son is an actor, and it would be inappropriate for me to tell everybody here to watch Sweet Magnolias on Netflix. However, I am concerned, he's concerned, as many of the people in that business, about what AI can do to that whole profession. But there's this fear that at some point that AI may become more intelligent than human beings, and then put us in a situation where we become obsolete.
Dude, I whiffed on that. So literally, you would have made 500% on the put. I just picked the wrong direction. Timing was excellent.
Concerns about AI.
Fuck. Yeah, dude, that's what I said. If you took it, I just went. I was hoping they do good. Their guidance was pretty much in line, slightly up. But yeah, all those puts just went 600%.
This is the
timing
most
was money, but the
exciting.
The direction was wrong, at least on my part. So hopefully some of you took the puts.
But with it comes the kinds of risks and
challenges
challenges that you
crazy.
highlight. We at the central bank need to look at these with a view.
So yeah, understand why. It's because it's a bank stock. It just moved 3%.
What does it mean for
in about 10 minutes?
For
you see what I'm saying?
Our
And you were kind of already
inflation
in
over the next couple of years and beyond.
So that's just a
What's
fat
it mean
move.
for employment?
The timing of
you
that
told
just
us
moved
that's
all
our
of
job.
those short-term contracts.
So we have to
like
look
crazy.
at artificial intelligence and the surge of technology with open eyes about it. I must admit that part of these challenges, I see huge amounts of talent and thinking inside at the Federal Reserve, but I wanted to bring in some outsiders to share a view, so I've created a task force on productivity and jobs to help us think about that connection. We're not outsourcing anything. We're ultimately
Gentleman's time has expired.
We're ultimately going to make these decisions, but American ingenuity has found its way into artificial intelligence, and it's an exciting time, but one that we're not complacent about.
Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the chair of our subcommittee on digital assets, Mr. Stile of Wisconsin. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Warsh, thank you for being with us today.
I didn't think about it.
A year ago on
8:30.
Saturday.
So I think this still goes. I think this
Genius
goes
Act
on for like
was
another
signed
30
into
minutes
law.
or an hour 30.
And with that, a series of deadlines for rules to be promulgated began, and the clock began to tick. You came into your job confirmed approximately 2 months ago. The deadline for the Fed to promulgate rules is this Saturday. Will the Fed meet that deadline?
Well, it's a fair and open question. I have been corrected. I've not been in the job 6 weeks, but 7. We're racing to put that out by this deadline. I'll just add one other thing, Congressman, without taking too much of your time. I think rulemakings from the bank regulators are best when we have a family fight between and among us, so that there
He
would be
loves the
one
family
rulemaking rulemaking for comment. It might not be.
No, their guidance.
Exactly
they came in. The
true
guidance
this
was like
time,
in
but that's
line.
my
I think
objective,
there's
that
charge
we
offs.
be
It
coordinating
hasn't hit the
issuing our
full wire
rulemakings
yet,
at the
but
same moment.
I just thought it was going to be
appreciate
interpreted
that. I think,
decent, but they're
from this
taking
body,
it
I
as
think there's
negative,
a huge
which was
opportunity,
what happened on the
stablecoin
morning
in
on some of
particular, to
them.
make sure that consumers are protected. That was one of the drivers of us passing that legislation. There's a lot of work to be done. You're new in your new role with the Fed, but we would like to be updated if, in fact, that deadline is not made. And then, in fact, when those rules will be promulgated, we're all anxiously awaiting. So appreciate your attention
Promulgated.
to that. Let me shift gears. There's been a lot of talk about AI. Obviously, as any new technology, as you have said, brings forward opportunity, but also risk. One argument, of course, is the labor market could collapse. We heard that offered by a couple of our colleagues. Of course, as we look back at other technological cycles in the United States, we've actually seen standard of living increasing. Jevons
Rubric,
paradox
crowd,
tells us
all
that
the
actually as
cyber,
technological
even Sentinel
cycles
hit
come
20.
through,
I forgot I had that
we have
up.
opportunities for greater
Spotify.
employment, in particular if we get the rules of the road right, as in many ways the United States has in previous technological cycles. How are you analyzing your role with full employment, in particular as it relates to this next technological wave.
If this cycle, Congressman, is like the previous positive technology shocks, the U.S. will be richer, will be more productive, there'll be more labor, there'll be more wages, there'll be more compensation. That is if this follows prior trends. This technology shock is likely more significant. This is probably the biggest change in my adult lifetime because it's not just the creation of a new widget. What it is, it's changing the method of innovation and the speed of innovation. And I can't think of a country on earth as well positioned to take advantage of it. So that's on the one hand, but on the other hand, it can lead to disruption. My own best guess is that the advent of the technology will be augmenting existing work, that employees that were there will be more productive. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't believe in the lump of labor fallacy. All the jobs that are there have already been created, and the technology will remove some. Well, it might be disruptive in the near term, but it'll create a lot of other jobs. Just to give one example from history, and then I'll close. Who knew at the creation of the internet that the internet would create 1.5 million Uber and Lyft drivers? I certainly didn't. So I want to be very open-minded about the job producing elements of it.
Oil's popping back up again.
But we have a day job, and it's to deliver on price stability and full employment. I've asked this outside task force of a few incredible experts to think hard about it over various time horizons, and we'll keep our eye on making sure we deliver in every one of those time horizons to ensure stable prices and full employment as best we can.
Thank you for that. I think there really is optimism, although there is downside risk. I think one of the imperative aspects here is that we get the rules of the road right, so that the innovation development is occurring in the United States of America.
I've not had any good luck with that
and
one.
Not offshore. One of my big concerns was how the Biden administration looked at emerging technologies in the financial services space, was that they were pushing that innovation development offshore rather than encouraging that.
I don't think
here
Citi
in the
was
United
that.
States
So
of
it's
America.
5%.
With 30
Again,
seconds
I think
left,
the
a lot
bigger
has been
move
said
is just
on the positive
again that the
numbers
timing
that came
Remember,
out
this thing
today.
hasn't moved all day.
How does
That
shape your
5%
short-term
was
and
right
long-term
when we
outlook,
started looking at it.
With the final 25 seconds.
So it's one data point. The reason I created a task
But
force
yeah, I don't think
on
it was that
data
bad,
is I
but
don't
for the
wanna
most part, it's
overread or
already,
cherry pick data.
that quick move,
There might
so
be some that
that's
look
where all
at
the
this
gains
morning's
came
data
from.
and say, "Oh, mission accomplished. Everything is swell." That is not my view.
Cognizant of the time, appreciate you being here today, Chairman.
About
Chairman,
1,000%
I
on
yield
the
back.
put. I was going to
Thank you.
that
Chair
one.
recognizes the ranking member of our subcommittee on financial
That would've been
institutions,
nice, but
Dr.
it's okay.
Foster from Illinois. You're recognized.
SPY at VWAP. Dow is down by a quarter.
Welcome, congratulations.
And then push-ups,
I hope that you
actually,
cherish
can we
the
do a
scars
push-up?
from surviving
This
the
is still
financial
gonna play for a
crisis
little
that
bit.
we
I'm
both
gonna
suffered
stand
through
on my
20
little
years ago. I
slant
entered
board
Congress
thing.
and the Financial Services
Gold
Committee
selling off?
in March of 2008.
So SPY
where I
coming
was
down,
right in the
bonds,
front row there,
10
about
year,
2 meters from
yeah,
Ben
gold and
Bernanke
what the hell
and
just
Hank
happened?
Paulson as they came to Congress to ask for $700 billion bailout, watching the sweat drip down Hank Paulson's forehead. So I hope you don't have to go through that. But you know, one of the Fed's most important roles outside of monetary policy is the operation of the central bank swap lines. And these, as you know, were absolutely crucial in preventing the global financial crisis from becoming a global depression. And I think, to my mind, remains the major reason why the US dollar is the world's indispensable reserve currency, in an area where, by the way, the Chinese are trying to become increasingly competitive. And so the problem, of course, is that right now we have in the White House an occupant who sees his every power as a means of rewarding his friends and punishing his enemies, domestic and foreign. We saw that an example in the Argentine bailout, where he implemented swap lines using the Treasury's Exchange Stabilization Fund. I think he pretty much maxed it out. But to reward one of his MAGA allies internationally with a $20 billion loan at well below market rates. Or probably they couldn't get a loan from anyone at that point.
Yeah, fuck
And so,
Argentina. Should let them
So the
die.
question that I have, that when you and the
Egypt should have
FOMC
won.
are operating those lines, particularly in times of crisis, do you see yourself as an agent of the president or as an independent actor?
Is it brainwashing? Only if your mind's dirty, brother.
Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate
You know
the
what I'm saying?
question.
I've already washed my mind with the Lord.
swap lines
I'm
that
just-
we
you know
put
what I'm
in
saying? So
place
get a
in the
push-up in,
2008
get that body
financial
moving.
crisis, like you, I think,
good.
played a
It'll be good.
remarkable benefit in trying to
I'm
mitigate
mad. I should have
the
just
risks
listened
for
to the
US
conference call because I
economy.
read the headlines
and
on the
it
city.
reinforced that the
I don't know if you
dollar
guys heard it in the
is
background.
the
It came
dominant
on for a
currency in the
second.
world. Now, my
But yeah,
judgment as
low-key, though,
central bank
nothing-
chief is to
nothing
let
is
the dollar
produced out of
policy
this. Rate
be
cut odds,
discussed
I
by the
mean,
Treasury
have moved
Secretary
more
and
off
leave
of
that
the
to
data
him.
this
But
morning.
historically speaking,
But
I
not a
think the
bad
swap
day in the
lines played a
market
major
considering
role.
how we started.
The
and
dollar
then,
liquidity
cyber.
swap lines that the
pretty
Fed
amazing.
has put in place are about the conduct of monetary policy.
yeah, do your
So those are
push-ups, you guys.
independent. But I just want to
I'm about to
distinguish
go-
one
I just
thing.
stepped
The
off the
Treasury
board. I'm
has
gonna go
separate
back on.
authorities
I get
and can
this
use the
stretching
Exchange
dog.
Stabilization Fund for swap lines that are unrelated to our powers and
Right,
responsibilities.
yeah, but the Fed's the big dog in swap lines. I mean, the ESF is, I think it's somewhere a little bit north of 20 billion, I think, is the most that they could deploy, which they did, much, I have to say, not to the benefit of U.S. farmers that I represent, but anyway, he decided to bail out his friend in Argentina. But that was the Treasury, and that was different, so the question is, what happens if there is a crisis and you get a call from the president and says, I got this friend that I want you to bail out or punish by politically allocating those swap lines. Is there an independence there that we have to protect as well?
So the independence in the conduct of monetary policy and everything that comes along with it is independent. But just to go back to the 2008 financial crisis, when all that happened, as you'll recall, the Treasury Secretary and the Fed Chairman, they often had to work in tandem. It's hard to distinguish in crisis times, separate from more benign times, exactly where those roles and responsibilities are. And when we put in those swap lines, when I was a governor at the Federal Reserve, I remember frequent discussions between the Treasury and the Federal Reserve. We have our independent authority, but I don't want to leave you with the impression that in 2008 or 9 we did that without a discussion with the Treasury.
Okay, well, I just, be very careful of that because you are going to be coming under extreme pressure. Now, let's say I applaud all of your focus on data, which we talked about when we talked, and in particular your need for better real-time data. The question of whether we could have picked up the inflation earlier with more leading and real-time indicators, I think is a very valid point. I applaud you for having your committees investigate that. But does this interest also go into real-time regulatory information as well, which I think is really going to be crucial in a world where there's 24/7 banking operations. Banks and financial institutions can get in trouble fast. And so are you also going to be looking at the need and benefit for regulatory data on a faster timescale?
Absolutely. I've only been here for 7 weeks. The focus in those first 7 weeks, I must admit, is making sure that monetary policy gets back on track. But many of these lessons learned, like in data, how do we make real-time decisions isn't just as monetary policymakers, it's as supervisors
I don't
and
know if
regulators.
crypto's still going, but MSTRs.
The world, as the discussion about AI suggested, the world's moving faster.
Gentleman's time is
The world's
expired.
accelerating, and the Fed has to move with that speed.
Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the chairman of our Subcommittee on National Security, Mr. Davidson from Ohio, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Chairman Warsh, thank you for your testimony today and frankly for leading at the
is
Federal
running
Reserve. The Constitution gives Congress the responsibility for monetary policy, and since 1913, that's fallen to the Federal Reserve. And a lot of people say, well, what did we create when we created the Federal Reserve? And the fight over the shape of our monetary policy is as old as Alexander Hamilton versus Andrew Jackson. So I think a lot of my constituents wonder, what happened to the purchasing power of their dollar? So could you share with us what you consider to be the definition of sound money, and what's the state of that today?
The discussion we had in your office was a lot of economic history about the first and central bank of the United States. I'm gratified that this is our third central bank in the United States, and it's more than 100 years old, and hopefully we've learned some lessons. One of those lessons is ensuring that we are as focused, at least as focused on the real economy as we are the financial assets and what's happening on Wall Street. This committee had long committed to a 2% inflation target. That is our resolution. That's what I'm here to say and double down on. But as we discussed privately, I'll say publicly, my broader definition of price stability is a change in prices such that households and businesses don't have to worry about it, don't have to think about it. And the test today about whether inflation is too high is represented by this committee. Inflation is the dominant set of questions because it matters to households and businesses.
So think about what he said.
Change in
Just keep
prices
in mind
to be
what I've been
such that no
telling
one's
you.
talking about it. That was a
The
definition
only way out of
from the
this is to
Volcker
grow.
era. and I dare say the Greenspan era, it should suggest to you that as I sit here today,
inflation is
this Fed will
automatic
deliver
if you
price
grow out of
stability
it, brother.
consistent
I
with
showed
what
you.
we have been saying for several years, which is inflation shall be delivered at a level of 2%.
Explosion of
price
American
stability objective is still
projectiles
one in
near
the back
Kish
of my
power
mind,
plant.
and we'll see whether there's further reforms to be had.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying, because, if you
Yeah,
measure it
oil's
by
up
what
even
people are
after
talking
those
about,
Trump
they know
comments
that the
earlier.
affordability isn't there.
Notice
They know the
UNG,
purchasing
like
power
we
isn't
said,
there.
and then AAOI
And,
again.
whether you put it in number
That
like
started
2%
about
or
30
whatever,
minutes ago.
you look at, for the long run, it's been significantly higher than 2%. But it seems like one of the biggest roles of the Fed is to prevent deflation. And if you're going to have a number where the mean is 2%, and you've got a long period of time where you've had it well above 2%, you would have to have some significant periods of time where it would be below that. But I wish you the best in your challenges, because my constituents are counting on us to get this right. It truly is one of the most consequential things for our country. Sound money is truly essential to defending freedom. So I think the stakes are really high. One of the things that we look at is the connection to the way that the market functions. The Federal Reserve covers massive fiscal deficits, and they certainly do that when they're the purchaser of treasuries. They load up their own balance sheet. In some ways, you don't get a price signal. What's the real 10-year? What's the real 30-year? Well, when the buyer is the Federal Reserve, you don't know whether they're creating a higher rate or preventing a higher rate from happening because it distorts the market. And we also talked about, in this regulatory role, there's a sort of bridge between the Federal Reserve as a regulator and a monetary policy role. So I wonder, when we think about what we created with this version of the Federal Reserve, do you consider the Federal Reserve subject to executive authority? I mean, when there are executive orders that are issued, let's say just relating to the regulatory side, not monetary. I get some of the concerns on steering monetary policy. Presidents have always had an opinion on that. Well, if you put out a regulatory framework and the executive order relates to the regulatory structure of the Federal Reserve, is the Federal Reserve subject to executive orders?
Yeah, I mean, dude, 7 hours to nowhere. Remember,
Let me
today's
say
a
a word if I
post-earnings
can
day.
in 53 seconds about
But,
that.
yeah,
and go
we are
back
right
if I
at
can
open
to say
right now.
something about what
Dow
you're
is the
talking
only
about
one in the red.
in setting prices rather than taking prices. First, as you know, I'm prepared to do
dollar's
everything I
climbing,
can
too.
to
I don't
ensure
know
the
which
independent conduct of
part of
monetary
the market
policy.
this is.
You can hear
Damn,
from all
net
sorts
keeps
of
going,
people,
fuck me.
but we're going to call it the best we see it. On regulatory and supervisory policy,
Yeah, I don't know what's
I
driving
do
you
think
down,
it
per
works
se. I don't know
best
if it's
when
like
the
the
bank
Microsoft.
regulators, who you've all given authority
but you're
to,
still
when we
going
can work
down.
in
This
concert,
might be another portion
tend to
of the
not like
market.
it when there's a regulatory arbitrage. If an institution's trying to
Very
choose
weird,
between whether to
actually.
be regulated by the OCC, the FDIC,
Oh, I
or
guess
the Fed.
IBM is down a
So
lot, too,
I'm
and they
encouraged
still
to have a
have some of the
robust
Mag 7
discussion
just
with
in the
my
red.
colleagues at other bank regulators about what we think is the right public
Dow is
policy.
21 red,
But
9
if we
in the
think
green.
the right public policy
NASDAQ
is different than
54
theirs, we'll put
red.
it out for comment and notice.
SPY
Perhaps
300
even as
in the
early as
red.
September.
So yeah, you just have a majority
My
of
time
names
has
down.
expired, and I yield back.
Even though your
Chair
bigger
recognizes the
momentum
ranking
tech
member of
names are
our
doing
subcommittee
better.
on national security, Ms. Beatty, also of Ohio, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and to you, Chairman Warsh. Thank you for being here
Or weave
today.
on the
And let
lawn.
me first start out by thanking you for reaching out to have a dialogue with me, and I look forward to making that happen. Also, I certainly appreciate your response, particularly to Congressman Meeks and Congressman Foster, on you holding firm on independence and that you would protect the data and the law. That goes a long way with me. I want to start with a question about the housing market. As you're aware, the
MTN.
Federal Reserve monetary
Fail.
policy heavily influences the United States housing market
It's already
through
down 4, but that
setting
candle was pretty
of
bad. And then again,
benchmark,
net.
interest
Watch
rates
Fastly and
that
Datadog.
directly
I mean, again,
dictate
even in
the
general,
mortgage
cybersecurity.
rates and housing affordability. Many homeowners were able to access mortgages at historically low interest rates during the pandemic, but rates have more than doubled since then, and I'm concerned about the impact this is having on first-time home buyers and minority borrowers in particular, who are also facing high home rates and insurance policies. Homeowners are exiting pandemic-related forbearances and also are struggling to enter into affordable repayment plans due to the high interest rates. which in many cases could push them into foreclosures. Now, I understand that the Fed can't increase housing supply or prevent foreclosures directly, but I'm interested to hear your thoughts on the impact of rate hikes on the housing market, especially for those more vulnerable homebuyers. And certainly, we have a new amazing housing bill, the 21st century. I have to get that plug in, that I have 6 bills in that. So now I yield to you.
Thank you, Congressman. We stay out of housing policy, and as the debate that's been had in this room suggests, you all have a lot to say about what housing policy is going to be. But I don't want to suggest that we don't touch it. We don't target housing, we don't target any particular sector, but the decisions we make have a big effect on housing. Yes. And housing plays a huge role in most households' family budgets, in their savings. So we recognize the importance of it.
And rate hikes.
Absolutely. We, as I said in my opening statement, I think broadly about the conduct of policy today. I sounded quite optimistic about what was happening in manufacturing, what was happening in output. But you heard me say a somewhat more cautious note about housing. And I think that's in part because monetary policy, when rates were cut to extremely low levels, provided what was thought of as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get the first house. I would prefer a set of monetary policies that are not boom and bust, that don't just make one generation more fortunate about being able to afford their first home than the next. So what we can do in monetary policy is try to be clear about our objectives, deliver price stability in the context of full employment, and not react overtly to any data that happens one day or the next.
But
we have an effect on long-term rates, and we take it very seriously.
And you'll be sensitive to the issues that I'm bringing up. Okay, in my last minute, let me now turn to fraud and scams, which is one of the top concerns that we've been dealing with lately in this committee and my subcommittee. As you know, payment frauds, including scams, often involve multiple institution and payment methods, and no single agency or entity can solve it alone. What specific role do you believe the Fed Reserve should play in helping build a more coordinated cross-sector approach to frauds and scams?
Yeah, so it's another fair one. The Financial Stability Oversight Council, which the Fed is a key member of, fraud is on that agenda. That committee is run by the Treasury Secretary under the law, but the Fed has equities there, and the Fed needs to ensure that, especially with this new generation of technologies, that the American people don't lose confidence in our payment system, don't lose confidence in the banking sector that we regulate. So we do have an important role to play there as well.
I'm gonna interrupt only because I have a few seconds later. I'm glad you mentioned this new generation. I've received feedback that better information sharing between financial institutions and online platforms is key. Do you agree?
Absolutely. Real-time information between lender and borrower is a way to make credit more available to more hardworking Americans.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill, and thanks to Ranking Member Waters for holding the important hearing, and Chair Warsh, thank you for being here with us today. Chairman Warsh, prices for agricultural inputs have, after experiencing a spike during the Biden inflation that began in 2021, have remained stubbornly high. Needless to say, families are also in my district were themselves hit by the rise in food prices that began under Biden and your predecessor in 2021. And grocery prices remain persistently high. This strains household budgets and makes it harder for people in my district to put food on the table while also paying for all of life's other necessities that are also more expensive.
Well, thank you very much. We had already a good meeting. We're going to decide to do a little lunch. It wasn't scheduled, but we are going to do it on the fly because we have a tremendous chemistry together. Had already a good meeting. Prime Minister of Iraq has been amazing. He won an election that a lot of people didn't anticipate could be won by anybody else other than another person who was not, in my opinion, a good person. Not good for...
Where is this coming from?
Could be won by anybody else other than another person who was not, in my opinion, a good person. not good for
that other one was faster.
America. I don't think good for Iraq. And I played a role in, it was very important to me to have somebody get in there that can do the job and do it well. And we have a fantastic champion, a new champion. And he won the election. Very great honor to have the Prime Minister of Iraq and he wasn't with us. Great honor to have the Prime Minister of Iraq with us. He's been a great fighter and he's been a great fan of America. We'll be discussing that a little bit with you, but they have tremendous oil reserves. They have tremendous potential wealth, and they have tremendous wealth, not only potential. But he's done in a short period of time, he's changed that country so much, especially toward their thinking about the United States. And we have partnerships. Chris was just saying we have tremendous oil partnerships all of a sudden being formed over the last short period of time, and I guess you're going to be announcing them this week or next week, but massive, among the largest. So they have done a fantastic job over the last very short period of time, but they have a great leader, the new Prime Minister. He's a great leader. I think he's going to be there for a long period of time, and it's great to have you at the White House. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And he's a young man. He's young and he's handsome, which I don't like. I'm not happy about it.
شكرا جزيلا لقد عقدنا اجتماعا
In my country, it's a crime for you complimenting me like that. Donald, in my country, we don't like the Scott visit, okay?
لكن هنالك
Fuck you, Donald.
ما بيننا وبينهم. رئيس الوزراء يقوم بعمل رائع. أنا لم يتوقع أحد أنه سيفوز في هذه الانتخابات، لكن المرشح المضاد له كان شخص لم يعجبني ولم تكن لديه آراء جيدة تجاه أمريكا، لكن كان من المهم جدا لي أن تفوزوا أنتم في هذه الانتخابات، وأنتم تقومون بعمل رائع جدا. والآن لدينا فائز جديد لم تكن حظوظه كبيرة لكنه مع ذلك نجح في هذه الانتخابات. هو شرف عظيم بالنسبة لي أن أستضيف دولة رئيس الوزراء هنا في البيت الأبيض. هو محارب عظيم وهو أيضا من المعجبين بأمريكا والولايات المتحدة. العراق طبعا دولة غنية لديها كثير من الاحتياطات النفطية وهي دولة مليئة بالثروات، وفي وقت قصير تمكنتم من القيام بالكثير وتغيير على الأقل تغيير شعور العراقيين تجاه أمريكا. وكما قال كريس وزير النفط وأشار إلى ذلك أن هنالك صفقات تجارية كبيرة في مجال النفط سوف يتم الإعلان عنها هذا الأسبوع. أنتم تقومون بعمل رائع وقمتم بعمل رائع خلال وقت قصير. رئيس الوزراء طبعا هو أيضا قائد عظيم، وأعتقد أنكم ستخدمون في هذا المنصب لمدة طويلة. طبعا أنتم في مقتبل العمر أنتم شاب أيضا ووسيم، وهذا طبعا لا يعجبني، لكن مع ذلك يشرفني أن أستضيفكم هنا.
Please, Thank you. أشكر حفاوة الاستقبال إلى فخامة الرئيس دونالد ترامب.
Thank you for the warm welcome by His Excellency President Trump.
وهذه هي زيارتي الأولى
This is my first visit
إلى الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
United States of America.
فهذه الزيارة لم تكن زيارة عابرة.
This visit was not just like any visit.
وإنما زيارة إعلان الشراكة اقتصادية.
Rather, it's an announcement of economic partnership.
تحدثت مع فخامة الرئيس.
Where I talked to His Excellency.
30/9 سوف تخرج القوات الأمريكية.
30th of September, the U.S. forces will be out of Iraq.
وسوف تدخل الشركات الأمريكية.
While the U.S. companies will be inside Iraq.
ودائما تخلق العلاقة المجتمعية هي الشراكة الاقتصادية وليس العسكرية.
The social relations is about like economies, not like about like military relations.
أنقل تحياتي.
I would convey my greetings
من أقدم حضارة في العالم.
The oldest civilization in the world.
إلى أكبر قلب اقتصادي في العالم وتكنولوجيا.
Economic and technology heart in the world.
وأكرر شكري إلى فخامة الرئيس على حفاوة الاستقبال.
My thanks to His Excellency the President for the warm welcome.
Good. Well, thank you very much.
Mr. President.
It's running, but I don't know if that's new or old. It might be new.
To you, sir. في يوم يوم الناس العربي. سمو سعادة رئيس الوزراء، هناك طلب أمريكي لحصر سلاح الميليشيات بيد الدولة وكبح جماح إيران.
وعدم مهاجمة دول الجوار. هل هذه
Yeah, our largest solar battery project ever.
And Mr. President, if I may.
Who you with?
I'm with Al Arabiya. I cover the Middle East. I'm a White House correspondent. I'm the foreign policy.
Okay.
Sir, is the military attack on Iran, is this a strategy to bring them back to the table? Or is it to degrade them so the regime will eventually fall?
Well, we don't think we need the military there anymore. It's a very a big operation. And what we do have is the oil companies are all going in now, and they're doing partnerships with Iraq, and they're getting along very well. The relationship is a whole big relationship where we don't need the military there. We're there to help them. We're there to protect them if need be, but we don't think that's going to be necessary. And their primary, I consider an opponent. They might have considered a friend, but I consider that an opponent was Iran, was a big burden on Iraq because they were the bully of the Middle East, as you know. And we were just talking about that, but they're not going to have that problem anymore because Iran has been very much destabilized, and really their military power is just a tiny fraction of what it was just 4 months ago. So they're not going to have that problem. I think that it's really, in a sense, it's given them freedom to do what they have to do. And I think that's one of the reasons that our oil companies are going in there at levels that have never been seen before. So. You want to answer?
شكرا جزيلا على السؤال.
Thank you for your question.
ابتداء في منهاج الحكومي
According to the program of the government,
هو حصر السلاح بيد الدولة.
is to restrict the possession of weapons to the state.
وهذه نقطة أساسية.
And this is a basic point.
ولدي قرار بها غير قابل للخيار.
And this is like a decision, it's not an option.
تم استلام
We received
أسلحة كثيرة من قبل بعض الفصائل.
weapons by different factions.
واللي يسلم سلاحه
And he whoever surrender his weapon
ويتحول إلى جهة سياسية ومدنية.
turned into like a political or civilian.
من ناحيتنا سيتم التعاون معه.
We will cooperate with them.
بعد 30/9
After the 30th of September,
لا حاجة لوجود أي فصائل.
there's no any need for the presence of any faction.
لكون الفصائل
Because factions
هي حاجة وليس مهنة.
is a need, it's not a profession.
وماكو مبرر لبقائهم بعد 30/9.
No any justification for their existence after the 30th of September.
إن شاء الله نهاية هذا العام أو بداية العام
Hopefully
القادم.
by the end of this year or by the beginning of the next year,
سوف نعلن أكبر مؤتمر السيادة الوطني.
The sovereignty conference is the biggest conference in the region.
قرار العراق بيد العراقيين.
The Iraqi decision is by the hand of the Iraqis only.
وقواتنا الأمنية قادرة على حماية أراضيها.
And our security forces are capable of protecting their borders.
بعد 30/9
30th of September,
لا نسمح لأي جهة تحمل سلاح خارج نطاق الدولة.
never accept for any entity to carry weapons outside the control of the state.
6.2 earthquake in the Philippines.
I have two questions. I was wondering if you could explain your changing thinking on the Strait of Hormuz, applying a 20% fee. How did you get to the decision you just announced?
So when I put that out yesterday, because we've been doing that for many, many years, it was never fair to me that we would be guarding the strait when we basically don't take anything, we don't need the oil at all. And it wasn't important for us, but it was important for allies, it was important for people that we get along with very well, including the major Gulf state countries. So I put it out yesterday, I thought it was good. I was called by different people, different countries, kings and emirs and all of the people that we all know and we all love, and they've been very strong partners. And they said, we'd love to do it a different way. We'd love to invest in the United States with billions and billions of dollars and continue our record setting, because there's never been a time like this with the United States, with the factories, with the plants, with everything else. And we would like to invest tremendously in the United States as opposed to charging a fee. And I like that actually, because I don't think anybody should be able to charge a fee for the strait or for any other strait relationship in terms of other sections of the world. I don't think anybody should be really in that position. But we were doing it as a reimbursement.
Follow me on Instagram.
The Gulf states are going to invest a tremendous amount of money into the United States, and that was very satisfactory to me. I think it's actually much better.
I could also ask, are you aware of why the FBI is looking into Senator Graham's death? Have you gotten any updates on why they were at his home?
Well, I don't know why, because I think, he had a problem. His father had a very similar problem, as you know. It's very unique. At first I heard it was clogged arteries, because he did have clogged arteries. He had a problem with that. He was, I wish he took better care of himself. I say, you can solve that problem, but what happened is actually something that's very hard to detect. It was not related to any blockage. It was a totally different thing. And supposedly, and I've watched all the medical reports, I've had the doctors from the White House come in and explain what happened. And this is something that is almost undetectable. And if it happens, there's not much you can do about it. It sounds unfortunate, but there's not much you can do about it. If you look at his father died of the same thing at about the same age. So there was not much. They say it's almost undetectable. You can detect it by if you have a very bad back. That's a sign. It's a bad sign. So if anybody has a bad back, it's a pretty rough thing to think about. But the fact that's one of the primary signs. And he would tell me he had a bad back. But little did anyone realize it was for that. So, and when that bursts, which it did, it burst. There's not much. So I don't see a lot of evil there. I know there's all sorts of conspiracy theories going along, and I don't think the FBI. I think the FBI is wasting their time if they're doing that.
Just on the prior question, the Hormuz Strait hold idea for you, that's dead now. That's completely gone.
No, I just told you. You have Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, and Kuwait, primarily, and then others. I spoke to all of them, and they would love to invest more money in the United States at record amounts, and that would be very acceptable. And this way, there's no fee. I don't like the concept of a fee, but at the same time, it's not fair that we're protecting this strait for the entire world, for China and everyone. I don't mind protecting it for China. I don't mind protecting it for anybody, but it's unfair that we're not in somehow compensated. And we've been doing this for many years. It's bothered me 25 years ago. It bothered me. During my first term, I was doing things like you have to invest in the United States. But by doing it that way, there's no fee. They're investing and they're getting a return on their money, and it's good. But they're going to be making massive investments into the United States, and I like that much better.
Can I ask you a bit about the meeting you had today, and whether you discussed OPEC? There's been some reporting that Iraq is pushing for changes to OPEC, a larger share, and even that they might consider leaving it over.
The gentleman right here, because here he is. Would you like to know about it?
Are you considering, Mr. Prime Minister, leaving OPEC, or are you pushing for changes within it? And Mr. President, would you support?
He's here. Why don't you ask?
Well, I support him. I supported him very early I endorsed him, something I rarely do, but I've had great successes endorsing. We just had Colombia, which was a big one. Argentina was a big one. We had many. I've endorsed, I think everybody I've endorsed from a foreign standpoint, they just win.
I'm out of that one.
And, I've been hearing great things. I'm a student of a lot of history, and I do know a lot about the history of Iraq, and I've watched what was happening in Iraq with the elections, and I put a very strong endorsement out because I was very unhappy with the man that was supposed to win the election. And this great gentleman, I think he's going to end up being a great leader. He won. So I'm very happy about that. As far as OPEC, that's his decision, and you might ask him that question.
The EQT, I just made a scroll. I got literally breaking.
لا الأوبك احنا أحد البلدان المؤسسة لها.
We are one of the countries that established OPEC.
لكن نريد حقنا وحصة منصفة للعراق.
We need like a fair share for Iraq.
العراق حارب داعش.
Iraq fought ISIS
والإرهاب بأجمعه.
and terrorism at all.
وبدعم الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
Support of the United States of America.
وهذه الحرب مع داعش.
This fight with ISIS.
كلفتنا نفقات كبيرة.
It cost us like huge amounts of money.
ودمرت البنى التحتية العراقية.
Destroyed the Iraqi infrastructure.
مقدار الضرر اللي أصاب العراق.
The damage that really was against Iraq.
أكثر من 400 مليار دولار.
Is more than $400 billion.
لليوم بعض العراقيين مدن مدمرة.
Until today, like some Iraqi cities are totally destroyed.
ويسكنون في مخيمات.
They're like live in camps.
والآن لدي خطة أعيدهم إلى دورهم.
I have a plan to get them back to their homes.
نريد حصة منصفة للعراق.
We need a fair share.
لا أكثر من ذلك.
We need a fair share.
Because if you remember, even though I was a civilian and had no thought of running for president, I get a disproportionate amount of publicity, as you probably heard. And I used to say, don't go into Iraq. Don't attack Iraq. Frankly, they attacked the wrong country. And they did a lot of damage.
Thank you. Given how the Iranians have been behaving, do you have any regrets about lifting the naval blockade or giving the sanctions waivers?
No, I gave them a chance. I wanted to give them a chance at making a deal. You know, we had a deal 2 days ago. It was done. And then all of a sudden, they couldn't do it. They didn't like something about the deal. They couldn't do it. And they shot first, and that was a big mistake that they shot first because we have been knocking the hell out of them. They're very difficult people. 47 years we put up with it. The SS Cole, you go back all the way, thousands of people, thousands of Americans were killed, a lot of soldiers were killed. A lot of soldiers are walking around or not walking around. I mean, they've been so badly injured. The arms, the legs, the face, with the Soleimani, with the bomb. They call it the roadside bomb. Most people call it the roadside bomb. It's a disaster. And I killed him in my first administration. Had I not, it might be a different story today. He was a mad genius. He was probably a madman, but he was a general, and he had total control over the country. And I actually think the leaders of Iran were afraid of Soleimani. But I killed him. And by the way, with him went a very bad person also. They happened to be meeting each other at the airport. And a very bad person from Iraq happened to be, a leader of Iraq happened to be killed in that same incident. So I don't know if I did you a favor or not. I've never asked you that question. You probably would know better than me. But no, I think that what we've done to Iran is we've taken away almost all of their military capability. Explain. He has to hear that. Go ahead.
هو بيسأل عن قاسم سليماني وانه كيف تم قتله على يده في الولايه الاولى له في
All right, Core Weavers. A couple names still in the low. Low ticker is pretty active. We're still below VWAP. More names are down than not. But some of your other momentum chips, even software, holding up pretty well. But yeah, there's a lot of staples, a lot of down names. I don't know why pins went up on that headline.
فهو بيسأل هل هو كان عملكم خدمة أم لا؟ ما هي النظرة بالنسبة لمقتل سليماني؟
أنا في ذاك الوقت لا أمارس السياسة.
At that time, I was not in politics.
وليد كل جيتي نتحدث عن المستقبل إيش راح نسوي.
In my visit, I'd like to talk about the future.
شبعانين من ماضينا القديم.
Because now, we are fed up with the past.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Kurdish here. Mr. President, thank you for your time. Last year in May, the Prime Minister of Kurdistan region, Masroor Barzani, signed about $110 billion in energy deals with U.S. companies here in Washington, D.C.
Right.
Mr. President, if Baghdad and Erbil work together better, that investment could grow. What is your message and advice to the leaders in Baghdad and Erbil to work together? Why I'm asking this question? Because you are our miracle makers, Mr. President.
I love this question. It's my favorite question so far, by far. Thank you very much for the question. Look, Baghdad, I think, and I and this country, we're going to make some tremendous music together. We haven't been dealing very much over the last 4 or 5 years with the previous administration. Iraq has tremendous potential because of their oil and because of other things, but because of their oil. And we're going to be doing a lot of deals. We're going to create a lot of jobs for both countries. And we're going to be taking out a lot of oil. A lot of oil is coming out. And the American companies are doing it. Mostly American companies now. They don't want to do business with others. They want to do business with America, and that's good. And that's one of the reasons that I felt so strongly that this was going to be a great prime minister, and I fought for that.
How would you describe your relationship with Kurdistan regional government at this time? Because Prime Minister yesterday had a statement and fully support you.
كيف ترون علاقتكم مع كردستان اليوم لأنه السيد كرئيس وزراء؟
أنا أنظر للعراق جسد.
I look at Iraq as a body.
وكل رقعة جغرافية في العراق هي عضو جسدي.
Each part of Iraq is part of my own body.
فما راح أميز عضو عن آخر.
I would never distinguish between any organ.
ولا يمكن أن أقطع جزء من جسدي بيدي.
And I cannot cut off any part of any organ from my own body.
كردستان جزء مهم من العراق.
Kurdistan is such an important part of Iraq.
لا يختلفون عن البصرة وعن المحافظات الأخرى.
No different than Basra and other provinces.
But because such nice things were said about him, that means he likes the man that said those nice things.
President Trump. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have a question for you, and I have a question for Prime Minister. The first question, Mr. Prime Minister, why did you choose the United States as your first trip abroad? And what steps, concrete steps, do you take when you go back to Iraq to make sure that the agreements you are reaching in Washington, D.C. implemented?
أنا ورثت بلد ثقيل.
I inherited such a heavy burden country.
وأنا كماجستير مالية.
I have a master's degree in finance.
حللت الوضع الاقتصادي للبلد.
I analyzed the economic situation of the country.
هذا الثقل يراد معي شريك استراتيجي يحمله معي.
With this burden, I need such a strategic partner to really lift this burden.
وأهم شريك استراتيجي في العالم.
The most important strategic partnership in
هو الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
is the United States of America.
فلم تكن زيارتي عابرة أو من فراغ.
It wasn't just like any visit or I came out of.
ولم تكن عاطفية وإنما عقلية.
It's not emotional. It's about mind.
He says no emotions, Habibi.
Yeah,
It's a
thank
pure
you.
business. The data dependent.
I think so.
Make
I
a
think
deal
it's
with
going to,
America.
inflation's down. We inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years. It was the worst in the history of our country from Biden, Sleepy Joe. He might have been sleepy, but boy, he could create inflation like nobody. And I inherited that, and I got blamed for it, and it's not my fault. We are putting it to sleep. And we've done a great job, Scott and Howard and Marco and even Pete, because he's watching his dollars, right? But they've done a fantastic job. We've all done a fantastic job. So we had the worst inflation in history, and the history of our country. I mean, we had months where it was 9 and 10%, and now we have a report just came out. It was just released. Thank you for bringing it up, but the report was incredible. Inflation is way down. That means prices are coming way down, and we're doing a great job. Remember that for the midterms. I say to that camera, remember that because nobody else could do it. Prices are way down. Prices are coming way down, and we're going to bring them much lower yet.
President Trump, people around the world and around the nation are anticipating your big announcement on Thursday night regarding election machines and integrity. Can you give us sort of a sneak peek about what to expect and tell the audience?
Well, I'd rather save it. It will concern that subject, and we'll have a couple of other things to say also.
Why should people watch, though?
But I'd rather save it, but it's really big news. It's really, really big news. And our country has to shape up. But that's what we're going to be talking about Thursday is it doesn't get bigger because without free and fair elections, you don't have a country. We'll be discussing other things too, but it's going to be a very big announcement. Yeah.
Mr. President, your administration pushed hard to shape Iraq's leadership and tied U.S. support to disarming Iran-backed factions. With the September 15th deadline, weeks away, what happening in Baghdad misses it? And does the U.S. troops withdrawal from Kurdistan region still proceed on schedule?
I think everything's on schedule. We have a great, here we are. I mean, we're right now, I even called for a lunch that wasn't scheduled, okay? So in that way, but no, I don't think I've ever done that where we didn't have lunch. I said, let's have lunch. You know why? Because I like them.
At least in lunch.
I like them. So I think that's all going to work out very well. Yeah.
Sir, do you want this Russia sanctions bill signed within the next week or two, and will you sign it?
Well, I know that Lindsay wanted it very badly. I think they may be adding Iran to it. They're going to add Iran, which is a very big thing if they did that. They may add Hezbollah too. Just put them if you do business with Hezbollah. So we're looking at that, but they're seriously thinking, and this is in honor of Lindsey. This was his thing. He wanted this more than any other thing. You know how he felt. And there's a good chance that it gets done, but they'd like to add Iran, and they'd like to add Hezbollah to it. That's what I'm hearing. So.
And if that means secondary sanctions on China, India, Europe.
Well, we'll have to look. That hasn't been discussed.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, my question for you. The Prime Minister, Ali Zaidi, has launched a campaign to bring weapons held by militia under the control of the state. How does your administration support him to accomplish this vision? And my second question, how do you envision the future relations between Kurdistan region and Iraq?
I think everything is going to work out. I think the Middle East, believe it or not, is coming together. We're getting rid of the bully of the Middle East. Iran was the bully of the Middle East. They bullied Iraq. They bullied every country. There was fear all over the Middle East with other countries. I understand that, but there was fear. But there's no fear anymore because their military capability has been knocked to hell, and there's no fear. I think the Middle East is coming together like it's never come together before. You can't have a dominant factor like Iran that would kill 52,000 protesters. You know, they killed. Nobody likes talking about that. I don't like talking about it. They killed 52,000 protesters. So the bottom line, all regions, I believe, are coming together. And I think this is going to be one of the great leaders right here. It's going to be one of the great leaders in the Middle East. Go ahead, please. Just explain that, please.
أعتقد إنه الآن الشرق الأوسط قد تم ترتيب أوضاعه لأنه إيران ضعفت الآن وهي كانت تتنمر على الجميع فالآن انتهى هذا الدور ولا يمكن أن نسمح لقوة واحدة أو بلد واحد بأن يهيمن على كامل المنطقة يعني الناس يغفلون عن أن إيران كذلك الحكومة الإيرانية قتلت 52,000 متظاهر في إيران طبعا نحن لا يمكننا نحن لا نتحدث عن ذلك وأنا نفسي يعني أنا الرئيس أكره أن أفكر في هذا الأمر لكنهم كذلك والآن انتهى هذا الدور ولم يعد لإيران أي دور في التنمر على أي من جيرانهم.
I think we could go into this for a long time, and the bottom line is that we have a fantastic relationship with many countries now. I just came back from NATO. Many of you were there, and you saw how that worked out. It was a phenomenal. It was a love fest, to be honest, and they loved the United States. They even like me, but they love the United States. And we're going to cut costs there by hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe. But the NATO event was incredible. Today's event is incredible. This is a potentially really great country, and many people would say it's a great country. We're helping it. We want to help it. We have a fantastic relationship with the new Prime Minister. He's a strong person. He's a very brilliant guy. He's very much acknowledged, or he couldn't have won that election. That was a highly competitive election, and he went out and won, and it's a big story. I mean, it's a big, big story. And I just want to say that the United States has never done better. We're doing well. You know, more people are working today in the United States than at any time in history. We have more things being built, factories, plants, AI, automobile plants are being built at record numbers, more than we've ever had ever before. The tariffs have been used very judiciously and properly, and companies are pouring in, and countries are pouring into this country to build factories, because when they build them, they have no tariffs. And we have numbers, $19.2 trillion. As an example, under Biden, it was less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We're at $19.2 trillion for 12 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Our relationship with Iraq is, I would say, it went from being not so good to being outstanding. And we're going to have a long-term relationship with Iraq. We're going to have a long-term relationship with a man that will be a great leader. Mark my words. I knew what I was doing. This man is going to be a great leader in the Middle East, beyond Iraq. His influence is going to spread all throughout the Middle East, and we're very happy about it. And we're very happy to have you with us. Thank you very much.
Mr. President,
I I don't think there's anything much else you can ask us. This is a very important meeting. It's something I've never done before. No lunch was scheduled. I said, let's have lunch. I've never done that before. Sometimes we'll have a lunch scheduled, but I've never done this. Right, Susie? This is a first. So I have no idea what we're going to be eating, but it'll be fun. But we're doing it because we like the people
say
to go with us.
hummus.
Thank you very much.
Say it, Donald. I know you want to say it. Maybe hummus. Who knows? I bet you some hummus. Maybe, I don't know. First time.
Thank you.
All right, well. We still got Kevin Warsh. I'm sorry.
No underestimate, we could say.
I don't know if
For
you
all
guys want to
intents
hear
and
me
purposes,
talk.
The underlying
but
economy is
unfortunately,
strong.
these political
Small
yappers
businesses, community
today.
banks I speak to for the most part, throughout Pennsylvania, report steady demand.
Bring in
positive
the
business
shawarma. I
outlooks.
bet you it's
As
shawarma.
well,
I love
the businesses
shawarma. How do
are
you say?
profitable. Tax
Shawarma?
revenues for the federal
What
government
people
are up
call it? Many
6.9%
different names. I
in
probably
2026,
shouldn't say
which is
that.
phenomenal.
50-50.
In Pennsylvania, by the way, they're up 2.4%
Miss
this
Shawarma.
last
One or
fiscal
the
year,
other.
and they're glowing about that, raving about
Get
that.
chipped.
So federal
We're right at
revenues are
open,
way
dog,
up.
and then it's just
Shows
literally
businesses,
software.
again, are profitable. Many of
And
us
my
in this
friend,
committee have made the case
cybersecurity.
for quite a while now that the Fed
I
needs to
know. Listen,
review
I've
the
been
big
annoying
picture,
about
as
cyber,
you've
but
been,
like you
making
guys are happy about it,
commentary
right?
towards.
I know I talked
Supply
about it a
side
lot.
growth, lower
I wish I
interest
didn't
rates are
have
not
to,
in
but like I'm
conflict.
telling you, it
They
feels
are,
like
in
every
fact,
day
very often
for the last like
complementary.
14 days. It's
As
kind of
lower
been like
interest
that.
rates encourage more cap investment. They can.
These guys
they
sound
can
so
put
boring
downward
after
pressure on
hearing from,
inflation, simply by using the well-known equation: when supply exceeds demand, prices go down.
And then I had SK Hynix up too. That thing kept ripping.
Appreciate that very
You
much.
love me and cyber was shook
So,
Mr.
Chairman Warsh, you've created these task forces, which we're all pleased to see, I think. And will you express how these task forces will help achieve the Fed's goal of 2% inflation?
Thank you, Congressman. I'd be happy to. The 5 task forces are an attempt to go back to first principles. Ask whether the way the Fed has conducted business for more than a generation,
what the Fed has
the
done
way
for
we've
you, but what
gathered
you can
data,
do for the Fed.
the way our models make forecasts about what's
Bro,
going to happen
Sentinel
next,
too, man.
our
If
understanding
you
of
bought the
changes in
dip on that, it's
productivity and
even
changes
insane,
in the
but
supply
all
side.
of those are just
These are all big
beautiful.
fundamental questions.
But yeah, I mean, I don't.
I think
love my
we are
cyber.
better equipped
My cyber
to make
security.
smarter decisions on policy so that we can deliver price stability and full employment if we get the benefit of some outside
benefit
views.
of,
Again, we're going to then
and
decide
we're
what to
gonna
do with them. We're going to
decide
make the
what to do
decisions.
with
We're not
them.
going to outsource them.
We're not gonna.
But if there
outsource
was
them.
ever a reason after a
I don't
long
do the
period of
voice.
inflation that was
I'm
too
getting used
high
to
to
it,
go back
but
to first
still.
principles, this is
It's
it.
different.
And like you, while I reviewed the data that came out this morning on CPI,
the
and
data.
it was positive relative to expectations, I'm not for cherry picking. I'm not going to show up here and say mission accomplished. And what I'd say is there's plenty of work to do, and I would feel more confident if we had better data to inform our decision making. We have a task force.
Yeah, I mean, he
that's
hasn't
gonna
said
be focused on
anything.
doing
I mean,
just
no
that.
one's really
I know
panicked
you're
off
also
what he
gonna
said.
utilize,
Hasn't really moved
balance
rate
sheet,
cut odds.
process
he's
as well.
artfully
You've critiqued
dodged questions,
the
and they're aware of
QE,
his ability to dodge them.
planning or
But yeah, he hasn't really said
activities
anything.
for a while.
He just
You've
said
stated you plan
CPI
to
was
reduce
positive.
the Fed's balance sheet. How do you plan to do that? And what role?
NIVDA too,
does
you
the
guys.
private
209.
sector play?
NIVDA's having a big day. Like I'm saying,
On the
we
balance
were when the
sheet,
market
again,
was
I don't want
moving.
to
You have more
prejudge
names
the
down than
conclusions
not.
of the
But
task force, and
yeah,
I can't
that just
speak
NIVDA
for
alone
18 of
is your
my other
only one.
colleagues.
Yeah, and it relates
As
to
a
how we
first
open.
approximation, I'll say now what I've been thinking for years. In normal times, the Federal Reserve should be a price taker, not a price maker. We should be observing what is the price for a 10-year treasury between a willing buyer and willing seller. We shouldn't have our thumb generally on the scale. Now, when it comes to a crisis, I don't want to suggest that we're going to be able to sit on the sidelines. I would hope we could, but I can't say that for sure. The Fed balance sheet, both its size
See,
and
he said, "I
duration,
hope
are
we could," but
worthy
he
of
said we're
a
too
very
pussy.
worthwhile
Excuse me.
review. I'm inclined to think that there are better regimes we can go to, but we're not going to do it without due consultation with the markets and with members of this committee.
Great, and certainly the reserve requirements of banks and all may put this in the hands more so of the private sector, as I think you believe. Chairman Greenspan in the 90s recognized that a productivity boom from computers and the internet was putting a downward pressure on inflation, and he cut rates based on that data, ahead of the data. Does AI present that same kind of opportunity today?
If you've seen one productivity boom, you've seen one productivity boom.
Okay.
I take very seriously the productivity booms that we've had. And generally, if you look at the surge in productivity in the post-war era in the United States, we tend to move from a relatively low productivity realm, environment, from a relatively about 1.5% a year realm, and then for a decade or longer,
Gentleman's time has expired.
to a higher productivity realm. I think this could be that opportunity, but I can't say it for certain as of yet.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Warsh, nice to see you here. Welcome. I want to start with just a purely academic question for you, just on economic theory, but with some context. You talked to Dr. Foster about your experience in the 2008 downturn. I was not here in 2008, but I remember in 2020 when former Chair Bernanke came in as someone who had some experience steering through a crisis. I remember that we had this meeting in March of 2020 saying, we've never seen unemployment spike this quickly since the Great Depression. We've never seen
Meta
GDP
is
collapse
starting
this
to
quickly
get
since the Great
candles.
Depression. And here's someone who
kind of unique
steered the economy through an
I guess
$800
a
billion
little bit on
bailout,
Amazon.
which at the time seemed like a big number.
And IGV on the high.
I mention that, number one, because I hope you don't find yourself in the future being asked to address Congress based on your own expertise steering through through a crisis, although certainly Chair Powell got his chance there as well. But the difference in the way that we responded to COVID and the way we responded to 2008 was a much heavier fiscal stimulus, whereas the 2008 crisis was, largely QE and monetary, as big as $800 billion.
Yeah, watch Meta.
was.
The prices aren't good, but
We also recovered from
if that
COVID
does
a
turn
ton
into a
faster,
headline.
not only faster than everybody expected, but faster than all of our peers. And should we find
Yeah, Meta's
ourselves
the
in
one
another
picking up right
crisis,
now out of all of them.
What do you, just as an economist,
And then again, SK
how do you
Hynix
think
and
about the
then
right
just again,
shaping
Nvidia
of fiscal
is
and
doing
monetary
well. It's
policy? Obviously,
balancing
you
out
only
chips, and
have
then really it's
purview
software.
over
They're
one of those,
literally
but
hitting
your voice
highs
is gonna
now.
matter.
Palantir is helping it out. Microsoft too, actually.
As I said in an analogy to one of your colleagues, I'll say it here. If you've seen one
Netflix.
financial crisis, you've seen one financial crisis. So I'm careful about extrapolating. More generally, I would say the response
there's Meta.
to the
Meta
2020
just went
pandemic
from doing nothing to
had
a
some
half
very
a percent
similar
really in 2
areas
minutes.
with
It's
respect
not
to
a signal,
monetary
but it's moving.
policy. That is, the central
But yeah,
bankers
Meta and
in
Microsoft now. A
2020
couple
took
more
some of
cybers,
the
not only
toolkit
Sentinel, but like
that
Net,
we innovated on in
Fastly,
2008 or
Crowd.
2009, and they provided
Boy,
overwhelming
a little
liquidity.
higher than the
That's
opening.
in our
right there, I
remit
know.
in crises, not in more normal times.
Long-term
My
monthly.
judgment in
Pay
2008,
yourself
judgment in
first.
2020, and if we were to have a crisis when you and I are in these roles, I would be describing to you what the central bank can do. I would also try to describe to you the limits of our authority, such that you have the opportunity to make whatever decisions you think are right. But I'm going to make a promise to you now that I would hope to hold to then, which is the fiscal policy response is going to be the decision of you and the administration. We're going to do our very best to steer clear of that.
Well, and I appreciate that, and I think none of us want to go there again, but we also want to make sure that, monetary policy can target some sectors of our economy, not the others. We need to work together. On a similar subject, I want to pivot, and I was spinning through, and I love these reports all the time. Send them it's always good reading. I want to talk specifically about Figure 1 and Figure 43. Figure 1 shows U.S. CPI over the last decade or so. Figure 43 shows global CPI trends. And
I feel like we've seen
what's
that
very
before.
clear is that U.S. inflation picks up immediately after
I've
Liberation
seen a
Day
couple
on
of
account
times.
of
Now
tariffs.
Adobe, I mean, it's
Global
just all the
inflation
software
picks up
stacks. Some of
after
them
the
are just
Iran
still
war.
red.
You can see the spike. So,
literally
we
all
had
software names.
inflation generally coming down after 2020, starts picking up on account of tariff policy, and then starts picking up again on account of foreign policy in the United States. And you can just see in those charts what was domestic and what was international. How effective is monetary policy when it's fighting with fiscal policy or foreign policy or economic policy? Because I don't really understand the theory of the case that interest rates undo tariffs, or that interest rates undo high oil prices, or for that matter QE or what the other things. So, how concerned should we be about monetary policy that's got a different set of goals than the outcomes of fiscal policy right now?
So generally, Congressman, I'd say a couple things. First, we are takers of the fiscal policy decisions that you and your colleagues make. We will take that into account. I'm not suggesting that we act in isolation. What I am
To be clear, we didn't vote on tariffs or the Iran war.
But the policies that are made of the executive branch and of Congress, we're aware of them. We have a wide lens, but we then take those on board and make whatever decisions we best can consistent with our remit.
Do you have the tools to counter them?
We have tools that are powerful. Whether they're working at cross purposes or consistent with them is never easy to know in real time. But let me make one other important distinction. Military conflicts overseas, changes in trade policy, changes in immigration policy, those have an effect and we can take them into account. Often they have an effect on prices in the short term.
Time has expired.
Our business is whether those prices in the short term end up spreading out, and that's our responsibility.
I'm out of time, but let's stay coordinated would be my request.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, who also chairs our Asia Pacific Subcommittee on House Foreign Affairs. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member, for hosting today's hearing. And Chairman Warsh, welcome. This, I understand, is your first appearance before our committee since your confirmation.
Netflix.
So congratulations.
Actually,
earlier
did anybody
this year,
update
you may have
anything on
heard
Netflix
I
today?
introduced Payments Access
Now that I
and
think
Consumer
about it.
Efficiency Act, PACE Act, with my Democratic colleague Sam Liccardo, because I kept hearing from my constituents in Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties about
what
how
up, Callie?
important these payment modernization is in helping small businesses owners
EQT.
make
I got
payroll
out of
and
the
make sure that
premiums held. I didn't like
their
how it was
workers
moving.
get their paychecks
I
on
haven't checked
time.
after that.
And President Trump understands that, which is why
SpaceX
he
selling off
issued
now.
the
That was
executive
after
order
kind of
earlier
bouncing a little bit.
and signed that
So again,
to
yesterday
call
was
for
day
a
one.
financial system that is more innovative and is affordable for American families and businesses. So Chairman
Spy
Marsh,
doing nice
I
again. You're
understand
broadening
you
out a
share
little
that
bit, but the low
goals
ticker
and
still has
vision
some
for the
action.
Federal Reserve as well. But currently the situation is the payments company holding money transmitter
there's Meta
licenses in all
And again, Netflix
US
started
states
running up too.
and complying with every
Where
Bank
are those
Secrecy Act
premiums?
rule and holding customer funds in a one-to-one liquid
I think
reserve
Netflix balanced out. They just
still
both moved
has
30%
no legal
back and forth
pathways
today.
to access the Federal Reserve payments rail directly. So
Yeah,
as a
the puts
result,
are up,
small
the calls are
businesses
down
and
on
consumers
Netflix.
bear the burden
But then
of increased
I'm not
costs
seeing
and
Netflix still in the
slower
red.
payments. So the PACE Act
Or now
is
it's just
trying
barely
to
going
address
green.
that by creating OCC
So yeah, Netflix call
supervised
premiums got
activity-based
cheaper
registration
from
for
yesterday. The
sophisticated
puts got more
payment companies
expensive, but
that
the puts
trade
were already jacked up.
federal safeguards, BSA compliance, and capital reserves for direct access to FedNow, FedWire, FedACH. So, Chairman, can you talk about how you plan to work with the OCC and Congress to ensure that well-regulated payment companies have access to the infrastructure they need to lower costs for American consumers?
So thank you, Representative. I look forward to working with you on any details of your legislation without picking sides. What I would say is the payment system that the Federal Reserve supports needs to be resilient, needs to not play favorites, needs to be able to withstand shocks, and needs to be reliable and accessible so that we can do our part to ensure that the payment rails in the United States are strong. I would make a distinction between that and any payments that interact directly with retail customers. This is a business that the central bank needs to and should stay out of. A competitive banking system, a competitive payment system provides huge benefits to the U.S., so I wouldn't want to infringe on the businesses and practices of the private sector.
I appreciate that. As you know, I took my team and I talking to the stakeholders quite a bit since last year until we introduced it in a bipartisan way. So I look forward to having that conversation with you. But I think we agree that across the board, we need to modernize and reevaluate how we consider banking charters to ensure that our financial system continues to be the most competitive in the world. So to that end, I just want to let you know that PACE Act is, again, in response to President Trump's executive order. And when you know that the U.S. is the only G7 country that does not have a system that allow fintech or non-banks a direct access to traditional payment networks, I think it's really important that we work together. And I do want to work with you on this issue of a master account access and the PACE Act. So I hope we can take the time, and I hope that you and your team, now that you are in office, to review it, and we hope to get your technical assistance on the PACE Act from your team shortly. Thanks. Another major priority of mine has been expanding access to workforce housing. Last week, as you know, we, as part of the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, I was able to increase the cap for investments in community lending and affordable housing. So as we continue to build on that momentum of expansion of the low-income housing tax credit, one thing that has caught my eye is the 100% risk weight for these types of investments in the proposed Basel Endgame rulemaking. Historically, these types of investments are extremely low risk, with very few resulting in foreclosure. So, Chairman Warsh, can you offer any insight into how you are considering the risk weight for these investments?
Mr. Chairman, I'd invite you to answer that question offline, as the gentlewoman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan. Ms. Tlaib, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chair, for being here. You know, public transparency and democratic accountability is important to American people, not just to my residents at home. So just bear with me here in regards to this. You know that you've said that the Fed should talk less to reduce the influence on financial markets. Is that correct?
When the Fed speaks, it should matter.
Yeah, but there's a difference between giving less guidance to traders, you know, but explaining less to the public is what I'm concerned about. You know, these hearings exist because Congress is paired with the dual mandate with, you know, we have a duty to report on progress towards various goals. So, you know, again, it matters what kind of communication you reduce. So, for instance, you know, transparency in regards to, like, one of the things that bothers me is, like, you as the Fed chair has to publish the calendar.
Staples again.
Right?
I mean, this time, see if the SPY goes up. Every other time,
I believe subject to
But
FOIA
yeah, MO,
requests, we turn
Coca-Cola,
over
XLP,
consistent
still
with
fading.
FOIA, the appropriate entries.
But when you provide it, you don't actually put the topic of what those meetings were about.
So I've only been in office 7 weeks, so I haven't even provided it yet, but we'll fully comply. We'll fully comply with the law when such requests are made.
Yeah, I just think, you know, I think what the American people want, or anybody, is not just who are you meeting, but what the topic is, I think is important. So let's get back to what you provide to the public. So when the Fed communicates less, how does the public or
big
the committee
pop on
judge whether or
Lucid.
not the evidence was,
Check headlines
or
on that.
the
I hate
method
this
was
piece of shit.
responsibly implemented?
So I draw, Congresswoman, an important distinction.
All right, there's a two-center.
Our number one objective is getting
shit.
policy right. And if we get policy right, we can deliver lower prices. Transparency
That's a
and
big pop,
communication
though. That's
is
3%,
usually quite
one
essential to do that. So I'll draw a distinction between
they're already
our
doubled up
internal
there.
deliberations.
No, he's
We get to have a
50%.
good
Well, I don't even know
family
what the headline
fight and
is.
talk about the hard
Lucid
issues,
weighing going
and then our
private.
decisions. I think our decisions are
I don't know
things
the
that you
source
should
on
know
that,
everything
though.
about. You should understand our rationale. We should be responsible and accountable. And if we don't deliver what we say, you should hold us account.
Yeah.
So in that, I
But
favor
how you
full
del-
transparency.
Yeah, so it sounds like you will be open to absolutely being, regards to the method and the rationale and the thinking behind the decisions.
Yes.
Okay. So if, you know, again, this is something of a concern for me, because when people
Electricvehicles.com.
say that to me, I'm like, if the Fed speaks less than public, then the words that are spoken in private to banks and invited audiences and
ALIX
off the
Partners
record
been
settings,
asked to
you know, that's
deliver
why
its
the
findings to
calendar,
Lucid in the
it's like,
next
don't just
meeting.
provide the
2 people
calendar,
told the
provide
UV
what
maker on
topic, because I
Thursday.
think it's important.
Or
So
filing
what specific
Chapter
steps will you
11.
take?
Yo,
will
hold
you
on.
take so that a
no,
quieter
no. There's a
That's what you
negative
sound
part of
like
that
you're towards. You
headline.
want a quieter Fed. Isn't a Fed heard only
So
by
it says
the
that
well
or going private.
connected?
Private
I don't
or
think
going
there should
bankrupt.
be any special dispensations
still
to
the
the
same
well-connected. My judgment is
That
what
one's gonna be
matters
weird
most
as it
is the real
circulates.
economy.
Yeah.
Financial prices then can capture what's going on. My message more broadly to you, but also to people that are in the cottage industry of following the
I know,
Fed.
but you know, the regular person out there is not going to get a meeting with you, not going to know a lot of these things. That's why I'm asking. So like, will you at least commit to publishing readouts of your meetings with the market participants?
I'm committed to follow the law, and
But
I'm
we should know
committed to
what
do
you're
more
telling-
than that.
But
I'm
you
committed.
we should know what you're telling them, because not the 750,000 people in my
Well,
district.
yeah, so
can get
dude, that's
meeting
a,
with you,
I mean, I don't know what
and you
this
wanna
source
talk to
is,
the public less. So I don't know.
electric-vehicles.com.
I just want to make sure that we understand the intent
But
and
yeah,
the
it's
decisions
just
that are
saying
being
the
made. So in
strategic options
2025, you
include
said
the
that Fed had,
Saudi
quote,
EV maker,
redefined its legislative
Saudis
remit
taking them private,
and
or
signaled
Chapter
a
11.
willingness to accept,
One of
like,
the
a higher
sources say,
inflation and all that stuff.
because the review
really,
is strictly confidential, Alex Partners are
you know,
urging the board to
my
run one
folks are
more
thinking
round of
this isn't going to impact
restructuring.
employment. This is going to, you know, like, what is going on here?
Yeah, so what went on is the Fed changed its academic framework and
Like I
its
said, the
operational
premiums all
framework,
stayed
and it
the
led
same.
to
They
higher
didn't even go
prices,
down.
which
Delta,
did more
Josh
harm to the
Brown,
least
pump
well
or
off
dump?
among us than any policy that I could have imagined, and so that's why we have to reform it.
I know.
Fed's begun that reform, and we're going to continue it.
Okay, last question. At your June press conference, you said that there is, quote, no cruel choice, that strong employment and low prices are mutually compatible. If there's no trade-off, pursuing maximum employment costs you nothing in terms of inflation. So, Chair, what concretely are you doing to pursue maximum employment right now?
So concretely, what we're doing is going to deliver price stability, and when we deliver that, households and
Explain that
businesses will
more.
be stronger.
Explain that more.
So I can think of few things.
Gentlewoman's time has expired, and I invite the chairman to carry on that explanation in writing, and I thank the gentlewoman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, for 5 minutes.
Chairman, thank you so much for being here. Thank you. I am trying not to be redundant on the questions you've already been asked, but Chairman, the June FOMC statement reaffirmed the Fed's policy of maintaining ample reserves in the banking system. While your balance sheet task force is reviewing the benefits and risks of that framework, so if you go back to 2019, when reserve scarcity kind of contributed to stress in the short-term funding markets, what market indicators, in your opinion, should the Fed watch most closely to determine whether balance sheet reduction is moving too quickly, which is a concern?
So, Congressman, we have to look at a mosaic of information to judge how best to conduct policy. I wish there were some simple rules that we could rely on for monetary policy, or clear and simple rules on the balance sheet. What we have to do right now is go back to first principles and ask ourselves whether this large balance sheet of a duration that is much higher than it was some years ago, whether that's consistent with good monetary policy. And then we're going to ask ourselves
were they the one
whether
with the
there's a better
patent shit this
regime,
morning?
and finally, how to get from the current regime to
They're
something
up.
else. We've been prejudged.
And then,
any of those
Lucid went
answers.
down because,
Well, the goal
again,
isn't to be disruptive
everyone's
to
pumping
markets.
the first
It's
part
to
of the
such
article that says going
markets, the
private,
banking
but
sector, and the
the
real
second part
economy
says they
can
could go
understand
Chapter
the
11
change and have time to
bankruptcy.
adjust if we
But
need
then
to
the
do it.
cherry on top, the source
Thank you.
is
Chairman,
very
in
odd
the
and weird.
interest of time, I'm going to yield
So, yeah,
my
good
time
luck.
back.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York. Mr. Torres, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
How are you, Chair? Thank you for your service. During your Senate confirmation hearing on April 21st, 2026, you said, quote, "The measures I prefer
Yeah, the headline
looking
was
at are
out
things
5
that are called
hours
trim
ago.
averages.
That's kind of crazy.
where
The
we take
actual
out all of the
report,
tail
it just got
risks.
circulated right now.
Separately, on May 31st, 2026, the Wall Street Journal reported that you want the Federal Reserve to give greater weight
love
to the
this guy.
Dallas Fed's trim
Remember, he
mean
was-
PCE.
he was pressing Besson.
So I want to offer a critique and then have you respond. Trim mean PCE lagged behind core PCE in detecting the inflation shock that began in 2021. Core PCE crossed the Federal Reserve's 2% target in March 2021. Trim mean PCE did not cross that same threshold into July, a 4-month lag. By February 2022, core PCE had risen to 5.4%, while trim mean PCE stood at only 3.6%, a divergence of nearly 2 percentage points. And so here's my question. If trim mean PCE detected the inflation shock later, understated its severity, and diverged from core PCE by nearly 2 percentage points, why should the Fed place greater weight on it when setting monetary policy? And to put a finer
Cecil?
point on it, your core criticism of the Fed is that it was behind the curve on inflation.
Yeah, Sezzle,
that
pop.
same criticism can be leveled against your
It was
preferred
already
measure
up a lot,
on
and then
inflation.
Meta is
So
hitting a
why
high
the
now.
disconnect?
So none of those are very good measures of underlying inflation. That Wall Street Journal story that you referenced is incorrect, that I have a preferred measure from one of the reserve banks. If I had a preferred measure, I wouldn't have called for a task force to go back to first principles, and the data task force will be looking importantly at inflation measures. My view is that we need new measures to understand the underlying changes in inflation.
I don't have a preferred
Am I
measure.
interested in what's the mean or median price of a good in a big box retailer? You bet I am. And none of these measures capture that. I am super interested in finding new measures to do a better job to help us inform our decisions so that the inflation of the last 5 years don't continue.
Now, you have repeatedly described inflation as a choice. A simple yes or no question. Do you mean a choice by the Federal Reserve?
I mean a choice by the Federal Reserve and fiscal policymakers both, but I'm not trying to push the responsibility onto you. The Congress said that we're in the business of ensuring stable prices, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
So combating inflation is part of the Fed's statutory mandate.
Dave.
And you view inflation as a choice by the Fed.
The
Combating
$10 pop.
unemployment is also part of the Fed's mandate. Do you view
Whoa, that's
unemployment
3% in
as
one
a choice by
candle,
the Fed?
Dave.
We
This
have
thing's
no
already
legislative
ripped.
orphans.
I mean, literally,
we
it was at
can't
150
just take one part
in
of the
April.
statute you give us and disown the others.
That just popped.
I will just add a
literally
touch of
3%
complexity.
on that candle.
We
Dave.
have more control over the price level
expensive.
ourselves than we do the unemployment rate. We have some say there, but so do all the policies that you and your colleagues put into place.
But obviously, if you aggressively raise interest rates, that could have the effect of causing unemployment. So in that sense, it's a choice, right? There are multiple forces that shape both inflation and unemployment, and the Fed is one among many. Quantitative easing. Do you believe quantitative easing is inherently inflationary? Yes or no, and then?
That question I can answer simply. I don't think it's inherently inflationary, especially if we adopt quantitative easing in the depths of a crisis. It can often provide liquidity to markets that need it.
So from 2008 to 2014, the Federal Reserve's balance sheet grew
It's an
by a factor of
interesting
5,
answer.
from about $900 billion to about $4.5 trillion. Yet over the same period, average headline PCE inflation was 1.7%, and average core PCE inflation was 1.5% below the Fed's 2% target. So the notion that quantitative easing may be inflationary fails to explain the non-inflationary effects of a multi-trillion-dollar five-fold expansion of the Fed's balance sheet from 2008 to 2014. Can you explain that for me?
Yes, Congressman, I can. If the balance sheet expansion were our only policy tool, then that is a reasonable conclusion to draw. But we have several policy tools. The dominant one is interest rates. And so we need to think about both of them in the context
And I
of
want to
monetary
quickly
policy.
interject. Do you believe changes in the size of the Fed's balance sheet have an effect on inflation comparable to changes in interest rates?
You had me except for comparable. They can substitute for each other. They can complement each other.
But you don't see them as comparable.
But the balance sheet, they have different effects. The balance sheet tends to work more through asset prices first.
And I want to
interest
interject.
rates more through the real economy.
Do you acknowledge that IORB weakens the relationship between the size of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet and inflation?
Not precisely. I don't know if I can answer that fully in one
You
second.
need to answer it in writing, and it'll be very interesting because these were good questions.
I look forward to doing that. Thank you.
With the time we have remaining that the chairman's allocated us, the chair now recognizes the chairman of our
clouds are on the
subcommittee
wall.
on housing and insurance, Mr. Flood, and I recognize you for 4 minutes.
Why is this
Thank
still?
you, Mr.
What
Chairman,
time is it?
and
dude?
thank
It's
you for
10?
being here, Chairman Warsh. I'd like to begin by emphasizing the importance of the independence of the Federal Reserve. Markets rely on our financial system and the dollar as a stable, safe place to put their money. The stability of our financial system is at the center of our global influence. Our adversaries know that if they can break our debt markets, if they can break the dollar, they can remove one of the largest and most significant advantages we have as Americans. The strength of our system, and in turn our ability to stand up against foreign adversaries that seek to destabilize it, is partially a function of having an independent Federal Reserve. If we lose an independent Federal Reserve, we will lose the confidence of people around the world that use the U.S. markets and the U.S. dollar as a safe haven, and that would be devastating for our economy and the economic security alike. thank you for your work. I want you to know that I strongly support your ability to operate in an independent fashion. And to that end, Mr. Chairman, before I get into the rest of my questions, I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak on the importance of an independent Federal Reserve.
Thank you, Congressman. I'm happy to do it. The Fed will remain independent on my watch. Fed independence is essential to the proper conduct of monetary policy, and I expect and will ensure that monetary policy is independent over the 4 years of my term. And like you, I think it provides extraordinary benefits in everything we do and strengthens the role of the United States and the U.S. dollar in the global economy.
Really appreciate that. Next, let's talk about the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, kind of following on what Mr. Torres was talking about. I've had longstanding concerns with the effects of the long-term effects of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet. In particular, I also worry about the use of quantitative easing in times of economic trouble. It can take a long time to unwind, leading to a Federal Reserve balance sheet that continues to grow and grow over time. Mr. Chairman, would you mind commenting just broadly on the use of quantitative easing in monetary policy?
I'd be happy to do it, Congressman. In periods of crisis, when markets aren't clearing, I am willing to be quite aggressive in what the Fed does with its balance sheet, the assets that we buy as necessary in unusual and exigent circumstances. But when crises are over, monetary policy, in my view, should be driven almost exclusively by interest rate policy. One of my former colleagues said it best when he said, interest rates get in the cracks. I'll go on to say, interest rates don't favor one class of people versus another. They don't favor those that have financial assets more than folks that are living off their bi-monthly paychecks.
But the
So I
short
like
end of
interest
the
rates as
curve affects
dominant ways
the
to
long
make
end and
monetary
people
policy,
differently.
And I'd prefer, all the things being equal,
Thought I should
use
throw that out
balance
there.
sheets when the crises are real.
That's an
However, we've
interesting
inherited. I've inherited a very large balance sheet with
Oh,
a
we're
very
working our way
complicated
up
set
and
of
it's
assets.
chips. I mean, you've
And
got
I
a
am
couple
open-minded
headlines
to
here and
reforms,
there. I
as are
mean,
my
Warsh
colleagues,
is hitting the wire
keen
on
to
this right now.
continue
But
to work with this task force to
yeah, man.
achieve that.
Oil stopped
Real quick,
moving
and
even
I'm
after
skipping
all
to
of
the
that
end
back
because
and
this
forth.
question matters
We
a
heard
lot
a
to me.
couple
I
of
have a lot of
things,
community
but
banks in Nebraska.
pretty decent
It's the
considering
lifeblood
how
of
we
agriculture.
started.
Can you
but
talk about
yeah, it's already 10
how
o'clock.
you see supervision working
has to
and
be done soon,
respecting the role of a community bank, especially in rural America?
Congressman,
Again,
as I
an
mentioned you
NVIDIA
in your
brother,
office, I'm a
and
big
even a
believer in the
snowflaking
diversity
in a
of financial
Microsoft, more
institutions.
software.
The U.S. economy benefits enormously by not having a half a dozen big institutions at the top do everything for everybody. The ag community, other communities are well served by the banks that are closest to them.
The lantern stopped
Supervision
moving.
and regulation needs to take that into account. The thousands of banks that we have are an enviable good, and the Fed needs to do what it can to support them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank Chairman Warsh. This is season 1, episode 1 of Warsh at the Fed. We look forward to
Warsh at the
episode
Fed.
2
There he is,
tomorrow.
over
We
now.
want to thank
Thank
you for
God.
your testimony today.
Praise the
Without
Lord.
objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit
To
additional written
follow up,
questions
DJT on the
to
high.
the
if
chair.
you're feeling froggy.
Questions will be forwarded to the witness for your response. Chair Warsh, please respond.
I think
no
it's
later
great
than
though. I
August
think
18th,
honestly, first
2020.
sign. I mean, above all else, even as that's ending, I mean, that wasn't bad. I mean, in general, like he had remember, just a couple weeks ago, everyone's like, this guy's hawkish, the rate hike odds. Again, I talked about that a lot yesterday. And even then, I think that confirms it. Like I'm telling you, a lot of people were going to pick apart. You're going to hear from him tomorrow too, might I add. But they're trying to see if he's going to insinuate anything about this policy and raising rates. But like I've been telling you, I just genuinely believe, especially after a CPI like today, your first negative CPI in 6 years on the month or on the headline. But yeah, it's just like I don't think he's going to raise rates before that. And then even after 2 hours of him getting grilled, I mean, he brought up a lot of stuff, but not anything you haven't heard. He did not touch more into hawkish or dovish territory. I mean, you get to hear more about your task forces. And again, I mean, I do think, I mean, he mentioned it a couple of times. I kind of acknowledged it throughout the day as he brought it up, man. I'm telling you, the reform, his commitment to reform in this dawn of a new Fed era. I mean, he did make that clear, and I'm excited to see how that plays out. And that's why I do think that happens more towards the end of the year. I think rate hikes are still on the table, but after the midterms. Until then, I mean, I think everyone, what I was talking about last night is just like, you see it back and forth. Even today, if you guys aren't understanding what happened today, I mean, it was IBM in the morning. You know, that was a narrative. It was a guidance changing, and that story caused a lot of movement, a lot of rotation. And like I'm telling you, just from now until November, that we're going to hike rates, you know, that has a lot of life left in it. So yeah, you're going to hear that a lot back and forth. But other than that, I think Warsh was I wouldn't call it a dud, but once again, just, you know, everybody keeps saying he's hawkish, or they kind of get afraid of him. You know, again, he's only been in this job for 17 days, he says. So, but like, yeah, every time he comes out and speaks, though, the market kind of cools down and chills out, because he doesn't further, you know, freak us out. Again, the data hasn't moved further. Nothing's changed much since he's gone in. So, yeah, we'll see where it all leads. But other than that, my friends, there's no earnings till Thursday. I think tomorrow you're going to get a couple more. You get a little bit more after the bell. We had the banks. You just got here, Marco. Were you sleeping till 10 a.m. Pacific time? Well, you missed the 1,000%er on Crowd, I believe, one of those. But then I fucked up. I had good timing on Citi, but I just took the wrong direction. So there was updates on bank earnings, and that was the other part of today. The banks all reported good, but the reactions were all just very muted up until some of them reported Carvana popping right now. But yeah, other than that, the CPI was great. People like that, especially after Waller's comments yesterday. And then the big story today was IBM. This is IBM's worst one-day move since 1987. They came out and they said that their customers are spending more on hardware, and then their software side was doing bad, and that even killed software in the morning. But yeah, they pretty much, IBM came out with a pre-earnings guide, and then they guided down, and that's where they just pretty much sold off terribly. Trump tells Netanyahu to move forces out of Syria and Lebanon. Axios. That's coming out now. But yeah, so that caused it, and then that led into software this morning. But yeah, so software freaked out because of the IBM guide. Everybody ended up buying software. Some software names are down, but this is what I was saying in the, like, right off the morning was essentially, and this is where we got our 1,000%er, was the fact that I was just saying cyber was the high-risk winner today. So even though cyber gapped down 2% with software, and people were saying IBM, you know, customers aren't spending on software, even if you accepted that idea, the whole idea is that, yeah, they may not spend on other software like IBM software, but I don't think the cybersecurity spend is going to go lower. So that's where I think cyber ripped. They bounced. They led the way. Other software caught up. I mean, even like Palantir, Oracle's still pretty clapped. But other names like CRM, Workday, but there again, remember, there's a lot of cybersecurity on software. So yeah, that got us moving up here, and we are chilling. But for now, it's kind of been 7 hours to nowhere. Oh yeah, loose, dude. I don't even. That sucks. I mean, I don't think they got the 2 centers. They're 2 cents on the ass now, 1 cent down. I only got like 10 of them, but that sucked. Yeah, but that one literally to the downside. That was weird on the headline, though. I hope you guys heard it, because we got the headline saying that first candle was huge, and it was saying they were exploring a sale, and then everybody started pumping that. But the second part of the headline said that they could explore Chapter 11. What is this? Apple in talks with Prism ML that shrinks AI models to run on an iPhone. September? I don't know. I don't have I sold my IBMs early, but yeah, I mean, I'd have to look at, I haven't looked at the premiums yet. I looked at the short-term ones, but I'd let it sit for a little bit. Ironically, IBM's, what's it called? The short guidance went up after that, but give it another day or two to update, and I think let it kind of settle, and then we could see, because their earnings is still kind of far out, I think. But again, that pre-announcement is even going to change it. Yeah, well, their earnings supposed to be July 22nd. So yeah, they just came out, sadly, ahead of this next week. So yeah, I don't know how it's going to impact them on the 22nd. But yeah, literally, Lucid on that headline got murked. Sentinel's part of cybersecurity. That's what I'm saying. That's all of them. I mean, remember, their earnings, it wasn't bad. They just had a high bar. And then Sentinel it's one of the laggers, but it's starting to come up. So again, if you guys, that's what I've been saying here. Like, if you go look at that video, it was like Gen, Sentinel, 10B, that one went crazy. And then Qualys, these were the other laggers. So now there's like Checkpoint, and there's a few other cyber laggers, but it is getting to the point where they're going up there. But yeah, Sentinel, I just, again, if they've had decent earnings, if it's in cyber, I mean, this is what I was saying about a month or two ago. That's why I've kind of, not only have we brought it up in the beginning, but just like how these last couple days have played out, it's been kind of hard not to talk about it because cyber has really been a leader. But generally, this is what I was saying, prior, this first hit a high, came down a little bit, but, in a world of bubbles and momentum and earnings, cyber is actually like low-key leading the way. It's something hitting a new 52-week high, literally, which we just hit today. So they're all part of it, but very, very excited. Very, very excited. GG's, bro. I mean, if you faded my last two, if you got a city put instead of a call on the Lucid, those are amazing. So not a bad day, though, overall. I am not complaining. I like it. Oh, I love it. And then again, I don't know if IBM was the Squid Games freak out moment where people get popped, but you definitely saw a little bit of a freak out this morning. And then this should give you an idea into earnings. Remember, this week's not over. We still have Netflix. You're still going to be doing a, what's it called? You're going to be doing a lot of stop and go. So get ready for it. IBM for the long term. I haven't talked about it. A lot of people asked about it today. I thought more people would bring it up, but yeah, I like it, actually. I don't think it's the best price. I don't think it's the worst. It sucks they have earnings coming up here because now after this pre-report, it's just going to complicate it a little bit, but you're just going back to like 2024 levels. You're like still a little, not a little bit, it's almost like 50% higher from where 2024 started. So it's one of those names. It's not like, I think it's not like buying Oracle. They're doing better than Oracle, but it's like buying one of those names where it's like buying a Microsoft, essentially, where you're not getting the best discount. It's not as if IBM is at its lowest price possible, but it's definitely, if you want some of that AI exposure, take risks, leaning more towards quality, even quantum, it gets you that exposure. But, oh, yeah, definitely. I would definitely let the dust settle. I wouldn't necessarily buy into the biggest down day since 1987. You give it a couple days, give it a couple weeks. I mean, that's something to, even with this Intel and the covered call, like I've been telling you, give it 30 days. That's letting the dust settle. So just, you don't need to rush it, but I think it's interesting. It could work into a portfolio. I would prefer Microsoft if Microsoft kept going lower, but yeah, it's, we'll keep it on watch, but I don't think it's your worst option. It's down on the year substantially, has a lot of upside. I mean, that earnings in the sphere is not as good, but then again, you'll see how their earnings and the rest of things play out. But if you want some growth, if you have more value, it might be there. One I want is Qualcomm. That's the one. If Qualcomm could come back to its pre-data center boom, which we just saw, I would like it around there because Qualcomm is more, I think, stable over the last couple years. Yeah, if you got down to that 127, you would be like right where it started 2024. So we will see. Chad, it's already 10:12. The day has flown. Again, at the Neo Cloud and the Iran, they went down. Well, yeah, I mean, Oracle's connected to the government. I mean, so is IBM to a degree, but IBM is it's not a growth name. I mean, it's a growth name, but it's not. I mean, that's why it's been crazy that IBM went up, because it would usually kind of stay stable. So, yeah, in this case, that's why. But then Oracle could literally double, and then Oracle can literally get slashed 50%. I mean, again, in the last 3 months, 4 months, you've seen Oracle literally go up 50% and then lose 50%. It's quite fascinating. Quite the spectacle. We had IBM. But IBM's a perfect example this morning of what we were saying with just like earnings and this guidance ahead of time. Anything guidance, pre-report. Remember, like I was showing you on that one chart, this was already a record. So I guess IBM is technology. Where is it? So yeah, I showed this to you, I think last week, or at least on one of the videos, I brought this chart up. It may look familiar. But yeah, dude, so far into this quarter, you have had a record number of EPS pre-announcements of tech companies. So add IBM, now we're probably at 45. So quite amazing, my friends. Elevance in healthcare on the low. SPY near the high, believe it or not. Dow is still in the red, but not a bad day. Maybe we should help it out. Dude, I know the Lucid was 1,000 to the downside. It's not a bad day, bro. It's not a bad day. I'll take it, bro. I'll take it. So, Chad, are you down? Would you guys like to party? Do you guys want to party? I don't know if you consider it a party. It's considered a philo. Some people like it. It's a great thing. It's a philo. It's a philo. It's a philo. No? Okay. I got it. Do you like bubbles? Do you like bubbles? Can I interest you in a bubble? That was the funniest. I was cracking up, dude. And then I think he said something after. We had a headline right after that. It is a party, a party, a party. It's a party. Oh, God bless America. All right, man. Well, I think it's chilling. Oil, again, you've got little individual headlines and some wicked moves. And welcome to earnings, post-earnings, pre-earnings. There's a lot going on. Waka Flocka Philo. Wow. Waka Flocka Philo. I like that. I'm sure. I don't know if that's a real thing, but that's a good vibe. Alrighty. Well, Chad, let us begin our philo. If desperation is your thing, you may not want to stick around. I'm just saying because I'm about to just talk about nothing related to the market. So, well, I mean, we'll see what this day throws at us. Surprise me with NVIDIA and cybersecurity and banks and Netflix and so many other things. But get ready, Chattadoon. I'll see you in a second. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you trying to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah. It's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it. Set apart from the start, and the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I
I put Jesus on the beat so I could listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasted. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I hope you are doing good on this fine morning, evening. Good morning, good evening, good night. How are you? Are you living good? Are you ready to talk about life? Man, do y'all realize life? My friends, everything you do out of the market affects the market. And then what you even do in the market will even affect you out of the market. It's amazing. The key to this whole entire game is truly your emotions. There's nothing else. The easiest part in the world is buying. Everybody knew about NVIDIA, Google, Apple. These aren't new things. You already knew about them. The hard part was the emotions, actually buying them and actually holding them. The hard part about getting rich is all in your head. Do you understand me? So that's why we have Philo. And there is a great opportunity right now. And I explained it a little bit towards the bell yesterday. But did you guys get yesterday's Philo? I love it. God is good, brother. He asked them, you couldn't stay awake for an hour? You know, he didn't say all 24 hours. Oh, my brother, you're not going to be on your game all of the time. Do you guys know that? You do realize you're not expected to be perfect all of the time? Isn't that amazing? Do you realize you could win the race by only being awake for an hour? What if I told you that? I don't know. I'm not trying to sell you something like do less and get more, but are you understanding? Like, do you get what he was saying? His expectation was not a lot, my friend. So I would be present during the moment and the opportunity. And sometimes that's all you got to do. I think Uncle said it. He said, you ain't even got to be mature. Just be there when that shit occur. So simple. So deep. So Chattadonia. That's the first thing I just thought I'd start with. The second thing I'll tell you is get a goal and decide. One thing. At least one thing. But it's easier to focus on one thing. But my brother, I'll just tell you very simply. From God to goals, reality will run out of ways to tell you no. The question is, will you persist in the direction even after it tells you no? So I'll just leave you with that one, and I'll give you one more, but then there's two things I want you to hear today. One of them is Miles, and like, it's really hard to explain. I just love the way he explained it. And he, you know, I don't know. I feel like it's something you should put in your bank. Damn, lucid dying. But I think you should put it in your memory bank. I think it's just a good thing to understand. But then there's another one I'm going to share with you today. And it is Jim Rohn. Oh my goodness, this one. It got me excited. And I hope it leaves you with one of the great Jim Rohn questions. You know, why not, Chad? You know, there's a why. Why do all this? Why work? Why save? Why care about your future? Why not? And then again, you could have every reason why it shouldn't be you, but like, why not you? It's one of those simple questions of why not? Why not me? Why not now? Oh, but you'll hear it, man. You'll see it. But before I get into that, I'll just hit you with one more, brother. I'll just hit you with one more simple one. And this is why I'm saying I really hope you find and love commitment, and I hope you tie it in the allegiance and all these things we've been talking about as of late, and to be ready when the moment arrives, and maybe even right now. But my brother, commit. And I'll just give you a sad reality of why some people don't commit. You want to know why commitment is scary? Because when you commit to something, you open up the door of specific failure. Have you thought about that? So, like, commit to the long term, right? For the next 10 years, 15, 20 years. That is a very specific commitment, right? But do you see what just happened? That's something you could fail at now. I don't know if you've thought about this. Have you? The sad thing about it is people think about this very unconsciously when it comes time to making decisions and committing. Think about it. You can now have a specific failure. Simple, 10, 15 years. What if you lose your money? What if your long term doesn't grow? What if you actually get the opposite and don't get anything out? You could fail at it. What if it doesn't help you out financially? Welcome to a goal. Every time, again, if you say, I am going to lose weight this summer, I'm going to fix my posture, I'm going to get a house, I'm going to do this. The moment you set something and you commit to it, it's awesome. But once you have a specific goal, you now have a specific failure. So why do you think some people avoid commitment? It's very simple. Because once you have a specific commitment, you now have a specific failure. People don't want that. That's too much. You got to really think about it. Some of you might have been running away because of this. So I'll tell you, there's a trade. Welcome to economics. I will tell you this. The man who commits to nothing, he does stay safe from specific failure. That is the trade. So if you want to stay safe from specific failure, commit to nothing. Because then that way, I haven't committed to anything, I can't fail anything. That sounds about right. How can I fail if I'm not committed to it? I can't fail my diet if I don't have a diet. I can't fail my physical goals if I don't have a goal. I can't fail the long term if I don't have a long term. I can't fail the trading if I'm just trading. I don't really have a goal with it. My goal isn't to make an account go up. I mean, I could, think about it. I have no commitment. I'm safe. That's what you get. No commitment, you don't get any specific failure. However, you may be safe from specific failure, but you are also safe from specific achievement. So, like I've been telling you this whole time, I can't make the decisions for you. I hope you make a good one. But this is what you got to decide. I don't know, it's something I found funny, like even with the long term and following the rules. It's what I said to you not too long ago. It's like, dude, you don't have to commit. You know that, right? You don't have to do the long term. I did not tell you, like, yo, okay, let's set aside this 10% now. And like I told you about it. But I'm saying, if you came up and you're like, yo, I'm going to do this and I'm going to commit. Like, no one's making you do it. You know that, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, the commitment, the burden to dive into the pool, it is all on you. Like I'm saying, if you want to still kind of have a certain amount of safety and lack of goal and commitment, by all means, you take the commitment when you're ready. But at the same time, just know the longer there is no commitment made, you are safe from that failure, but you are also safe from achievement. And that, again, I don't know where you value that. So, Chatadonia, I hope you've been tying all these philos together. And I hope they've been getting you excited. And I'm gonna save the excitement for the end with Mr. Jim Rome. But let me start with
get excited.
Oh no, that's Jim right there. Let me get Miles to have one for you first.
God wants his kids to be kings. Okay, let me give an example, all right? This is a true story. The kingdom of Espanol, the Portuguese kingdom, from Portugal. The king and queen of Portugal had a son. And they were the kingdom that invaded South America. They were able to capture and hold on to the territory that we now call Brazil. They had a son in Portugal. The son wanted to be king at the same time as his father. His father said, you cannot be king because Portugal is my territory. You cannot be king while your father is king. So the son had a desire. He said, but daddy, I want to be king. I want to be king. And he was angry at his father. So his father said, okay, tell you what I will do. I will remove you from Portugal. And they shipped the boy to Brazil. The minute he landed, he became king. So now his father was actually the king of a king. You're getting it. See, God's plan is to be the king of kings, not the king of servants. Now, here's the mystery. You got to read history. It tells you, you understand kingdoms. Every time his father went to visit Brazil, he became a prince. Tell me why. His father in the territory. When his father went back to Europe, he became king again. How about this one? Every time he went to visit his father, he became a prince. See, going to heaven is not as... anyhow. And every time he left his father, away from his father, he became king again. Jesus said, Father, do not take them out of the world. Why? Because if they come up here with us, they're just going to be prince and princesses. That's found in Revelation chapter 4. But he said, I want them to be kings, so I can be the king of kings and the Lord of lords. Kingdoms. That's why God provided healing. Healing is provided by God to keep you out of heaven as long as possible. God.
King of Kings. King of Kings. Do you get it? So why do you think I like that? I thought it was cool to hear. It was an interesting take on how it progressed, explaining the thing, but the history. I was like, is that true? And you should look it up. Literally, after Napoleon was defeated, and then there's like Portugal, and then what happened with the king, and then it was kind of the son insisted on becoming the king of Brazil, and then the king was like, all right, I'll let you have it, but very crazy example. So fun history lesson, but then also, again, the idea, King of Kings. It's the again, and then here comes the opposites. Last is first, first is last. King of Kings. You're told to, well, if you serve, you're first. But he didn't say king of servants. So again, remember, there's the kingdom and then there's the world. But like I said, I was fascinated by it. I just wanted you to hear it. But now, let me finish it off with Mr. Jim. And I do hope you get excited about something. Both. He gives you a pretty good practical advice, but then also something to be excited about, which I hope you do get excited about. And I do hope, if you think about it right now,
about your own skills, get excited about your own abilities. You can put it into words. Don't complain. That fourth season, complaining, I'm telling you, could ruin all of your chances. Complaining sometimes starts as an infection. If you don't take care of it, it becomes a disease. Do battle with it. Enemies of the mind you got to do battle with in the summer. One is pessimism that tries to get you only to see the negative side. Of course, there's the negative side. Life is part negative. What else is new? If the glass is half empty, it is half empty. You say, well, I've been only taught to see that it's half full. Well, sure, it's half full. But here's what pessimism would try to get you to do. Believe that it's only half empty. And when pessimism comes to your mind, you've got to educate pessimism, because pessimism is stupid. Pessimism tries to get you to believe that it's only half empty. Get excited about your own skills.
Dog.
Get excited about your own abilities. You can
I'm gonna let you hear this again.
Don't complain.
Okay? I don't know if you get
that fourth season, complaining, I'm telling you, could ruin all of your chins.
Listen to it again, bro.
Complaining sometimes starts as an infection. If you don't take care of it, it becomes a disease. Do battle with it. Enemies of the mind you got to do battle with in the summer. One is pessimism that tries to get you only to see the negative side. Of course, there's the negative side. Life is part negative. What else is new? If the glass is half empty, it is half empty. You say, well, I've been only taught to see that it's half full. Well, sure, it's half full. But here's what pessimism would try to get you to do. Believe that it's only half empty.
Do you hear it?
And when pessimism comes to your mind, you've got to educate pessimism, because pessimism is stupid. Pessimism tries to get you to believe that it's only half empty.
Dude. Like I said, this is, bro, you should get excited. You should get excited about your skills. You should get excited about the future. And then again, and he starts talking about complaining, but he's not really telling you about complaining, bro. He's telling you about the pessimism, but dog, he just said something. Something that I think is at the core. Oh, and I love this. I love it. It's what I believe. I've shared it with, we've even talked about this recently. Bro, the glass is only half empty. Dog, what if the glass is half empty? What if you're right? You're right. It is half empty. It's not half full. Okay? No. It is half empty. You're right. You're correct. But what do you mean only half full? Oh, Chad! Oh, do you get it? Dog. That's the point. Don't trick yourself into thinking that still only half is not enough to get going or to do what you need to do. That's the whole point of it. What do you mean only half? Pessimism will get you to acknowledge even half empty, but then tell you it's only half. So even if it is half empty, the pessimism is telling you you can't do anything, you can't start, you can't continue. PRE is popping. The options are not cheap. That's 6% though, one candle. Oh, but do you get it? I love it, dude. I love it. Even if it's half empty, it's enough, dude. What do you mean only half empty? Only? We have half? So you telling me I still... So if I have half of my money left. So I still have money, is what you're telling. Again, the pessimism is going to talk you out of it. So, Chattadonia... Oh, my brothers, you have enough. You have enough skills right now to take advantage of opportunity, of what's happening now. Even in a setback, I hope you don't get a setback. Look at what you have and say, I only have this. My brother, if you still have something, that means a move can be made. Oh, so Chattadonia... I hope you commit, and I hope it's easier to commit when you realize you have way more than you think, and you have enough right now. And you know, again, I mean, most people, I'll tell you, you don't really know. You should always try to plan, prepare, do your due diligence. I'm not talking about stocks, might I add. I'm just saying, the plans to finish come along the way. You could envision how it is, but just most people have enough to start. That's the thing is, you have enough to start in so many ways. But if you talk your way out, don't be worried about how you're going to finish, my brother. Be worried about having everything in the start and not starting. Again, this whole idea of just not believing of where you're at right now is not the good starting point. I would argue right here, right now, in the present, this is the best starting point. It's like they told us the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. But the second best time is today. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the stream alerts. God bless America. Shout out Chattadonia. And that's your Philo. I mean, Philo last 2 days hasn't been moving the market. Lucid unhalted. PRE again a ripping. God bless. CDC has issued a health alert for testing for cyclosuria, the diarrhea. 5,100 additional reports of cyclospora that require confirmation. Hot dog. Actually, let me see. Why don't they just use, what's it called? Why don't they just use Palantir to just like track it? No? Okay. Woo! Staples on the wall.
Call, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist, the things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you this. Are moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking around? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic, look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. It's a cup, baby. Yeah, I drive fast, but I talk slow. Had some setbacks, but we still grow. How you did that? Only God knows. This a big bag, but we got more. On the way, another day, it's a blessing. Make a play, either way, it's a lesson. It ain't safe, that's okay, we ain't stressing. Play in my position before I ever play a victim. So let me at it, bro. Spirit on the bend to go. I ain't bowing to your hoes, they sold to get the gold. I kept the truth, they held my own. They acted like they didn't know, they acted like they credible. They judge you from a pedestal. Fuck it. I ain't hating son, ones that claiming that they real, usually the fakest ones. Same applies to me, so just judge me by the shit I done. Tryna keep it meek, but they jealousy a loaded gun. Statistically, most is killed by their own, so you better check your weapons instead of watching the throne. The best lesson being tested and finding peace on your own, but divided can't survive it. I'm talking about your home, I'm talking about your dome. The war that we wage is on, I got it, but first was wrong. The power was in the dawn, that's word of the homie Paul. My prophet make them a ball, I'm talking about my checks and talking about my God. This the new economy, bring the joy like Jollibee, dictate like a melody. I don't need apologies, only need my God with me. My girl look like a model thing, I'm pricing in apostrophes. The price is always taught to me, feeling like it's packed with me. Maybe more like Da Vinci, they stopped complimenting me. They said it's condescending speech, I just told them about the plot and how it's gonna end. My G, answer never changes, it don't matter how you question me. I kept it real, they kept it fake. They want it cheap, I want it great. I need a meal, but I just say how you feel is what it ain't. Confusing truth with the feeling, make a smaller problem great. Tryna get it way too early, easy way to get it late. So I ain't driving slow, this ain't college dropout, this is more like college honor roll. Always see them talking, but I never seen them buy the lows. They flexing when they got it, but they never show you where it goes. Homie told me Vamanos, know you bout that trabajo. We don't know impossible, only know that give and go. Something like a pick and roll, I call it out, they get the score. They talking but don't check the board, they acting real but fill the door. Dog, I'm feeling blessed, I did a lot by using less. Pray to God with all the stress, I only need a little rest. And back again and hit my reps, watch my heart and guide my steps. Don't focus on the shit you lost, focus on the shit that's left. So let it ride, I gotta keep it jumping like a mother and buy it.
You guys, you heard from Donald Trump today, but you guys did good. So now, it's just you guys honored the song.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought.
Boom, boom.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Woo! Alrighty. So good to hear. Philo, good to hear you. It's Philo, he's great. We've had some big ones, and even in general too. Philo to the market, I would get up to speed with what's been popping off. We have a big month ahead of us, especially with how we've already moved this year. Even a big year, 3 years in a row of these double-digit returns. You got a midterm election, the new Fed chair. Oh, we have so much, brother. We have so much. Yes, Neith, he's telling you you're annoying. So again, don't be careful. We don't want to we don't care about the pumps and the what you need. Any questions on the locked in about whether I have a player, I'm gonna hold it. I am not gonna tell you guys until after earnings. If you're there when I make the play, you're there. That's dope. If not, that's gonna be on you. But yeah, so don't expect that. You do your thing. Again, locked in info. Keep it related to stocks, and yeah, call it a day. It's good though. Don't worry about it. I wouldn't trip too much. I don't think you've been too bad, but just, tighten up. Prune the tree. Bear more fruit. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, Chad, very, very wild day, I would say, especially with how it started and then the IBM. But yeah, we're going to have a lot of back and forth. Again, even the Lucid, dude, some of these headlines, So I'm glad I told you. Again, I only got my little cheap pennies. I stopped after that. I usually don't play the downside on these cheaper stocks, but yeah, that's the biggest down day I think for Lucid, man. That's very, very bad. Like literally, just bankruptcy just out of nowhere. Very weird source. The weird part is that was known 5 hours ago. So not only did I give you the headline right when it came out, and again, a lot of headlines were saying they were getting the bought out. That's what we first saw. But it had the follow-up, but that headline, the news report came out 5 hours prior. It just got circulated here and then started dying. So yeah, not good, man, not good. You miss Philo, but you're here now. Well, hey man, just try to stay up to speed with all of it. There's Philo, there's the morning, there's the middle of the day, there's trades. There's a long term. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just right now, I mean, I feel like there's a lot going on, but that's why too, even for the locked in and advanced, we are just gonna roll through it. So it's not beginner mode, and we're not gonna try to look backwards. We're just gonna try to keep running through it all, my friends. Again, I'm very excited for this next coming month, and it's already. I mean, this has already shown it, dude. I'm telling you, the big guidance, the big moves. How we're moving today, I mean, we are still right near the all-time highs, and then again, just these back and forths, and you already seen just earnings is going to be powerful. Just one, especially with the names that have already moved. Again, just keep in mind IBM, like biggest move since 1987, literally on a pre-announcement. So it is earnings, and then it just unexpected. It's surprised because not only were the numbers surprising, but they came out way earlier than expected. So, ta-da, that PRE, dude, that just ripped 17%. So, yeah, you just saw that on the first, even though those plays are expensive, the spreads are wide, but they all just went up a lot, even on the bid. So, GG's if you got that. I have no idea what's going on with there. Kumbaya, my long term. CDC official cyclosporias outbreak has been epidemiologically linked to 4 states: Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia, and Kentucky. Damn, dude. Right when I'm starting to like Ohio. Damn it, Ohio. It's okay. I was scared to eat a fruit yesterday. I was gonna eat fruit and I was like, nah, I don't want diarrhea. So I don't know, but is that good news if it's only linked to those states? But yeah, I've been telling you, man, I've been hearing a lot of diarrhea lately. But the thing is, it'll affect either those food companies. I don't know, unless it might be short-lived. But if you notice, I keep bringing up Teva, and then there's another one. But it's like generic drug makers are the ones, because it's pretty much people who just manufacture generic drugs to treat it. But that's the only real effect I see. Asmil, hi. Asmil has earnings, I'm pretty sure. I guess they're already up 4, but they're moving up. Again, Palantir slowly climbing. I kept that up there. Again, NVIDIA, very solid day, dude. Again, it started with chips. The IBM, it killed software in the beginning, but then that software came up. But after IBM killed everything, that money moved to chips. That's held up all day, but yeah, you got that. A lot of values on the low, and then even healthcare. Only thing up today is financials. Even though Citi did pretty bad, but then again, I think after Citi, that slashed a little bit off of the overall financial performance today. Kumbaya. I don't know if Lucid came out with numbers, did they? Unless they're leaning into this rumor. But hey, I mean, I have told you guys that I hate this shit, right? You guys have... Does that sound familiar? Josh and Lucid? But yeah, again, it's really... So, Dow Jones reported on it too. An electric vehicle newsletter suggested the company was filing for bankruptcy. They did not respond to request. So yeah, it's still like a rumor at this point. That's the thing. I told you from the get-go of that one as well. That source is weird. It was a newsletter. So, just a random ass one. I don't. Do any of you read electric-vehicle.com? Is that part of your top news sources, or? Where is it? Kumbaya. My long-term... I don't know. Let's try. I'm kind of down. Asmo, your boy Poet. Poet's at $6 now. Wasn't that at 18? How do I... Please hold.
The person you are trying to reach is not available. Goodbye.
Oh shit, dude. Maybe they are going bankrupt. Wait a minute, what?
The person you are trying to reach is not available. Goodbye.
Is Uber getting clapped off of that now? Or again, remember Uber said they're buying Delivery Hero. That's starting to flush right now. Yeah, if it's halted, the put premiums are going to be weird. I mean, Lucid just halted. Again, they haven't responded. So, I mean, you guys saw that from the very first second it came out. There was this article came out. It was like a weird newsletter. That's where I'm saying the source, and even then Bloomberg's reported on this, but they haven't even, everyone's saying the source is just this electric vehicle thing. But they were saying that Lucid is either going to go private or go bankrupt. So that killed the stock. But I don't know. Is it halted right now? I don't know. I think it might be trading right now. I can't tell. 10:55. No, it says a trade, but that is it. I don't think so. Oh, now some trade. I don't know. These guys, man. Is it open? I cannot make a test. I think it is open. It just look like a video. Chop chop. But yeah. So that's where we are. But now, like I'm saying, I just tried to call them, but it looks like their phone's disconnected. I don't know how. I have no idea, bro. Didn't they just released the new SUV, but they have a customer service line. But like the number I have for the company, like a corporate number, it doesn't connect. Damn, bro. Lucid. Who would have thought, dude? You know what I'm saying? I really thought the damn fucking EV town car would have really taken off. You know, especially at the highest price point possible. I really don't know how that one didn't. That's kind of a black swan. I'm sorry, you guys. I hate Lucids. I just hate the car. I've always hated it. Oh, man. It's a psychological warfare. So obvious that this is stupid vehicle. It looked like a hearse. It looked like somebody died, and then you spent $200,000 to drive in a battery. I don't get it. The people, and they say, oh, it is so fancy, so progress. I see you guys are so stupid. Yeah, I'm not. I can't. They could get bought out. I mean, the Saudis thing would make... I mean, the Saudis, I think they already own... I think they own like half of it or something. I don't know. I don't know how it is. Is there a video on how I sold the options on Intel? Yes, hope that you would have just looked from the last time you asked the question. But yes, there is. Not too long ago, actually. I have a pretty picture, a pretty graphic. So this was on June 22nd. Look at this guy. Negative cost basis. Instead of paying to buy a stock, I'm getting paid $34 a share to hold Intel stock. Last August, we bought 200 shares of Intel at $23.77 a share for $4,700. Today, those shares are worth $28,000. Instead of selling, which I had many opportunities to do so over the last quarter, I used a covered call to turn my cost basis negative on the entire trade. Instead of buying an option, I shorted and sold an option, a December 2028 call for $5,800 a contract. This means I used my shares as collateral, the ones that I got for $23.77, and agreed to give somebody the option to buy them from me for $200 a share in the next 2 years. They paid me $58 a share for that option, and I did 2 of them, so I got back just under $12,000 in cash. Because we bought Intel so cheap and it moved up so much, right now even at peak volatility, I was able to sell the option on the stock for more than I paid for the stock. My purchase price was $23.77 for the shares, and I got back $58 for every option, bringing my cost basis on Intel to negative $34.23. We got more on the option sold than we did but buying the collateral in the first place. I spent $4,700 to get the shares, but after today, I have $11.6 thousand in cash in my account, still own the shares, and technically, I don't miss out on any upside until Intel goes above $258 a share, which is the break even over the next 2 years, but I could also roll it then, but that's also another topic. If Intel comes down, this will preserve some of our gains, but for now, it does give us a bunch of capital to use for the midterm money glitch. Covered calls are a great tool, but they should only be done in certain scenarios, and that's when volatility is high, and a lot of people would disagree with my approach to covered calls and selling premium, but I believe if you're going to sell covered calls, you should sell as much time as possible, more time rather than less, and be selling as high of strikes as possible that guarantee you higher amounts. I haven't done one of these in years, but I do think this Intel play is a perfect example of what I'm looking for when it comes to covered calls. I hope you're paying attention. After the trade that So look at, you know what I just looked at? Because this is what I was trying to see. I'm glad we have the video. Because remember when I made that video, the Intel was worth $28,000. You guys see that? So again, Intel's fell off pretty decently. So the Intel's only worth $21,000, but we did the covered call. So I made $4,000 on the covered call. So $21,000 plus our $4,000, if we somehow just wanted to close it today, that would be like 25 grand. So even though Intel fell off, we ended up only losing 3 grand instead of 8 grand, essentially, is how you could break it down. Still got, again, you still got your downside exposure, but yeah, not too bad. Not that covered call was great, dude. But like I said yesterday, I think some of you, you are going to be tempted to day trade the shit out of it. So may the Lord be with you, or may you pursue wisdom. Woo! Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a call. But other than that, Chattadonia, 11 o'clock, 2 hours. I mean, it's a slight climb, but you're one move away from 7 hours to nowhere. Yeah, I mean, if you want help with a covered call, I'm down to go over those. I mean, those aren't as, speculative plays, assuming, you have something in the long term. Like I said in the video, we don't do them too often. It's just you have to, I don't think, too, if the company pays a dividend, usually it doesn't really pay good covered calls, but if you ever have like a growth name and something that just moved up substantially and it just gives you one of those, like, that was a ridiculous scenario. Like I'm telling you, it wasn't, it's still kind of crazy now because, what would we get for it now that I think about it? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, so what's it worth? Shit, it would still, I mean, now that I had to spend the money to buy the 100 shares, but even on 100 shares, I mean, it would still be like my cost basis would still be negative. So even if I sold the covered call today, the opportunity would still not be bad. We just maximize the shit out of it by doing it at 140. Again, selling into that peak volatility, you know, until Intel hits another all-time high. As it stands, we sold in, give or take, a couple bucks within the peak of volatility. So it's like, this is awesome, but I'm, where is it? But yeah, like I just, the thing about it, even at 140, like I was saying, even now it works, but it just all comes down to the fact of like, it was offering me a negative cost basis. Iran fired missiles and drones at Kuwait and Bahrain. And then Hegseth in Iraq. But the thing is, it's just like, that's why I did it. You know, it was a high upside. It made my play negative. Like, that play just worked so good with very, very large amounts. That's why I'm saying it's just like, there's only going to be like very few and far between that you get covered call plays like that. Again, it's when things move up substantially or there's like crazy volatility where you could actually take advantage of that. And like I'm saying, you know, dividend stocks, they don't really pay good ones. Rivian moving up, and then Lucid halted again into the low or into the high. Into the high. Yeah, that's halted. U.S. official confirmed that U.S. forces are currently conducting airstrikes in Iran, ABC. So yeah, Rivian with a little pop, Lucid halted. I don't know if they're going to, maybe a Rivian, that'd be so terrible. That would be like the two worst people you know having kids. New Rivian and Lucid. That would be terrible, bro. Just when you thought you couldn't virtue signal enough, now you could drive around in your Lucid Rivian? Are you kidding me? What better way to stick it to Elon Musk than a Lucid Rivian? Oh my gosh, bro. It'll be terrible. I don't know if that's what's happening, but at the same time, very interesting drama surrounding that. Meanwhile, software still holding some Palam. I don't know where the other ones are. What a covered call on a stock like B-Fly, average 193. So if you're up substantially on it, yeah, if you're up like 7 times on the stock, and you could do a negative cost basis, which you can. So in that case, if your cost basis is $1.90, you could sell the 17.5s and pretty much have a negative cost basis and guarantee you just under 1,000%. But now, let's take a look. This is the other part. Are you selling? Oh, these contracts are new. But are you selling into peak volatility? Which, I mean, you're kind of in the middle. I don't know how new or old these contracts are. Yeah, these are already up, at least the ones in the money. So yeah, it's checking. That one checks all the boxes. Your low cost basis, you're already up a ton. Premium far out of time makes your cost basis negative, and the premiums are at least near the high. So again, either now or on the next breakout. So yeah, I don't think it's bad. Again, Rivian's still moving. So I don't know what's going on with the second part of this. Unless fucking electricvehicles.com has breaking news. Lucid rumors are completely false. Woo! So if you didn't sell those put, I don't know if my calls will still. Wait, what about the buyout one? But yeah, they're saying it's false now. So it's funny, Rivian. I guess, did Rivian go down with Lucid? Maybe that's why. I already had those cheap upside ones that just didn't hit. Mine's small. I didn't go nothing exciting. But yeah, I don't even know how those will play out. But yeah, I think the puts though, if you already, because it's hard to make money on puts when the stock's only like $5. So those did go 1,000%. So as long as you monetize those, and then we'll see where it dances around. But then at the same time, if all the rumors are false, that means the buyout rumors are false. So I don't know how high it'll go. Yeah, bro, I think that was one of Lucid's worst day, I think, in history, up until if it closed around there. That is very bad for him, brother. Oh, and then Nivda, again, I think Rivian just went down with it. So I think it's going up. And then SPY slowly working up. Again, Illumina. Then XLK is on the high. Dow is still in the red. Russell and NASDAQ are matched up in there. Russell and SPY. NASDAQ's up by 1.3. The market, let's just see the Dow Jones Industrial. 9 green on the Dow, 21 in the red. So again, that one's still red. NASDAQ, 59 in the red, 41 in the green. SPY, 314 in the red, 180-ish in the green. So yeah, again, NVIDIA, I think Meta and Google, but you have more names in the red. I mean, oil's even still green too. You would think that would have helped out energy. But yeah, your little IBM fiasco and Dow and then the banks. But most of the banks are good. But a lot of a rotation, make a unrotate. You know, like a righty tight, left loose, they turn left today. So they loosen the rotation, you know? I think it makes sense. So yeah, and then the lucid, a lot of drama. These people, a lot of drama. So see when it make it unhot. The company says it's false. They say you make a lie. Psychological warfare. Bloomberg, the lucid say psychological warfare. This rumor false, completely false, unbiased, unmerited. I don't know the basis to your rumor, but completely false. And now it halts till they make an organization, and then we see it with the Wall Street to make a scam to price. Oh, sorry, I have too much fun with that. I told you even this morning, when Blue greeted me as the Josh Atola this morning, I have too much fun with that. You know that? So I think that's one of the only benefits of this war, besides Khomeini being dead. And you know, and I don't usually celebrate people dying, but Khomeini's an interesting guy. And where is his son? Is there not? You know, I'm surprised for the whole month of June we did not see Khomeini Jr.
It's not strange when the new leader is gay. We got Khamenei. It didn't even take a day. Cargill and they put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Don't care. You got no boats and you got no rent. Hearing you glow, we'll be right there.
I can't believe it. Yeah, we're back again. We're back. And just a quick excursion, journey. A little delay. A detour. You know, detour. We'll go around. Don't worry. On IBM, I would let the dust settle, but IBM is it's decent, not the best, not the worst. It's something there where, you know, let me put it this way, you guys, this is part of the opportunity, and this is why I'm excited that I have a lot of cash. But yeah, this quarter, beyond just other historical metrics and however it performs, we are going to get a new draft class of long-term plays. Do you guys see how? So think about it. After these earnings, whoever does good and bad, some names that you might have wanted, if they have good earnings and rip, those are off the table. They've been selected. You're going to have to wait. And then vice versa. There's going to be names like IBM, even Nike recently. You know, we'll see what other names start to report. But if those offer our discounts, it might create a new draft class. So I would keep IBM on watch, and that's what I'm saying. I'd let it sit there, let the dust settle, but it's still not it's not the cheapest, but it's also definitely off of its highs by a decent amount. And then it is tied. I mean, to some degree. I mean, IBM has been around forever. I don't think it's going anywhere, but you know, it does tie into this thing we've talked about a lot. You know, if you buy the right thing at the wrong time, that's not good sometimes. You know, the right thing at too high of a price, that doesn't work as well. So that's kind of my that's my problem. Like, because if you really ask me, you know, the best stocks to buy are easy. You know, the easy names to buy are just, you know, the greatest companies in the world. Just buy them, but then again, the price. So that's kind of what it comes down to with a lot of these names. And that's why, too, I am still, you know, with this draft class, how this year played out, we have a lot of names this for now. They're still very good companies, but then they are at prices that are much more favorable. So in the meantime, I do think the next coming weeks where we're going to start seeing names like IBM and some names that we wanted might go off of the list. And then we'll find out from there. Let some of the dust settle or midway through. You know, I did buy Oracle before earnings last time, but I positioned small. And that's, if I could give you guys any reminder to seize opportunity. But again, make sure you take advantage of real opportunity. You know, difference between a rock and diamond is flawless. Take the easy ones, baby. But just as a reminder, you don't have to listen to what the hell I do or what I say, man. And if you ever want to go ahead and add something to your long term, you want to add it before earnings, after, whatever the hell you want to do, position size. You don't have to do what I do. You could, if I don't even like a stock, you want to take risk. Listen, dude, you want to buy fucking SoFi? Huh? Yeah, you want to buy some SoFi? Let's do it. Let's buy SoFi. Okay, but if you do it, just don't put a lot of money into it. Control the position size. That's how you're going to do it. That's the wise principle behind it. Again, I hope your whole portfolio is not SoFi. That's a terrible idea. Death. Okay, you know what I'm saying? You know, make sure you have other names and good balance, but if you ever want to take risk, let your portfolio speak to you and what you could use and would still keep you in balance. And if you want to go after things, you want energy, or you want uranium, you want energy, you NeoCloud, whatever the hell your heart desires. The vastness of human desire is up to you, brother. But yeah, just control it with position size. That's how, even like I told you, I played even Oracle at a risky point right before earnings, but right position size, you could take advantage of the opportunity right in front of you while not having to, really worry about what could go wrong. And then if things did go wrong, it would actually turn into a bigger opportunity for you, kind of like Oracle for us now. We got to see the upside on it. Now we see the downside, and then it gives us an opportunity. And then a spy in a video again. Lucid still hothead. My favorite play was Mindman, and you were talking shit on that stock, but it's up big this year. Well, yeah, because somebody tricked Donald Trump into mushrooms. But yeah, I think I made 2,000 or 3,000% on that. We hit a bunch of those. The Compass, that was the other one. But don't do drugs, kids, okay? I know. Just because the stock is up, just don't do mushrooms. But then again, if you don't fucking believe me, go do double the mushrooms. I think if the best way is learning, if you're not going to learn from solid advice or other people's success or failures, the best thing you could do is do it yourself at a high level. So yeah, if you don't believe me, do it, but a lot, 10 times as much. But at the same time, just I wouldn't do it. Don't touch that stuff. So it's bad for you. Lucid says Alex Partners has not recommended bankruptcy. Oh, but they recommended buyout. Eli Lilly approval of selpercatinib for metastatic fusion positive solid tumors. Elijah, these guys sound like an Iron Man. You can't lie, you're bullish. Oh, SoFi? Damn, bro, you pulled up right away. 9 out of 10 of your comments all point to SoFi. I made one SoFi joke. He's ready to go. Should I buy SoFi? Will you give me money to buy SoFi? I'm not going to do it, honestly. I already know where this is going. And no, you can't. I don't even think you could sponsor post me to buy it. No. It's amazing, bro. SoFi. Like I think I hate Lucid more than SoFi. So it's funny though, the company, they denied the bankruptcy part, not the take private. I think that's funny. Futu on the high. Futu, do you love me? Are you long term? So you'll never ever sell because you're holding for 10 years at minimum. If you sell your B word and you lied to yourself and your future and everybody at the Chatadonia, why would you do it? Why? Why? You should have got a why. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just having fun. Please get a long term. It's for your own good. You know that? It's for you. Oh, in the house. In the house. Like I said, even showing you that at least on the bigger account with the Intel, like I was showing you, it kind of paused things, you know, with even though Intel moved around, it really kept and preserved a lot of your value. So you should think about the house. And like I told you the other day, bro, I'm not going to lie. Every time I look into the long term, I see a house. I look into the rebuild, I see another house. But yeah, so I did the math on some, and there's certain ones, the area I like, they're like 150 to 250. So that's like 20 to 50K for a down payment. But I don't know how you guys would feel if I did a second house out of the account. Is that too excessive? It hasn't. It's been 1 year, actually, almost to the T. We were in escrow around this time, I believe. 1 year ago on the farm. I'll do the dollar climb. EWI Korea. Where's our SK Hynix, dude? That thing's on the high. So that thing actually had a great day. And they had options out on it. I was too focused on the cyber this morning. And I mean, that one still hit 1,000. But, you know, the SK Hynix options dropped today. That had a good day. Same thing happened with SpaceX, but the SpaceX was a little bit more short-lived. Howard Stern dropping shows. Lays off dozen of staffers. Serious. A credit card but wants to start a long-term, paying the debt. No, I would start a long-term and then make a plan to pay down the debt. But you know, if you follow the rules, you pay yourself first. That's what you got to do. Pay yourself first. And then you pay everybody else. The creditor, the brick maker, the car maker, the food maker, the bread maker. So, yeah, but we talked about this the other day. Unfortunately, in my experience and with a lot of my data, what I've seen is that, you know, the people who have debt and then say they are going to pay off the debt and then invest, sadly, they never do. Versus the people that have debt and then they get into investing, they start the long term, and then they have the long term while paying down their debt, they actually end up paying off the debt. So and then they have both. So just how it works, I mean, the timing, the motivation, even again how values and processes work. Again, you want to utilize investments and a good decision right away. So I do think both at the same time. Even if you have debt, I would start a long term, but then I would seriously tackle the debt. I mean, I would follow the rules, pay yourself first, and then everything after there you go from there. Because again, the whole 10% is the minimum. So you know, it's learning to operate with everything after that, and that includes debt service and anything. The whole idea will make you find a way. VIX is down today. I mean, today was really bad for IBM and started off really bad, but you know, again, within like 15 minutes, dude, we even saw cyber and software, a lot of them. Again, the IBM doing bad really helped out. Again, IBM said they're buying hardware. It really helped out the chips, and the chips are linked to the momentum and the energy. So that did a lot. I mean, the oil stuff wasn't too bad. Again, we are in the oil stuff in the war has been bad over the last 2 weeks, but it's pretty much now higher range on oil. Unless we go above $90 on oil, the escalated level is like 75 to 85 essentially, or 90. And then we see from there. Is Amazon on the low? No, it's on the high. That's about to go green. So Microsoft's still red. Apple's still red. I think we only got Google and Meta. But NVIDIA is 4%, a very solid day. Yeah, but there's Amazon going red to green. Yes, you could anything lower the interest. You could do the balance transfers. Whatever you do, I mean, there's little steps to tackle the debt and save money on it, but you know, just broadly speaking, you got to do it. Start the long term, even if you have the debt and that plan to save, and then tackle it and, you know, do it as soon as possible and as wise as possible. What are the rules you keep talking about? There's rules for the long term, and then there's like rules of wealth that are in the book Richest Man in Babylon. You should check it out. But yeah, with the long term here and this whole save 10%, that's one of the rules of wealth. And then we tie that into the long term where you take that 10% and you invest it. It's also in Richest Man in Babylon, but then, you know, this is the make your earnings grow. Make the save. Not only are you going to save 10%, put it in a place where it could grow. So save 10%, put it into high quality stocks you're going to own for 10 years. These are the laws of wealth, my friends. So, I mean, there's a couple more left in there. If you haven't read it, Richest Man in Babylon. It's either you are ignorant to the laws of money, or you have not been, or you refuse to listen to them. That is what they say. So, yes, save 10%, please. Actually, save 10% is a cure to the purse, but yeah, you get it. Amen. Amen. SK Hynix is going to make a lot of people lose money. Wow. Very different opinion. Yesterday, I had a guy telling me SK Hynix was going to change the world and be at 3,000 by next month. And now you're telling me it's going to make a lot of people lose money. This was a lot going on. Even yesterday, they told me it was going to be buy gold, dollar, risk on. And that was it. But then I don't... Either way, I'm sure we're going to feel... that's something you should think about. How are you going to feel pretty much by middle of August? How do you think you guys are going to view the market and what's going on? Because that's pretty much what's happening now. After all these earnings, all these events, how do we view this by August? Are we going to still feel the same way we feel about everything, or are we going to feel better, worse, the same? Intel? Hey, yo, Intel? Oh, it doesn't look too crazy, but it's moving. He came back up. I thought we were going to get some, because Intel does that from time to time, where it gets them stupid candles. Intel, do you love me? I don't see a headline on it. But yeah, it popped a little bit. Oracle popping. Intel is going up. No, Oracle's dead today. Not all software did bad, but software kind of chilled, even some of the cyber names. Oh, pooping, not popping. Oh, yeah, one letter makes a difference. They don't feel you. I dare one new Chad listen to the Richest Man of Babylon. I've used the long term to fund houses and businesses, and it's still growing. It's the best thing ever, man. It'll be there for the rest of your life. And what's even crazier is it's one of those things that even throughout life, as you progress, as you get better, as you make more money, it even gets more value for you. It's not as if you're going to grow out of the long term. As you make more money even too, it's going to make more money for you. It's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. It's a lifetime. That's a lifetime thing. Once you learn, it's never going to leave you. A couple Tractor Supply, MOS, a couple material names on the high, and travel. Equipment shit. What's EQPT? I have the unusual options list for this morning. A bunch of people bought. This just has a weird put to call ratio. Kemmers bought a bunch of contracts. Does this have earnings? Very interesting. A Dyna. Hey, Jared. Oh, Kingsoft, they got the NVIDIA chips. IBM, that was so bad. Yeah, IBM had a bunch of options activities this morning. That was unusual. Is that QXM or OXM? And then weed is on the high. Long term change my life. Do you know how to read? I didn't say it was a vice. It's my opinion. Lamau! So listen, you guys. I think you should just fight it out. I think you guys should just let it out. Just your worst comebacks, and you guys should just fight to the end of it. And that's the only way to resolve this conflict over SK Hynix. I think is the only real appropriate way you could go about this. So, yeah, just enough lollygagging. Okay, you guys should just face the issue. I don't know what the meta candle was. Oh, it just came down. Again, it started up there earlier with no. There was a lot of them today. I mean, there was two, the City and the Lucid. It really had follow through, but there was a lot of other kind of pops and locks that didn't go too nuts. Oh, where is a Cyber? Did they come down? I think they came down, brother. They said, okay, we stopped. Intel's still climbing. Again, that one, I don't have a headline on it. Safe Bulkers, we saw that one earlier. MPC. All right, I actually need to go to the bathroom. Chattadonia. How does that sound? 69 months and my birthday. God bless the Chad, Josh, and God bless the long term. I'm hyped today. You know why? Because the glass is half full or it's half empty, brother. But it's still filled with something. That's something to get excited about. And happy birthday, dog. Another year for the long term, man. I hope for all of you. That's kind of crazy, bro. 69 months. So, yeah, I mean, dude, some of y'all are pushing up there. You're getting through these decades, and that's why, man. But let the long term grow with you. Above all else, man, if you have any sort of long term growing with your badge, that's the beauty of it, man. That means down payment, and that means keep growing and get ready too. Also for these cycles, and also just in the midst of all opportunity, please don't give it back. Don't fall for the traps and give it back. But happy birthday, baby. And shout out the long term. May the long terms grow with all of you. You're running? Are you running another marathon? You're on your second mile in 102? That's amazing. That's amazing. I think I played like 3 games of basketball and then I almost vomited. No. Usually I tap out about 3. No good cardio for me. You're just running a couple miles for fun. That doesn't sound like fun. But I feel to each his own. Maybe the glass is half full. I can't. Running, that sounds to me, in my country, we do running to get answers, brother. Okay? If I want to get answers out of you, I make you go for a run. I will take you for a run, brother. It's no fun where I come from. I have no idea why Intel is popping, not pooping. You guys, your English is so poor. You have a poor English. It's not. Come on. All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Yeah.
I make the contracts free. I don't chase every ticker. I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my bird. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. Take my profit, let it be, be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game and let it breathe. I make the contract free. Free, 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 free. Small slice on the entry. Big dream in my mind. Trim twice when it doubles. Then I'm feeling fine. If it runs, I'm smiling. If it fades, I'm cool. 'Cause I'm playing with the house now. That's my golden rule. I make the contracts free, free, free. Oh yeah. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be.
I'm gonna stand on
Risk
this
and
little
reward
stretch
in
board.
harmony. I'd rather
In my
make it
country,
free.
it's a water board.
They lose the blessing
All the chip
I
running
receive.
is like a chip
Free
party.
contracts, that's my
Oh my God.
therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free. I used to beg for one more move. Now I bless what I approve. If it hits, I thank the sky. If it dips, I still get by. 'Cause I already pay my fee. Turn my stress to peace when I made that contract free. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free than lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free, 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 free. I make the contracts free, 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 free.
Oh man, Chattadoon. Whew. So good afternoon and happy almost power hour. It's actually an hour and a half left, so kind of chill, man. And I hope you remember all of this. Remember, look at the narratives from yesterday, the day before, today, and this back and forth. Look at how the market reacts pre-market, during the day, on the earnings and the post earnings. So I hope y'all feel me, dog. I hope y'all feel me. Oh, but yeah, if you have any questions, any ideas, I don't know if you guys got yesterday's video. I think yesterday's video is pretty big, but I don't know if you made it to the conclusion of it. But other than that, I think we got to keep looking ahead because we still got some couple more opportunities sprinkled on this week. Again, next week, still going to be kind of slow too. But then usually seasonality starts to pick up actually a lot from here. Oh, little chicle on the SPY with oil moving around. I don't know if you're going to get something. You know, a lot of things have been happening. Iran Deputy Foreign Minister, we have no commitment when it comes to Islamabad MOU with U.S. Yeah, so there was a little tweak out. I remember back in March, it was 3 months ago, every fucking headline Bermuda spy in oil. And then we fucking, and then they went in war, and then the bonds, even the bonds would move. Now the bonds don't even fucking move. You prick. Anyway, who's Kevin? I don't even know who's Kevin. Fuck it, who's Kevin? Nah. Hey, yo, what the fuck was that? Oh, my Lucid's filled at 100%. Lucid is open. Yeah. Nice. So that one wasn't a dud. I kept that order in right when I bought it. I put in the make it free. So yeah, Lucid gapped up, but so the stock went down $1 and I made 100%. So it was kind of a dud, but it worked. I mean, like I'm saying, if you got those prices low enough, it actually, they are still worth more now. No fucking way. Let's see. Let me see if I can do some more. Bebzi. SLS, that's a biotech. That was going up earlier. France versus Spain in 20 minutes? Oh, no way. All right, I just sold more now at 300%. So, yeah, dude. I'm down, dude. Ed. I'll take it. That city, though, bro. There is cool plays, though, today. Even the city, even if you didn't, if you picked the right direction, some of you got to make money on it. That's why I'm saying thinking for yourself will go a long way, but the timing and the info is what I think was really important, because we pulled that up right as it started to actually make a bulk of the move, and that's what like did the, that's where you were able to make money. Again, I'm telling you, even just any direction, if you picked the right direction at that time, that was going to pay. And then again, the cybersecurity idea this morning was awesome. But other than that, we're still, again, in this, like, weird post-earnings, pre-earnings, and all that. I mean, Lucid, we just got that info real quick, and then that was weird how it played out, both the drama. I mean, it's kind of weird how high those prices are now, but, yeah, so that kind of worked out. Free contracts. Lucid, I mean, it'll move if they pump that buyout rumor, but yeah, this thing's just still down 20%. I mean, a lot of drama. Company denied it. I mean, we've talked about it a few times. I think a lot of Chads you had opportunity to play that both sides, both ways for quite some time now. But yeah, I have no idea where it goes from here. All my plays are free. I still got a couple more, but they've been made free and made 300%. And then SPY reacting a little bit. Again, you just had Iranian minister confirming that the no deal, Bob. No deal, Bob Barker, for the deal Islamabad. No deal, Howie. Fuck you. So, yeah, they said no deal. Dude, those puts went crazy, though. I'm telling you, for like a $5 stock. So that was nuts. Again, those city puts were insane as well today, too. So there was a lot that again, then the crowd in the morning. So it was a wild time already. Yeah, Dell, HPE. There's a lot of chips did good. I think except for like CoreWeave, ARM. I don't know where Cerberus did, but then SK Hynix actually had a great day today. Korea, they benefited off of the bad IBM. And then IBM down a tremendous amount. And then Staples did bad, though. So if you notice, man, XLP, XLV, XLF is barely green. And you had, again, a lot of bank earnings that didn't do bad. But, yeah, those rotations, there's a lot of names in the red today. But you're big tech and then mainly big tech chips oriented. Those did good. And Mag 7 chilling. And, yeah, like I'm saying, I don't think people understood the video. I was telling you yesterday, we brought up Netflix on yesterday's video, and I do think it's interesting where it's at, and we're going to see. And for now, even after today, the puts got more expensive and the calls got cheaper, even though the stock is practically right now at break even. So it's a very, very fascinating one. Free contracts. No plays for Azmil, but I would use what we've been talking about to have an idea if it's going to be more of a post-earnings or a pre-earnings play. So let's see. Azmil. Whoa. So, yeah, they have their bar raised pretty much end of June coming into July. So, it hasn't been raised in the last 2 weeks, but like 2 weeks ago, it already got raised. So, yeah, their bar's kind of already up there. And then it didn't even really even have a pre-earnings move, unless you count today or those last 2 days. So, yeah, probably not. Lucid is still going up. I think you're going to hear about this one a lot. I feel like we already heard about it a lot. What else is there for earnings? Let's see. So, you got Azmil tomorrow before the bell. Then Progressive, BlackRock, Conagra, Morgan Stanley, J&J, Elevance, PNC, Cintas, and MTB. And then after the bell, JB Hunt, UAL, Caro. Then UNH on Thursday, along with TSMC. You already kind of got those numbers in their own way. And then Netflix on Thursday. ISRG2, you guys, we were just talking about that for the long term. And Sandvik, not a SanDisk, Sandvik, it's very similar. If you like to invest, you let me know. It's very similar, very, very similar. You'll see. So yeah, Staples will move though tomorrow on J&J, or we'll see, even biotechs to a degree. But all those staples today, very hesitant. But then again, it makes sense. Remember last earnings season, the companies like the day of or the day before earnings, they just stopped moving. And then they would move a lot more. So staples, financials, I mean, it kind of in line. Even though I'd argue the financials moved a decent amount today, even though they got off to a slower start. Playing Lucid calls, it was a weird one, man. I think everybody in here played Lucid every direction, but we got the headline very early, but we played the calls on the first rumor of the buyout. But then once I read the full headline, some people got the puts because it said bankruptcy. And then, yeah, but I think the puts are still up, to be honest. I think there's some puts that are still up 1,000%. And then even if you bought calls before those are all up now, at least by 100 to 300%. It's very odd. So yeah, here we are. Netflix selling off a little bit. Would it be a bad idea to sell your UPS shares to add some Oracle? Like, so you want to sell your long-term UPS shares? So you could buy Oracle in the long term? Is that what you're asking? I'm not really fully understanding. I don't know what he's saying. Is that if that's what he's saying, it's a LHC WRD. Yeah, I don't know what that Netflix candle is. We Ride 6%. 2-3% of that is right now, and then Celsius popping, and then Palantir. Celsius looks good too. 1% right now in Celsius. Then Palant. So is that what you're saying? So sell UPS shares in the long term to buy more Oracle in the long term. Video of a bulk carrier partially sunken near the Hormuz. So yeah, the answer is very, very simple. They're tires. It's kind of it's kind of a deep analogy, because that's kind of what will happen to your long term. It will deflate. But I was just going to do it to your vehicle. But no, man. So, and I'm so strict with it because this is just like a pillar of the long term. You know, is that we don't want to rebalance positions for 10 years minimum. So once you buy something and once money goes in the long term, not only does the money not come out unless you're buying a house, but you don't want to move around stocks, sell one to buy another. You know, just think about it. I don't know how long you've been watching, but as we've built this whole portfolio, all the ones I've showed you, we've just never done that. So it just never once have we sold one to buy the other. It's all about deposit. You buy it, you hold it in there, and then you'll be good to go. It's very, very simple. I don't know what happened with We Ride. I know Deagle didn't like that. But I'm waiting to see his next answer, because I mean, you know how I feel about that. I think you know how I feel about those comments. I think you know how Jim Rome feels about those too. But yeah, so I wouldn't sell one to buy the other. I still like Oracle a lot, but I am you know, I'm going to use any deposits. That's why you got to really plan and think about it ahead of time. And act as if you cannot change your mind for 10 years. That is your minimum. Intel, dude. So, like I said, this isn't... Intel has made some pretty wicked candles before, but Yeah, this isn't, there's no headline on it, but you've low-key watched it melt up almost $3. I say no 140, but you know, brother. I appreciate you. I hope you listen, man. I really do. I'm telling you. It's like I said, I don't know how long you have watched the long term, but you know, as we go over it, and like I'm showing with all of these, bro, it's just like every single purchase, one share, small at a time, little by little, it all adds up. The dividend reinvestment, but the whole idea is, like I'm saying, just you guys, you have seen how we've gotten here, you know, and so I just use the simple process. We buy it, we hold it. You know, if we buy it, we're not selling it. I'm not flipping it around, not trying to do crazy rotations. If I have sold, I mean, you've seen it for the property. So that's all you got to do. And I'm telling you, it's simple, but it's hard to do because, you know, you're sticking to some of these simple rules over time. I mean, it's the consistency over and over again. That is that really is the hard part. So, like I'm telling you, even building something like this and growing it, all 3 accounts, all similar, the whole idea is, especially now with what I've been showing lately, the one thing that's like really messing with people and where things are changing is people are buying stocks. They're just not holding them. I'm telling you, this whole aspect of like moving your money into a stock and being able to sit there, if you do it with the right company, it's one of the best things you could do in the world. But yeah, a lot of people are missing out on that. So it's truly fascinating, and I encourage you not to do that. And I hope you could kind of even see the model. That the beauty is, even if you don't buy the same things I buy, I hope you hold in the same way that I hold. I hope you hold for 10 years minimum. I hope you don't rebalance so often. And if you want to rebalance, I think you should make another account. I think you should have a completely separate, more speculative account, but I do think you should have an account that is really pure buy, hold, and, you know, not all of the water changing buckets over and over again. So that's the thing. Remember, I don't know, is there a video of it? I prefer stocks over ETFs. ETFs aren't bad though. I mean, you know, the right ETF, the right balance of stuff. I mean, there's some that are great and they're easy. And again, ETFs don't even like the Vanguard funds. If you don't have the time to be looking into stocks to execute it on your own, or if you don't have the discipline, and that's something, like I'm saying, some people, they touch their money, they light it on fire. You know, I'm telling you, some people can't resist buying fucking Lucid in 2021 at the highest price possible, you know, and saying, yeah, I'm fucking, this is my retirement. You know, some people can't. There's some people, they touch their money. It's a bad idea. It's truly a bad idea for some people to handle their investments. That's where like ETFs come into play, or you're having somebody else just manage it for you. Iran says U.S. aggression will have no result other than delaying Hormuz. They say they target the drone ramp in Kuwait airbase. It's a response to attack on Iran. Thank you for your listening to a message. So yeah, but like I'm saying, if you don't have the discipline or the time, the ETFs, they're great. Again, there's a lot of diversification. Hard to lose with ETFs if you're getting good ones, but it just takes a lot longer. But yeah, there's some not so bad options. But me personally, I mean, I watch the market every day. I have more than enough time since it's something I'm looking at a lot. And, you know, I have a pretty good track record picking the stocks, but it is harder and it comes with more risk. But it's a lot quicker and it has a lot more upside. So me personally, though, I do prefer individual stocks. Even like right now, the one thing I really like about individual stocks is, like, especially right now, is that if you wanted to go buy the index, like the ETF of the index, most of them are at all-time highs. I mean, that's just where we are. But it's like, even if you wanted a dividend ETF, some of them are up a lot. But it's like, if you go look at some individual names like Kimberly-Clark near the lows, That thing is paying 5%. It's an individual stock. It's paying you better than any yield, and it's actually trading below where the indexes are at, and then it's underperformed for the last couple of years. So assuming these companies will be around or have the ability to catch up to the SPY, I like that a lot better. But like I said, that's the risk. You pick an individual stock, it doesn't turn around over time, you're screwed. ETFs, it's very hard to fail at an ETF because it's so diversified and they rebalance it. But then again, too, if something goes crazy on an ETF, you don't really capture the same mega return and quick return like you would if you owned it individually, or you wouldn't even get paid the same yield. But yeah, I love my a la carte is what I call it. I love picking individual stocks or a basket of stocks. That is my that's my preference. But I'm kind of a sicko. But then again, I mean, that's where the long term is risky, is the fact that we're just picking stocks rather than buying ETFs. But if you ever wanted to play it on easy slow mode, ETFs are great. And then again, too, especially as we have a lot of speculation options and we talk about the short term stuff. Just like I said, I mean, some people, it is very difficult for them to hold on to their money and it actually benefit them. So yeah, you gotta think about that. Where I'm saying, if you're the one managing it and you're causing the problem, it's no good. TKO. Yeah, total knockout. Same, that's good, man. Well, like I'm saying, just don't. So if you've seen it for longer than a couple of years, you've never seen me sell out a winner or loser to put it in another stock. We've always saved the deposit and waited till we had enough to buy whatever we wanted. Something went up or down, we would just go rotate to another one. RBBN, 5% pop. It's a small cap. So I don't know how you're feeling about momentum in small cap. Okay, now it's back down. Okay, now it's down 1%. What is RBBN? Yeah, I don't know. Usually these are up 30% by the time you see them, but again, no idea what it is. No headline. IDN MITK draft bill requiring operators like Google and Apple to collect users' ages. Proposal Politico. Senators released text of Russia sanction bill negotiated by Trump and Lindsey Graham. Bill eases tariffs could be placed on buyers of Russia and oil and gas to maximum 100 on top of blanket 500%. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Wait, is the game starting? I think I've only seen France play once. By the time I've only watched the games with the teams that I've liked, but by the time I've gotten to what's it called? It wasn't there. me. Come on. Google's popping. I'm looking in real quick. I forgot. How did I get it last time? Oh, there it is. Oh, it was Peacock. I was like, how did I do it last time? How do you log into this one? Oh, the game already started? Am I tripping?
¿Sabías que la salsa?
La salsa? Yeah, I don't know, bro. But then again, whoever... Last time I put it on in the background, just Egypt lost right before my eyes. In the corner of my eye. It was like watching Egypt lose on the high ticker. I would just see EGYPT on the low ticker every 5 minutes or in 3 minutes. It's a shame, bro. It's a shame. Judge blocks Trump admin from enforcing visa restriction targeting social media disinformation researchers. Oh, so they can't ask you for your social media? Velo? That's popping now. Again, Google's still going, and then Hilton. Yeah, Velo. Whoa. 12, 40, 50. That's 4% in like a candle or two. Velo? They are all positive change close, but yeah, I'll check for a headline. Velo 3D. I think it's a defense name. They had a partnership with Mirrors yesterday. Then they had a SEC correspondence the other day. I don't know if they had. And they might have some weird reverse split shit. I don't know. NVIDIA name, frequent flyer. Yeah, I think it was at 31 not too long ago. But yeah, it had something with like a SEC disclosure, but I don't know if that's important. Oh, Velo and SpaceX expanded partnership speculation. Scuttlebutt is Velo being used for Raptor 4. Is that the name? See, I don't even know if that's a real name or if that's Scuttlebutt. Very fun to say. And chat, it is power hour, so 55 minutes left. 7 hours to slightly higher. I mean, borderline 7 hours to nowhere, but, you know, not too bad. I think, what will we wake up to tomorrow? EHC. Where's Nivda? No, a lot of room. Yeah, nothing. I mean, momentum's still hard to come by. Again, today's momentum was like the chip rotation oriented, but yeah, like headline momentum, even contract momentum for where's the one from this morning? I think TSEM. This was like big. This is multi-billion-dollar deal in guidance. And that one just, again, it gapped up, and then that was it. But yeah, it's been hard to see anything intraday really continue. That Lucid, again, like that Lucid in the city were kind of crazy, and then those moves off the morning. But it's still, we're still kind of in this waiting mode. Red light, green light, red light, green light, red light, and then Kevin today. So at least we got over Kevin. Kevin wasn't that bad. No, Kevin could have been very worse. GG, go watch football? What do you mean? Soccer. You know what, bro? I might call it football. You know, I have been enjoying it. You guys have no idea. It's been a great time. Until then 4 years from now. Because I did this last time. I didn't, like I told you, every 4 years I'll buy FIFA. But, I feel like this was a good World Cup. Oh, do you guys want tinfoil? I don't know if you want tinfoil. There's tinfoil. Apparently there's a list. There's a time travel list that has the FIFA winners for the next 100 years. But then the tinfoil is that, like, through the time traveler says that we missed 3 FIFAs because of world wars. I thought that was fascinating. But yeah, other than that, that's how into soccer I am now. I still call it soccer, but I know tinfoil. I literally have some tin. I don't think the U.S. ever comes close. No. But yo, isn't the U.S. women's team, don't we like go super hard? Like, isn't the U.S. women's soccer like extremely good? Haven't we won a bunch of World Cups? Yeah. So I think it's just U.S. men's soccer, which is terrible at, but I think women's soccer, we got game. I don't know. Yeah, Mia Hamm and shit. I fucking remember that. Hell yeah, dude. I feel like I remember as a kid with like the women's soccer team winning multiple times. I feel like. Yeah, bro. Hope Solo. These names sound familiar. 100%. Special Envoy Thomas Barak met with Iraqi and Syrian officials, including Chevron, to propose rebuilding long-defunct settlement pipeline from Iraq to Syrian west coast. Check Chevron. I mean, again, you might even wake up to some of these. Kimberly and Kenview dumping. The bad news yesterday on Kimberly was Kenview. So the company they're buying, it's like it's Kenview, the Tylenol maker, but the judge is reopening the lawsuit against the autism cases so that they might be able to get resued. Actually, the specific details is that in the original case, apparently the judge threw out like expert witness. And now this other judge is saying, no, those witnesses should be considered. So yeah, they're reopening the case, which is liability. And it's bad for Kimberly because Kimberly is buying Kenview. So now Kenview's liability is Kimberly's liability. It would be like, I don't know actually how this would work legally. But it's like you got married, and then after you got married, your wife got sued. Because that's kind of what's happening. But people are a little bit worried about that. I mean, in general, the case was thought to be over. The liability was supposed to be limited, and it still might not be that bad. But at the same time, if it is really bad, I mean, it could even be worse than you can imagine. But for now, I'm sure we'll hear their earnings are still in a couple of weeks. I'm sure they'll give an update on it. I'm gonna watch the game, enjoy it. I think it just started. You're 7 minutes in. I definitely have it up on my other screen right now. But, it's good. Thankfully, soccer's boring, so it's perfect for watching the high-low ticker, looking on over. It works. It works. Who do I have on Spain or France? I don't know. I was going to ask you guys. Fars confirms explosion in Avaz, Iran. Yeah, there's Garabadi. I thought it was a spelling error on Golubov. Yeah, you got those comments, and then they're hearing another. You've heard attack news all day. Oil is it? Yeah, oil settled for sure. We only got 48 minutes left. But yeah, again, this, what do they call it? Escalate to de-escalate. But, you know, the last 2 weeks or so, we've got a lot more of these. Chipotle opening in Mexico. They announced that a while ago, but I think we got more updates. So is that why somebody asked me? They might have put something else out, but I'm not as bullish on that. Yeah, bringing Mexico for the first time. They were talking about that. It just opens up this week. But I'm not excited about Chipotle in Mexico. I did see a Taco Bell in Mexico. I won't lie to you. I did. Last time I was in Mexico, I fully saw a Taco Bell. But yeah, I'm more bullish on, like, bro, wait till these fucking Europeans get it. You know what I'm saying? These Europeans and, like, baklavas and their swords. Wait till they get fucking $50 guacamole burritos. They're gonna go apeshit, dude. I'm telling you, bro. Chipotle got a damn chokehold on the burrito game. It's insane. And then you give it to these, like, Westerners. That's what I'm saying. I'm not as bullish on Mexico opening in Chipotle. Might be good for the vacationers, though. You know, don't underestimate the vacation people who they're like, oh, I need a good home-cooked meal, Chipotle. Believe me, they go to their home brands. But, yeah, it is... I do think Europe, Dubai, Middle East, that's the global growth expansion that I think takes Chipotle. That's just, I mean, think about it. Chipotle's already, again, they got the game in a chokehold, and they're all just America. I'm telling you, I do like Chipotle a lot. I'm telling you, just from the fact of, like, you guys don't think it's weird how much? I'm pretty sure they're making $1 billion a month off of burritos. You guys don't think that's amazing? You know, as somebody who, like, I like scalability, I like software, you know what I'm saying? I like scale, I like growth. You know what I'm talking about? And you're telling me you're pulling in $1 billion a month off of burritos? So do you understand what I'm saying when I'm like, dog, they got the game in a chokehold? Do you understand how stupid that is? Oh, no, dude. Yeah, no. Excuse me. Did I say $1 billion? I meant 3. They're making $3 billion a month. $3 billion a month off of burritos, dog. Do you understand? I'm just trying to help you fathom what I'm telling you. You understand how ridiculous that is? That's why I'm saying, and that's just in America. That's a quarter, yeah. So they do 12 bill last quarter. So it's 3 bill, 4 bill a month. 4 bill a month, excuse me. I can't even do math, the guacamole. You see what I'm saying? The guacamole just getting in the way of my synopsis. You know what I'm saying? The queso, I can't think so correctly right now. I'm trying to boggle these numbers in my head. It's a burrito. It's a taco. It's a bowl, dude. It's a burrito bowl. Do you understand? I think it's amazing. So they profit. I mean, they're profiting like 2 bill net off of that. That's kind of crazy. 1.5 after everything. That's after paying the high-priced office. They're netting it. But even then, still, I want to go back to the gross burrito numbers. 12 billion. That's just a lot. That's what I'm saying. And so you get, if it goes to Europe and the Europeans tweak out the same way, that's, oh man, that's good. That's great money, dude. That's great money. I don't know how it's going to do in Mexico, though. Like I'm saying, maybe tourists, but I really don't. That's not what I'm thinking brings the 12 bill to 24 bill. But you get it there, bro? Oh, man. That's it. And then you get it in Saudi Arabia. That's just put like a Wagyu version for the Dubai. They'll love it. I say, Habibi, a Wagyu? What do you mean the guacamole $2? There's nothing, brother. Give me the Wagyu. Add on the $95. Okay. Take it. Wow. Chipotle, a delicacy. Delicate. Wow. So can I put it in a perspective? Total sales at McDonald's is $27 billion. So they're a little under half. But Chipotle is so new. That's what I'm telling you. McDonald's is in fucking Switzerland. McDonald's is in Tokyo. London. It sounds like a rap song. London, Japan. It sounds like a Lupe Fiasco song. Doesn't that seem insane? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think Chipotle's still a baby, but he's doing good. You know, Chipotle's kind of like LaMelo Ball. That's kind of how I view it. But then again, it's just like, you know, hopefully it don't get injured. What's fake about Chipotle Mexican food? Here, let me just... It's funny because, like, I understand your sentiment. Believe me, dog. But, like... No, where's the fucking former guy? Because like, bro... Because this is the founder and CEO of Chipotle till they paid the Starbucks dude like $25 million. This is not... Bro, do you know any of these other stories? Like, do you know the authentic Mexican... Do you know the story of how fucking hot Cheetos were invented? Okay, dog, I don't think so. This is not inspiring local authentic Mexican cuisine, okay? This does not... I thought, dog, if Chipotle was a software company, it would be more authentic in my mind. But, nah, man, I don't know. That's why, so, but... Other than that, it is Mexican food, but, like, it's not... I don't think it's made by real Mexicans, sir. I don't think so. I don't think so. Now they got fucking Scott Boatwright. So if that was... Dude, all they did was... They literally gave the founder peptides and sent him on the gym eating fucking post-workout at Chipotle. And now here's the new guy. Now the new guy doesn't respect women, and they're thinking this is what they need for the turnaround here in 2026. So either way, man, I don't know what's happening, but yeah, man, but again, does not give me authentic Mexican cuisine vibes. Mm-hmm. I don't know why they don't have more in London. Why are they like, we should go to Mexico? That's what I'm saying. That was Scott's idea. You definitely, after taking a look at Scott, can you guys not, I think Scott ripped the bench press. He put up fucking a top PR, and he's like, yo, guys, listen. Why don't we just go where they're already selling tacos and burritos? I got the best idea. He's like, we're going to Mexico. This is where we need to focus our global expansion. We could dominate. They're already selling them out there. They've already confirmed the market. So, yeah, that's what I'm like. I don't know. I think they need to get to Europe. More Europe. The Europeans. But Europeans are weird, though. But then again, I think you could sell Europeans the fucking $30, $40 burrito. Because that's what it is, dude. I don't think you guys realize what sorcery... Am I glazing Chipotle right now, or am I telling you the economic history? I can't tell the difference, but I'm telling you, it's sorcery. They got us by... Again, I like it. That's why I hate it, because, like, I fell for this fucking magic trick. They got you buying $30 burritos, dude. $25 minimum. $20 minimum if you get a deal for a burrito. You know that? I've seen $50 for 2 burritos. I have a girlfriend. I've DoorDashed it in my life. $50 for 2 burritos. You understand how insane that is? Do you understand? That's crazy. So it's not like, dude, that's not gonna work everywhere. That's where you guys gotta realize that's an art to get. You have to, like, a $50 burrito, dude. $20, $30. But yeah, but I do think you could pull it off in Europe. And then Arabs for sure. I just don't know how big of a market. And then they got a lot of other good food there. But the Europeans, the Europeans fucking adopted shawarma. You know that? I think there's people in London who think shawarma is like a London food. They think shawarma was invented in London. But they love it. They love kebabs and shit out there, bro. You know that? Oh shit, Spain scored? I missed it. Oh, they did just score. Fuck. I want to see it. It's on the wire. Oh, it was a PK? That's stupid. Oh, he jumped in the right direction. I think I want France to win. Just because I think it's supposed to be France and Argentina. But I don't even give a shit. They're both cool teams. Mbappe or fucking Yamin. Well, no, I'm not even hungry, but someone just asked about Chipotle. But then I just looked it up because that's the second person who asked me about Chipotle in Mexico. And they've talked about this for a really long time, but it looks like they're like literally opening up the first store this week. But yeah, I'm still down on that one. So that could be a growth name, but it just sucks. Food plays consumer. I mean, I don't know. Maybe after midterms, if we start to see consumer Main Street start to kind of take off, that would be it. But you would need, part of Run It Hot. You need Run It Hot to hit the consumer. Right now, Run It Hot is hitting industry. It's hitting chips, manufacturing, stuff like that. You need to like real wages. We need that growth to spread to that level to wake up these consumer names. Otherwise, I mean, a lot of them are at good value, so that's why eventually they're very cyclical. It'll shift to that, but I'd want to invest when that's more favorable. Hopefully, when we could catch the momentum and still catch a good price. You need Argentina to lose. Habibi, you don't need nothing in this life, brother. All you need is the Lord, and that is it, brother. You don't need Argentina. You know what I'm saying? You need the Lord, brother. Amen, amen. How are you paying 50 for a burrito? I've never paid more than 13. No, 2 burritos. It stuck with me. So my worst, I screenshotted it, but I needed it. I didn't have time. My girl was over. We were in a rush, but we needed food. We hadn't ate all day. So I ordered 2 burritos on DoorDash. And I DoorDashed 2 burritos. And so after DoorDash and 2 burritos with some guac, dude, I came out to $50. So just in my mind, you have to realize, like, the simple connection is I spent $50 on burritos. And that blows my mind. It really does. You know what I'm saying? I've spent, like, I've been to a nightclub before, and I've seen people spend thousands of dollars on a $20 alcohol bottle, but something about that experience really stuck with me. But yeah, so I don't know. Explosions at Bandar Abbas. Oh, it's a work bet? Okay. You're just making it sound like you bet your employment. But I feel. What do you got? What are you guys betting, bro? I'm in a coat. Hey. Happy Honda days. Yeah, DoorDash adds their fee. I mean, it's crazy, though. Because even then, we've already had the DoorDash talks. Just, because I DoorDash every now and then. It just all depends on the day, the time, what's going on. But there is fully, dude, the generation They just like DoorDash nonstop. But then that's why it's like you go look at the earnings for DoorDash. It's like legitimately, dude, it does not it just doesn't stop. Like the volume, even though DoorDash I'm pretty sure is still operating at a loss, it's just like it's kind of crazy how much people DoorDash in the overall volume. Even when the economy, even when everybody was like tariffs, the war in Iran, they were like, I should DoorDash. And I'm going to keep DoorDashing. So I'm not as avid of a DoorDasher, but it is kind of wild to me that there is some people that are like they go real hard on DoorDash. Like I don't even, like I'm saying, I don't even think I could really fathom it. It's quite fascinating. That's why people with the stock too, I don't know if you notice it, because like I'm telling you, it's not even profitable, but dude, those underlying metrics and like the users and how it's used, I mean, it's doing pretty well, bro. I mean, this stock started a lot lower, and they've been, all they do is burn money. It's like Uber in the money burning days, but yeah, like Uber at least went a lot lower. But yeah, it's quite fascinating. Bro, I had who was it? Dude, I was talking to somebody. They were even saying, this was after the conversation. Oh, I forgot who it was. It was after the conversation when we brought up the DoorDash the other time. And like, you know, because I was telling him, I was like, dude, there's people who just DoorDash every meal. Again, you guys were even telling me how like your coworkers work at restaurants and they will DoorDash food to another restaurant on their lunch break. But what was it? Somebody was telling me that they will DoorDash like shopping. Like, so if they needed like a t-shirt or something or socks, they wouldn't go and get it. They would literally DoorDash like items, just random items, and even like leisure entertainment items. Yeah, like Best Buy. Yes, exactly. They're like DoorDashing Best Buy, dude. What the that I think is absolutely phenomenal. That's the next level of it. I don't think you could. I've never fathomed that. I don't think I've ever DoorDashed an item that was not food. You know, I actually have DoorDashed groceries before once when I was like an Instacart when I was sick before. But yeah, I've never, dude. RDN Radian 1.3. That sounds familiar. That looks good. I'm gonna check a headline. I don't see the chain. My chain's not loading. They're all at 75, but no one's made a trade on that. No headline either, but that's now at 2%. Yeah, I don't see. Oh, one of you got those for 12 cents. Those aren't bad. Yeah, you got a bid on that. That's 4% now almost. It wicked it for a second. And then Goldman. Oh, 3%. You had some Lowe's DoorDashes? The amount of Plan Bs you delivered while DoorDashing? Oh my gosh. This is crazy. I guess that's what your wife orders from Best Buy? Like, that's crazy. So yeah, I didn't know this. I hope my girl doesn't ever discover this. I told you the one thing I hate is that my girlfriend knows what Temu is. Temu. That was terrible. You know that? She loves buying shit from China. And I'm like, you guys don't have this in Europe? She said, not this easy. I'm like, you need help. It's terrible. It's a terrible, terrible thing. They don't have to wait for the close or the weekend to attack. Yeah, we are pretty desensitized. And again, too, it's just like we're now not at the bet. We're one step removed from the best case scenario. This is best case scenario falling through. But that's why it's like, see if oil gets above 90. If oil gets above 90, it'll be a different level of escalation. Otherwise, this is just going to be the one step elevated from the cool down point. And then, too, this is earnings as well. Just remember, this back and forth, the leadership, all these other themes. But then during these earnings moves, it's just going to keep kind of stop and go and hold us up. Wait till we get one. At least today's to the green, to the upside, even though IBM was pretty bad. But, yeah, see where it all... we have one more week of this, and then you'll even get it 2 weeks from now. But at least every day after the bell, it'll get followed up by a bigger company reporting. Yeah, I don't know if things are still delayed. But that's the thing. I don't think it's not as involved as much, but I do feel like, because I do think the satellites are back to real time. I'm not too sure, but that is something I was curious about. They reported a week early. My thing says they report September or July 22nd. So I think they reported an extra week early. But then the guidance was low, and it wasn't even like that low. It was like a normal print. Usually they pre-announce if it's like something big, but maybe they just wanted to caution everybody. But the comments about what people were doing, that had more of an effect this morning. What IBM was saying about these customers going to hardware and, expecting higher prices and going there, and then their software business and how they said that's slowing down. That had more of the effect, but I don't think the actual guide was like the actual number. I don't think it was like big. I don't think it was a big miss, but yeah, it was a little weird they came out, but it was like a week ahead, essentially. SpaceX on the low. Oracle on the low. A 52-week low. Oracle. Again, it hit 127 pre-market. That's what I was saying earlier. So this is the intraday low, but you had a little more. I think even then, 127 will either be its little bottom or like 121. And then if that doesn't hold, 118. Crowd is still going, brother. Oh my gosh, no way. Oh wow, it's a new 52-week high. Remember, we hit crowd on the earnings too. I remember that post-earnings one. Just last quarter, so we've done good. But yeah, if you have those plays, they're up like 1,300%. Not bad, dog. Not bad. Goldman. You ordered a controller, but it was free. $23 controller, 15 miles away. Wasn't economical, didn't cost you a dime. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. My thing is, maybe I'm a boomer, but then we have same day Amazon delivery. You know what they even offer? It's kind of, I don't know. I've never really tried this because I don't really like track it, but they offer like 4 a.m. delivery. So like they have like same day delivery, but like sometimes I'll be looking at stuff on Amazon and it'll be like, get it by 4 a.m. I'm like, why would I want it? Okay, I'm down. But yeah, I don't remember it showing up, but I remember it was in my mailbox. Is IBM good or now? I don't know. I'm getting worried though, because like people didn't ask me about IBM in the long term in the morning. More people asked me later in the day. So I don't know if that says anything, but I don't think IBM is bad. I don't think it's the best. I'm going to wait for some more other names to move around this earnings season, but yeah, I think it could still go down a lot, but it's a decent growth name. I would prefer stuff like Microsoft, but yeah, I mean, IBM is it is compelling, but I don't think this is like a no-brainer must-buy type move after all of that. Sentinel. Where is Poland? Even those are coming down. So C2, cyber, and software, they chilled out. Damn. I say you got some pretty decent volume on cyber today. Banking, America. RDN, you hit that one? Nice. Yeah, bro, that one ripped. Good shit. Got some movies. I make the contracts free. All right, man. Well, Chad. Good news, bad news. The good news, we still have time together. The bad news, you only have 20 minutes left. The good news is that it's only Wednesday tomorrow. So we still have more time for the week. But your events are going to start slowing down. So think about it both data-wise. SK Hynix. But like both data-wise, again, the earnings, the post-earnings. So we're going to have some days now to digest everything so far. And then not to mention, I mean, you probably heard like 17 different attacks today. So you get to juggle that too in the background. You grab some NVIDIA. I think a couple chads got it. So, I mean, biggest drop since 87. I would let the dust settle, but I mean, if you've been building around it, by all means. I just have a lot of cash, and that's the thing I've been saying is we did the covered call on June 22nd, or 21st, but I want to give it a month. So even though the big account has more than 20% cash, I do want to take care of that. I do want to at least just let the fat cash balance sit, but I do think this earnings season is going to offer these opportunities, and we'll see where the new draft class is. Did Radian get a headline? That thing's still ripping, dude. Free contracts. Dude, there's nothing on RDN. Maybe they, I know what it could be. Skyworks on the low too. That was interesting. Where's Nivda? No, guidance didn't even move up. I don't know what's up with Radiant. Very small. It's a decent move, though. It looks good, too, just even the timing. But yeah, those options moved a little. Yeah, I saw the Prism news earlier. I don't think they're publicly traded, though. Apple buying them. Apple wasn't bad. Mag 7 kind of disappointing. You just had Nvidia. Meta was up for a little bit. Meta's still up by 0.3, and then Google. Then Amazon came up a little later, but, you know, it could have been better. Where are the staples? Yeah, those rotations chilled out. Everything chilled out, man. So 7 hours to slightly up or nowhere. Which had a little bit less than 20 minutes remaining. God bless America. I had Wraparoon. Again, you have a couple of earnings after the bell today, but then also in the morning tomorrow, like Johnson & Johnson and Asmil. So if you want to play those, again, too, like we said, depending on how they all play out, if the guidance hasn't moved, you'll probably, get a better play after when it's all said and done. Free contracts. Another explosion in Iran. These guys all day, man. Every hour. What is happening? Fermi circulations of board member resigning. So saying he did not. Company's failure to provide directors with required board committee minutes to be for informed board service. Didn't Fermi had some other drama? Again, this one's energy related, I'm pretty sure. They had some drama. I don't know if it was reverse split or something else. Palantir, I don't know why it went up. I think it caught the cybersecurity wave a little later today, but other than that, no idea. Was Fermi, they just can't keep their people? I was gonna say, I feel like I've heard some other drama. Radian, RDN now, 52-week high. So we saw that earlier. I had no idea what it was, but some of those move pretty good. If you got the ones like right at the money. It moved with Cyber, but it's still lagging. Again, Cyber's breaking out 52-week high. That's kind of the craziest part, you know. Last month or so, there's not much hitting new highs. So that's Cyber move. But yeah, if it was really catching up, oh, that'd be beautiful. Split or something else. Hello. All right, man. If you could move out of here, it'd be nice, but only 20 minutes, Habibi. I wish you got more and get used to this. I mean, this morning you had a little bit of a freak out, but it really did not last that long. I mean, again, the software move, kind of nuts, but at the same time, I don't know if I should play the Squid Games analogy again. But yeah, that freak out you're gonna get. But now just get used to a day like today, because like I'm telling you, the rest of this week, even in the next week, the red light's gonna feel like this essentially. You're gonna get your first move off of the morning, the pre or post market, whatever the catalyst or event is for the day, and then we might very well just chill while, again, these certain pockets, some stocks you have seen just gradually all day like crowd. So yalla habibi, yalla. Free contracts. Oh, where's CBOE? They didn't move. App. But IBM's still down. Not as bad as the low. But still. Alright, Chattadoon. That's it. Oh yeah, I don't know what happened with Lucid. I haven't followed up. Yeah, chilled after that, but rumors, fake rumors that sounded crazy. And then it got a little bit of life. Then the company denied it, but yeah, everyone's still kind of hesitating a little bit. That was actually a really interesting one today. Amazonian. That was a good pickup by the end of the day. Otherwise, let's take a look at the checkup and see. About a minute and a half till 10-minute rig, so maybe you'll get some excitement. Again, some people are going to position. There's less positioning, though. It's again, if we are going to get any positioning, it's going to be analyst moving stuff. But yeah, it's not like you have crazy earnings or events now the next couple of days. There's still a few things on the table, but yeah, here we are. But you have 12 green on the Dow, 18 in the red. Dow flipped back to green, 0.12. It was red most of the day. Macy's is popping up right now. And then NASDAQ, 47 red, 53 in the green. Or no, 53 in the red, 47 in the green. And then SPY, 300 red, 200 green. Womp, womp, womp. Again, Macy. U.S. issues new Iran-related sanctions. The crowd, yeah, the crowd was fire. Not $10, $7. So yeah, be careful though. That's the thing though, because like if you got one or two, it doesn't matter. But even then, that's what I warn people against, because if you pay too high, I gave the price and the strike price on that one this morning. But yeah, that was every $7 turned into about 100, and I don't even know where they're at right now. Free contracts. They are at 103 on the bid, 115 ask. Wow. Not bad. The window was tiny. You had a couple minutes in the morning, but then it was like we were already a little late. That's why I even said it when I made the play. Cyber already started moving quick. So I was talking about the idea before the market even opened, but even by the time we started getting there, you know, things were already up. But yeah, just cheap price. But that one worked out very well. That just mix of luck and preparation, and then they were just really cheap. And now this is I don't know if it's all-time high, or I know at least 52-week high. Wi-Fi. Oracle. Habibi. $127. How much are we down on it now? Let's see the Fidelity. It sucks though. I want dividends, but the only thing that goes down is growth. No. Damn, we're down 14% now on Oracle from 147 or 149. Let's get in there. He's looking good, Habibi. Cracker Barrel again at the end of the day, and then Banks, Goldman, and SPY. I mean, remember, we are at the close right now, so Final Five is approaching. Actually, where's the dollar? Let's see, we give him a one more day, but I like. Yeah, and then SK Hynix into the close. Huh, why did you say the dollar's still negative on the day? I pray to get out of these box. Troops out of Iraq? I didn't know we still had them there. But I'm sure after that Iraq meeting here today, Trump seemed hyped on homeboy. All right, man. So much for the long term. You have data tomorrow morning, but you're not going to get any, like... You're still going to get a lot of Fed speakers, but, I mean, your last Fed speaker just kind of hyped up this CPI this morning, but you get PPI tomorrow, so that'll be, again, inflation-oriented. That could move the rate cut odds, but once again, after Kevin Warsh today, you know, he didn't exasperate hawkish concerns. If anything, you know, he kind of eased up on that. MPT just keeps doing that. But yeah, PPI tomorrow, because PPI ties in the CPI or the PCE. But even after Warsh today, he really talked down against saying he has a preferred metric. So I'd want to say PPI is more important because it relates to the PCE. But yeah, even after what Warsh said. But then again, I think a lot of the market, they're still going to extrapolate from PPI. But long story short, PPI could move rate cut odds. That'll be tomorrow morning, an hour before the bell. Then you're going to get a bunch of Fed speakers, and that's pretty much it. And then a couple more earnings. The earnings will still chill out. And then Thursday will be retail sales. So still more economic data, both economic inflation, the rate cut debate. I mean, I'm telling you, though, I'm just telling you, let me remind you, I don't want to give you bad ideas, but you do whatever you want, but I hope you take info and use it. But like I keep telling you, could use this info micro, or you could use it macro, short term, long term, be my guest. But I've been telling everybody, bro, I genuinely believe, especially as every day the clock goes, there's time decay on it. But yeah, I really believe that they're not hiking rates before the midterms. So at any moment, if the odds of a hike before midterms go up, I just think it's cap. And I think they're going to go back. And that's what I'm saying, PPI. So if PPI comes in hot and rate cut odds shoot up tomorrow ahead of November, I think that's I know it's going to happen on the next data set or down the line. So I'm a big believer in that, and I've been speaking on that this week because, yeah, people are talking about the midterms and earnings, and even then, although we're looking ahead to what happens on this earnings and everything else, we're also looking ahead to what happens after this quarter and the end of the year, and this points to the midterms, and the midterms is a very big and borderline kind of easy event. So, like I'm saying, I do think these midterms here are going to be very nice to follow, but they also box in some things, and I think it boxes in Fed policy. So just don't fall for it. OpenAI on Apple lawsuit takes allegations seriously. Yeah, Etsy, Snow, not all, again, Datadog, Sentinel is doing a lot better. Now Datadog, check if Fastly and Net, some of those other ones, but yeah, Cyber's not bad. Solid close, I mean, see what Google and some of our Mag 7 could do. Again, not bad though. Chips up 2.5, software up 1.5 or 1. I'll take it, dude. Cyber, new 52-week high, up 3%. Software or Cyber moving like software. So not bad, but now just again, do momentum, chips, memory. Does it continue tomorrow? Every day you have been waking up to just a random rotation or winner. So let's see what we get tomorrow. But Chattadunia, your final 5 has passed you already. You have less than 3 minutes remaining. So I hope you make a good decision. If you are going to play Asmil, Johnson & Johnson, there's a few other companies for tomorrow morning. I would make that decision. Asmil, Progressive, BlackRock, Conagra, Morgan Stanley, Elevance Healthcare, PNC, and then Cintas. And then tomorrow after the bell, we could talk about these. But yeah, that's Speak Now or Forever Hold Your Peace. You got a couple names after the bell today too, but I don't know what you're into, brother. You know. Remember, this is the short week. Not short week, but small reporting. But still the beginning. Thank you, banking company. But yeah, man. Rapparoony, Chattadoony. Rapparoony. Or crowd, brother. Go, brother. Go. All right, Chad. Well, are you ready? I hope you are. I hope you made good choices today. I hope you're ready. I hope you got stamina for every other day after this. Every week, the red light, green light. Remember, they're all going to follow each other. Get ready for the freakouts. Oh, you're ready for all of it. But, Chad, you only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. Are you playing Asmil, J&J, Progressive, BlackRock? Are you playing the morning? What's going to happen with the data, the PPI? You got to wrap it up, my friends. But overall, not bad. Still near all-time highs. The game of what happens in the morning remains. Memory bubbles, concentrations. But less than 3 seconds. 2, 1. Goodbye. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chattadonia. Oh, my friends. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. My brethren, I'm glad that you're here. And thank you for making it to the bell. But I need a GG in the chat. Let's go, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed, participated, brought something to the table. Thank you, my friends. Thank you for not getting banned. Thank you if you had a good question. Thank you if you were really locked in. Okay? Locked in so many ways. Oh, and all of you upholding the honor of the long term. I love you. Members, non-members, stream alerts. I see you. Gen Pop. It don't matter, baby. What matters is you get a long term. You uphold the honor of the long term. And you're in the game. And you're awake during the moment. Just the moment. Be there in the moment. There'll be a time to chill. There'll be a time to cry later. But now you want to be aware and take advantage of. But good game, Chad, and thank you, my friends. For real, thank you for your time. Thank you, have it down. And if you were enjoying, my friends, God bless you, Chattadonia. Please get a long term. I beg you. It's for you. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me less talk. I don't want to rock that. Put up in a bed, buddy. I don't put the top back. Hit me with the divvy. I don't even need the NASDAQ. Are you kidding me? Hey, man. So, Chattadonia, that is all that I have for you on this lovely, lovely day. I hope you enjoyed it. Check Ridian. Dude, that was a killer. Oh, that was a death. That killed everybody. Okay, nice. Dude, I don't know what's been happening with some of these moves. That Lucid, I didn't play that. Oh, geez, man. Even the crowd today was insane. I'm telling you, even the city, even the wrong direction. It's been a jumpy day, dog. A lot of back and forth. So, whoo! I hope you're ready. I hope you're excited for the opportunity. But Chad, God bless you all, man. And thank you for your time today. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned stuff. Again, I think there was a lot to learn. Not only were the plays cool, but I'm telling you, I think the plays there were some cool little lessons behind them and how you could kind of pick up on them. Like I'm saying, man, I think we're barreling into opportunity. Long term, still kicking it, baby. We got the rest of this year. We got the rest of this earnings season. So let's go, baby. We got some more info today after Warsh and all of that. We'll see what we wake up to. I will see you on the watch list if you were on the locked in. Otherwise, I'll see you on the Instagram videos. I gave you a play on the Instagram video. I just don't think... Yeah, I think y'all needed me to just be really, really obvious about it, but I'm working on it. But I love you, and God bless you, and thank you for your time. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friends... Even if the glass is only half full, it's never only half. I don't care if it's half. Even if it was a quarter full, I wouldn't say only. That means we still got something. That means you still got enough, baby. And that mentality should make you ask, why not? And why not you, my friend? Finger to the sky. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Charadonian. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you tonight. Go get a good workout in. Get a good rest of your day. Get ready. Oh, it's going to be exciting. You're getting a taste of it. Today was crazy. The morning, the plays, the back and forth, it's beginning to feel a lot like long term. I was going to say earnings, but I like the long term. So, Chad, anyways, don't let me talk your ear off. I already did that for the last 7 hours. But thank you again for your time, and I will see you tonight. And before I head out, just remember, all of this yapping is brought, the yapping don't come cheap. The yapping don't come free. The yapping don't come out of, it comes with the cost, my friend. So all of this yapping is brought to you by our great sponsors who have allowed us to complete the mission to yap away. And that is Long Term Monthly. Use code SAVE10% out checkout, and make sure you show them some love, you guys. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye. U.S. to launch AI and cybersecurity coordination group, White House. So is that more bullish or bearish for cyber? You may get individual company announcements. Okay, bye. Long-term monthly. Woohoo!
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly.